Hey everyone, what's up? Simon here from galaxies.dev, back with a new clone that you've been waiting for. Today we will clone the Amazon application, and we will not only clone the UI, we will actually clone a lot of the real functionality. In our Amazon clone, we will gonna have authentication, we're gonna have some pretty cool animation effects with Reanimated, with gesture handler, and most of all, we will also have AI voice agents that act as support agents in our application. So all of this will be possible and you will learn it in this video. This video was made possible by 3 epic sponsors. The first sponsor of today is Vapi. So with Vapi, you can implement voice AI agents and you can do it in like 5 minutes. And in the end, we will even set up a workflow that goes through defined steps in our application and even calls our own backend to retrieve data. So we have an incredible interaction with that voice agent. The second sponsor of today is Clerk. Clerk is my favorite platform for anything user authentication, but we will also have Clerk on the backend, so we will be able to verify JWTs that we've got in the React Native application, but use them on the backend, which could be really interesting for a lot of you out there. The third sponsor is Sentry. Don't build any real React Native application or any other mobile app without Sentry. Sentry has also added some pretty cool features lately, and we're gonna check out one thing called Seer. It is the AI agent that knows everything about your bugs and your code base, and it can even open up PRs to your repository. It is mind-blowing. If you know as excited as I am about the Amazon clone, make sure you first of all check out the links to the 3 sponsors, because you need an account at Vapi, at Clerk and Sentry to follow along in the video, as well as the source code which you can get from the repositories linked below this video. If you need assistance with getting into React Native and shipping your first application, check out our galaxies.dev mission. The Zero to Hero mission will teach you everything that you know to build your first React Native application in a really skilled way. So you will learn routing, state management, everything that you need. Check it out on galaxies.dev, and now let's dive into our clone. Alright, so let's get started with our application. I will use bun, so I will use bunx create expo and follow this up with the name of your application. You can also use npm, you can use yarn, whatever package manager you prefer. This will give me a new expo application at SDK 53, I guess, and I should be able to open this up with -r in the same view. Yeah, it finally works, finally. Okay. We will not use the Expo Go client, and I know some of you will say, oh, why are we not using Expo Go? It's so cool and so easy, but the problem is we're going to use a bunch of different libraries. We're going to use Vapi, we're going to use Clerk, Sentry, and other packages, and most of them are not supported in Expo Go. Expo Go is really just a sandbox environment for testing some stuff initially. But we're about to build a serious application here, so we're gonna make a pre-build later and run our app with that, and therefore I also want to add the Expo Dev client, because that gives you the Expo Go experience, sort of, in the in your own created dev client. Okay, let's set up a couple of things here in this first episode of the clone. So I want to install NativeWind. Currently, we can follow the installation here. They're actually the commands for bun. I can copy all of them. So I install NativeWind, React Native Reanimated at a specific version. I install React Native Safe Area Context, and I also install some development dependencies for Tailwind and a Prettier plugin. Just put this in. You should also find all of this in the commands file of the repository for this video. So give that repository a big star up here. Check it out. The Amazon clone should be linked right below this video, because you most likely also want to bring in like the assets folder that will contain, I think actually it will contain some stuff. And while we're here, let's also reset our app to a basic. So we can run bun run reset project. This is a script, and I don't want to move them. I just want to remove them. That you can find in your package.json. So if you check out your new package.json, there should be a reset project script, which allows you to simply reset your app to a very basic state. Okay. Let's follow up, because we need to run or set up Tailwind correctly. The next move is to call Tailwind CSS init. That will create a new Tailwind configuration, and that Tailwind configuration needs to be slightly changed, because we need to make sure that, see here, This update include paths to all files that contain NativeWind. Okay, that's cool. We don't really have that path for app.tsx, but we do have the path to components. Actually, that's not really the case I want to have. So we should have it like this. So we want to have it for components, and we want to have it for everything under our app folder, because this is where our application will live. I actually also wanted to add my own colors, so I'll change this extend block here in the TanStack way and added a dark and primary color that we will be able to use inside of our application pretty soon, hopefully. As a preparation, you can also already create a .env file. This is the file where we will put in Clerk keys, some Stripe keys, maybe something else. These are not secret usually unless you use an RSC, but more on that later. Not too much here right in the beginning. Additionally, we need a metro config. We also need a global CSS. That's probably the file we want to create next. So global CSS and paste this in. So all of this is still for NativeWind. And if we then scroll further, the Babel config, yeah, why not? Let's also get the Babel config. So you can either just create a Babel config, or you can do it from the CLI. You search for Babel, and you can run bunix expo customize Babel config, and you can also do the same for metro config. It will give you the default config files that Expo is usually using. Since we replaced them anyway, you can also just create the files themselves. So not really any difference. Just go there and then also grab the right code for the metro config. That might change every now and then, but the most important piece is here that we have the global CSS linked correctly. So in my case, it's in the top root folder, and therefore this is the input here. Okay, hitting save in the Babel config, there's actually not too much. It's mostly fine, I guess. We have, so it's cool if this already starts in the beginning. I have high hopes for that. Now let's also import our global CSS. We can do this in the root layout file. I would actually recommend to import it with add. Oh, that's interesting as well, because with add, and I can make cool arrows for you now, we can have the path a lot easier instead of just like having ... or something. This is set up for us already by default in the TS config. So if you check this out, you're going to notice that right here we have the path defined. You can also define your own path if you want to. Feel free to do so. I sometimes do this if I change the folders around. However, right now it's not really required. Once we got all of that, we can actually do whatever we want in here, like saying this should have the class name TextRed. And you're going to notice that usually your IDE will complain about using class name, which is the way you use NativeWind. If you see this warning, you should create a NativeWind env.d.ts file. This file should once again be at the root of your project. And within that file, you just need one specific line, and that is the triple, what's it called? The triple slash directive, right? And then once you hit save, you're gonna see this turns into a fine text. Cool. I think that's everything we needed to set up. We're gonna install many more packages later, but for the moment, that's everything. Now we wanna do a pre-build. So I can do bunix expo pre-build. And this will generate the native Android and iOS folders. It will generate these folders based on the settings of your app JSON. So if you have any kind of config plugins like we do here with Expo Router or Expo Splash Screens, these settings will automatically be brought into the native platform. So if we make any changes here in the app JSON, we will later have to create a new pre-build. Now you see for Android, we got a full Android project. For iOS, we got a full iOS project that we could open with the native IDEs. However, I usually recommend to just do bunix expo run, and then it's up to you. So in my case, I'm on a Mac, I can run on iOS. This will open up the iOS simulator. If I put in -D, I get a selection for devices, and then I can also deploy to my actual iPhone, either over Wi-Fi or if it's connected by USB to my Mac. But of course, you can also do bunix expo run Android. that should be fine as well. You can do the same with the device settings. So Android-D should normally give you the choice to select your Android device, and then you can directly build and deploy to your device. Why am I using this command? Well, this usually combines everything. This actually also does a pre-build if the folder does not exist. So we could just remove that folder, do the command, and it would do a pre-build and then build the actual app and run it on our device. I'm also curious if this is now a bit faster. I think maybe I would have to set some like strange settings in my env. I don't want to do any canary stuff in here or beta stuff. We're also, as far as I know, using React Native version 0.79. So right now 0.80 was actually released. We could get this with an Expo Canary version, but I don't want to confuse anyone, so we're going to stick to the defaults here. Now, the first build here can take some time, so let's wait until it's deployed on our device, and then we can check out what the command is and why it's so great. Alright, app is up and running on my device, you can see it, and this is why we installed the Expo Dev Client package. So now we get this UI, which you usually probably have seen before in the Expo Go application, in our application. And we also see that we have some red text, so I should be able to go with font bold, change it, and the change is applied, which means we have actually TailWind going on in our application. So we could use something like this in our app and we don't need style sheet. This also means we have live reload going on, we have our dev client, we have the full freedom, and at this point you have a good starting point for pretty much any application. This is the process I use for every other application that I personally build. I have my env file, I have NativeWind set up, I have Expo router and the latest Expo version, and everything just ties in really nicely. And from this point on, we're not limited. You are not limited by Expo, and we're free to continue with our Amazon clone. Our app should actually have somewhat of a real backend, and therefore I prepared a Node API for you that you can check out and clone. Link is also below this video. It's also linked in the main repository because this is essential for our Amazon clone. It provides some endpoints that allow us to authenticate with Clerk and use the Clerk token. We have the usual REST endpoints for getting articles, getting orders, creating orders, and we will also have integration for Stripe in the end. So for the moment, get started by cloning this repository. You can run the GitHub CLI, you can clone it in any kind of way. So let's clone it here. And once you get this, you also need to connect it to a database. Let me show you how that might work. So first of all, in the project, you can of course run once again bun install or npm install, whatever you prefer. And then there's a dummy env file. I'm gonna rename that file, remove that dummy and make it the env. And then I will set this to my local Postgres database. Now, how do you set this up? Well, I can't exactly tell you. If we went through that, that would probably take another half an hour. Just go to the Postgres page or any kind of SQL database. You could also, of course, use something like Neon, a hosted database. Feel free to use whatever database you have, whatever you feel safe with, that works easily for you. You can also install this with Homebrew on a Mac. So this is what I did. I then created a database. There are different tools. So I have one tool that's called DB Visualizer. So you see right here, I have an Amazon database. I also have a tool called dbeaver, in which I have an Amazon database. You can also create your database from the CLI. It doesn't really matter. The only thing is that you have this database, you have the name, and that you get the string, which is the connection to your local database. So in my case, I hope I do have this in place. And now let's quickly take a look at the API, how it works, and make sure that you've set it up correctly. This API is using Drizzle. So Drizzle is an ORM that allows us to work more easily with our SQL database. Also, Drizzle can help us to create the actual tables. So in our case, if you check out the package.json, you're gonna see there are scripts to migrate generate, and migrate push. If you run the migrate generate, it will generate a file like this. Create table articles, create table orders, create table users, order items, and all of these things. This is a migration file for SQL that will be applied to your database when you run migrate push. If that fails, then it means usually you're not correctly connected to your database. So this isn't correct. In my case, again, I already got this. And we do have another script here that you can run. So once you've created your table, you could actually simply run this script. I guess I did run this before. Did I include this in here as well? Yeah. So you can run npm run seed. That will call the import product script, which will bring in some dummy products into your database. Now, if you don't want to use a tool like these to inspect your database, because honestly, they're not that easy to navigate around, I don't really like them, you can use Drizzle Studio. So I also added that as a command in here. So you can run, in my case, I will do bun run studio. And that will run, no config provided, that's good. It's okay using Drizzle Studio is currently in beta, and then Drizzle Studio is up and running on local drizzle.studio. So let's see what happens when I open this. Hopefully it works. Okay, here we go. This is Drizzle Studio, and it's pretty much like a SQL editor with everything you need. So these are the 4 tables that we created. We have orders, we have articles, we have users, and order items. Under articles, you will find these dummy articles. That's what our import products did, and that's what you should see after running the command as well. It should just bring in these files. Some of them have a GLB URL, that's a 3D file we're gonna use later, an image, some price and description and whatnot. Users should be empty in the beginning, as well as order items and orders. And the cool thing is that right now, I can also do all these things that I expect from a good editor. I could also remove my user again, because later we're gonna do this from the bottom. So we only end up with the articles. Now, let's also try and contact our API. That's, of course, quite important as well. So you can keep running Bun Studio if you want to, because it's quite easy to inspect your database then. And then we can run bun run, I don't know, either dev or start. I don't know what I usually use. Let's give dev a try. Okay, throw neither API key nor config authenticate. Yeah, that's a valid point. Okay, to fix the problem, just insert some dummy data here for your keys. That should be fine for the moment. And then in your index file, you want to make sure that you disable the Clerk client for the moment, as well as the app use Clerk. We're gonna add that later again when we work with Clerk and authentication. For now, this is throwing error because otherwise the client is invalid. Now, I'm using this cool tool called Yak. I saw this on X the other day. I'm always happy about an alternative to Postman, and this was created by an indie hacker, I think at least. So check it out, it's called Yak. And we made a request here to localhost port 3000/articles. And it gives us this nice list. And I actually really like the simplicity of this editor. Postman is usually too much for me. This is all I want. I want to make a GET request, and probably I want to save it. So I can probably, yeah, I can even send it, copy as curl. Pretty nice. We're gonna try this editor out. As you can see, this gives us some information. And now we want to make sure that we can also access this information from our Expo app. So let's leave our Node API up and running. You can put this in the background. We probably don't really have to work with that again for the at least foreseeable future. And in the env file, I will add localhost. I think I have to do HTTP, right? No, I don't have to. No, I don't. Localhost 3000. That is my port here. Normally, I was expecting to have live reload with the env working with the latest version. I don't know exactly if that's the case. We should be able to actually, if I lock this out here with the process.env, it actually shows up here. Right, nice. Evan, great job. Live reload with the env file is working. Okay, so as a super simple test, I just added this use state and use effect block here, just showing you quickly and making sure also for you that everything works. I think we can even remove the header. And what we see is that we can make a fetch request using our base endpoint /articles, convert it to JSON, then you can also log it out and set the data and present it on screen. And we see we are able to get data from our API. Now, this is a very important part or stage of this build, because if you're not able to run the Node API, most of the other things won't really make sense, because we need the data to display the details page, to have a list of stuff, to navigate around, to make orders. All of that depends on the API. So really make sure that your Node API is up and running. Again, you can clone it with a link below, set it up to your local or hosted SQL database, add some dummy keys, and maybe disable the authentication in the index file for the moment. And then make sure that you can reach the API and that you can also reach it from your Expo application. Once you've got that, you should be fine. If you're using Android, you might actually need to use a different endpoint, because Android is usually not able to use localhost. I think there was like, just put it quickly into ChatGPT or into YouTube and you will find a link to another video of mine. Android is usually using a different URL, so if you're not able to reach your local hosted API from Android, that's the reason. If you, by the way, use your actual device, localhost will also usually not work. And you're gonna have to use the IP of your computer, or what I will also do later is use a tool called ngrok, which gives you like a public IP that you can use, because that will also help us to connect it with Clerk, webhooks, and with Stripe correctly. So that's it for the moment. Make sure all of that works, and then we can continue with our React Native app. All right, now we want to combine Expo router, stack, and tabs with NativeWind. And that was actually not too easy, because usually you use style sheet or the default props of tabs and stack, but with NativeWind we have different class names. So we need a way to merge this, and there actually is one. But before we get into that, let me just quickly reiterate that I have to use HTTP localhost. If that wasn't clear from the previous part, I just wanted to point it out in case you're still lost on that. So I would recommend you open up our repository, because there should be a file under components navigation. So get the stack and the tabs into your project. I will copy these as well. Let me create that folder. So we're gonna do a new folder, components/navigation. And within that folder, we can place both those files. So I've copied them over. I don't take any credit for this. I found them here on this repository. And essentially they're using, well, style sheet, CSS interop to use, here we got the stack implementation, which has the stack and then assigns different values in here, as you can see, and it maps these to a specific class name that we can then use. And the same is going on for tabs. You don't really have to understand exactly what's going on. Basically, it exposes the native properties that the tabs usually has to NativeWind or to Tailwind. Now, let's get back to our topmost layout file. And in that, is that the topmost? Yeah, that is the topmost file. Let's change a couple of things. So first, I want to say this is my const root layout. If you've seen other clones, you know that I usually like to wrap my app first of all. So in here will be a bunch of providers that go in there, and then we're gonna have our actual, let's call it initial layout here, which returns our implementation. And down here we would then simply have a different view. What we would have here is, for example, the theme provider. We can already start with that one, and then we would have our initial layout inside. To make the theme provider work, so basically automatically having light and dark mode for the header. What is the shortcut for light and dark mode? I forgot about it. I think it's command, yeah, Shift A. Okay, it's not doing anything right now, as you can see. So let's work on that. We can get the current theme, the current color scheme, by using use color scheme. Use color scheme. Exactly. We want to import that, use color scheme. You can actually import it from, I think, both NativeWind. You can also import it from React Native. Doesn't matter too much. You also want to bring in both the dark theme, the default theme, and the theme provider from React Navigation. And then we should be able to check in our theme provider down here what the current theme is like. So if the color scheme is equal to dark, I want to use the dark theme. Otherwise, I want to use the default theme. Now, if this is not happy with use color scheme from NativeWind, I highly recommend we just get it from React Native instead. So let's do this one from React Native. All right, now we see we have already dark and light mode in our application in general. But still, I would like to change the color of my header and later also of the tab bar using NativeWind. So how do we go about that? Well, for our stack, we can now change this. We can change this. So this is not a stack anymore, but a styled stack from my components navigation. If I do it like this, not really much changing. Yeah, I disabled the header. That's probably not so smart. So it is pretty much still the same. Now I can give the style stack a content class name, and I can also give this a header class name. So that's what we defined down here, or what the great user on GitHub defined, not we. For the content class name, you can specify something like background red 400, and that would automatically give all the pages of that stack this content class name. It's pretty much like specifying, I think it's content style and then background color if you use usual style sheet. So in my case, I could probably do something like BG gray 100 and dark. I want to use background dash background. So let's see, probably BG dark, yeah, something like that. That should actually work. Now for the header, again, we can also define whatever we want. So let's say for my header class name, I want to use something like background dark, like in the Amazon app, and text white. So now I have by default this dark header up here, styled using NativeWind, but combined with the Expo or React Navigation stack header. I think this is pretty cool and shows that the Expo router or React Navigation is really versatile. You can always customize this in the right kind of way if you understand what's going on. Now let's also work on our tabs. I will add a new group here and call this one tabs. I just like to separate the different places here. So I want to have tabs. It just makes more sense like this. If we add a .layout tsx, we're gonna add a layout here, and I want to use tabs from Expo router in here. Additionally, we need a couple of pages. So we need, for example, a card.tsx. I'll just do like a dummy page here all the time. So let's call this one card. And then we need a new one for more.tsx. Gonna call this more. Then we need one for the user profile. So let's call this profile.tsx. Just changing the strings here so we can see on the page when we're on them that they change. I also want to have a Rufus tab. That's going to be one of the most exciting things we actually have. This one will later not really display this, but a different page. And then we also want to have an index file here. Now, that index file will later become its own styled stack. Therefore, it will be a group. Should we already do it right now? I think we should actually. So let's call this index here. Could I just also call it index without the group? I think I could. Maybe I could, but nah, it would actually be also kind of strange. But it will also be okay. Let's give it a try. Let's call this one index, and index will have its own layout file. Why is that important? Well, if you are on the index page, for example, of the Amazon app, and then you have the articles here, you click one, you want to push a page in this stack here. You usually retain the tab bar. So that means the stack has to be a child of the tab bar, so we can push this page here and the tab bar is still visible. If, on the other hand, you want to push a page and you want to get rid of the tab bar, then the stack would have to be above the tabs. I also have a video on all these things. Check it out if you want to learn more about the different layouts, concepts. Okay, here we go, layout. So I will just do a very simple stack here, or maybe a style stack right now. That would be good. And then we have stack.screen. So that one comes actually from Expo router. Cannot find, yes, add layout here. You know, these first lessons in the videos are always a bit challenging because we need to put in a lot of files. But once we got the setup here correct, it's gonna be quite easy. So this is my index page. Good. With all of that in place, actually we could do this one as the index page because that page was cool. This is where we had the data. Okay, let's see what's going on. We see our app here. Let's reload this. We have way too many tab bar headers. We need to get rid of some of them. So let's go into our top layout. And where we set stack.screen index, we actually don't really have an index page. We currently have a tabs group. That is our index page. Additionally, for that one, I definitely don't want to show the header. That also means this part here is kind of redundant and we could have used something else, but we can now just bring this into a different place. So we can bring this in here because now we can use the styled tabs instead. And for our style tabs, we should be able to not use the content class name. I think that one's not working, but the header class name should work nonetheless. Good. If I now go to card more, we see all of them. The only problem is that the header shown does not show any title yet, but we're gonna get to that. For my tabs index, I also need to change a couple of things. So this is my tab. The path should be index with the brackets. And this one should of course not have header shown because it has its own stack. So this is sort of a bit different. Okay, so if I now go to index, it's still, okay, yeah, I mixed this up. This should be of course index here. And I just noticed that I don't have it as a group. I just have it like this. Okay, so here we go. Now this looks better. Those all have a dark background and text white. I'm not exactly sure why they don't have a title yet, because they actually should have a title, but that's a different story. The other problem is that index still looks like this. So let's go into the style stack here and paste in the same that we had before. So now it's already on the index page, it's rendering it correctly, the header. On all the other ones, card, more, Rufus, and profile, it's not rendering them correctly yet. We'll be able to figure that out. So let's first of all now implement the actual stack, the actual tabs. They should have, of course, some sort of icon. So this one up here is the index, and I will set the tab bar icon to, and we can now just structure this to access color and size. And we will be able to use it in here. I feel like, yeah, I made a mistake here. Okay, now we can specify the tab bar icon. I want to use ionicons. So let's import ionicons from Expo vector icons. And then I will set the name here to, let's say, home outline. And the color to the color that was passed to it. And then the size to the size. Good, let's hit save, and we should see we have our first icon down here. I think this one, I don't know why we have the style tabs and we have the header class name. I don't know why the text white is not applied for these. I still wonder, but maybe we're gonna figure that out later. For the moment, I will just leave it. So for now, we already have this icon down here, and let's now do this for the other tabs as well. So the second one I want to have is actually the profile. So let's give it the person outline. The third one will be the card. The card will be a bit more special. Let's just, for the moment, let's just use card outline. We're gonna have a little bubble up here with like an icon, but maybe we're gonna do that later. Then we're gonna have a next one is more. So more should get the menu outline. And then we finally have Rufus. Okay. And Rufus will actually later toggle a little modal. We're gonna get to that. So for the moment, it still shows that page. Not a big problem. And also on those pages, it's actually not a big problem with the header because we're gonna supply our own custom header later on. So that's why it's for the moment not really a big deal. With that in place, let's see. We could also already define more, but I think we're actually good. We have our general tab bar. We have pretty much, you can't notice it right now that there's a difference between index and the other pages here in the app. Only that index is showing its header, but you could easily disable this if you go into index and then you say title and then make it an empty string here. So with something like that, the pages would look pretty much all similar. We have our tab bar. We have styled the header with NativeWind. We could also style the tab bar if we wanted to, but we're gonna leave the tab bar as is for the moment because the next part is actually about building something pretty exciting with the tab bar, and that is an animated little nudge that you might have seen before in other applications where when you switch your app, when you switch the tab, this little thing here should move into the other areas. So that is the next part. And I also just noticed that here it's actually also using this Rufus icon. Why am I not seeing this in our app? That's a good question. So maybe we should do that as well. Why is there no tab bar icon for Rufus? Well, I think we should define these funny things in our custom implementation as well as the color. So let's continue with that now. The official Amazon application has this funny animation at the bottom where you switch tabs and this indicator moves between the different tabs. I tried to implement this with the defaults, but nothing really worked. But a custom implementation with Reanimated in our tab bar is actually easier than I expected. So I found this great article on salamina.tech where someone was creating a custom tab bar for navigation in Expo React Native, and this is pretty much what we're gonna follow as well. So we will build our custom tab bar with like our own touchables or whatever. We're just gonna apply it with NativeWind styling and then use it inside of the general tabs that we have. That is the whole idea here. So let's do this. Maybe we're gonna begin by creating that new component. So let's call it custom tab bar.tsx. And we're gonna call this one, give it React Native functional export. So the custom tab bar will have some props. Actually, that is correct. So we're gonna have state descriptors and navigation, and we can get this from bottom tab bar props from React Navigation bottom tabs. If we got this, we can already integrate that into our view. So let's see, let's find the right layout. Exactly, here we have the tabs layout, and we're just gonna say that for the tab bar, we wanna use our own implementation. And we want to make sure that we pass all the props to our own custom tab bar. So let's import the custom tab bar and use the spread operator to pass all the props through to the custom tab bar. Once I hit save, notice that down here, the usual implementation of the tab bar disappears because now we're basically telling Expo Router, hey, use our own tab bar UI for that. And in here, we just see we have this like one custom view, which is displayed somewhere down here. Now we have complete freedom over in our tab bar. So you can implement any kind of UI you want, like hovering tabs or having whatever kind of padding you've seen in another application. You can implement this right here in your custom tab bar. And this is what we're gonna do now. So maybe we're gonna start actually with our view here, and I will disable code completion. Can I disable this for the moment? Snooze, yes, snooze for 15 minutes. Okay, let's get started. First of all, we're gonna use class name, of course, flex row, because we're gonna have a row of buttons. We're gonna set the background simply to white, use relative, and there's also a little border at the top in the application, in the Amazon app that I noticed. So let's use border -t and then border gray 200. Once you hit save, we're gonna already see that there's a tiny border. I don't know if you can see this in the video, but there is one. Okay, let's continue. In the tab bar, we're gonna have to iterate. We're gonna have to go over our state.routes. So these are like the 4 tabs we defined. That stuff will be passed down, so we get access to it. And we're gonna call map. So for every tab we want to render our own tab, we have access to the route and the current index of that route. And then we're gonna do curly brackets here because we're gonna have to do a couple of things. So in the end, we definitely need to return a view. I will actually return a platform pressable. That's usually what's used in a tab bar. And we can hopefully use key equals index already. And then let's just say text test here. So that should already render a couple of tests down there. Good, that's a good starting point. Now for our platform pressable, we of course also need a little bit of styling. So let's add class name here as well. Everyone should use flex1. So that means we already see it now, it's spread out evenly across the page. We want to have them centered, so call item center, justify center as well. And then I want to make sure that we respect the bottom save area. So we can just call pb save, and then we apply the save area, for example, here on iOS to the tab bar. So that's actually, I think, a pretty good starting point for our app. Maybe I'm also gonna add padding Y2. Okay, so we have a little bit of padding at the top as well. Okay, pretty cool. We could now already use, for example, route.name. And then we would see we have index, profile, card, more Rufus. Right now, the event isn't triggering anything. So we're gonna have to talk about that as well. But since we have a function here, we can destructure a couple of things. Let's first of all get the options out of descriptors or route.key. So that will give us the current options, the current bottom tab navigation options for that route. We also definitely need to figure out if this tab is focused. So if is focused, we can say state.index equals index. Then we're gonna see if this one is the active route. Now we need a little function to actually trigger the press event. So this is, I think, pretty much taken straight from the implementation here. So there are 2 events, on press and on long press. Let's bring them in. Okay, so on press, our navigation will emit type tab press target route, can prevent default true. So pretty standard implementation, as well as an on long press event on top of it. Just assign this now to the platform pressable. So we have on press here. That should use our on press, and we have on long press, on long press. With that in place, we should already be able to navigate around in our application. Great, that looks good. So now instead of using the text route name, we should be able to render the icon. So that should be under options.tabbar icon. And I think we need to pass in some props. So we need to pass in if this is focused. We do already have the is focused. And we also want to set the color here. So I will just set this now to black because that's what we see in the app as well. And I will set the size manually to 24 as well. With that cannot invoke object, which is possibly undefined. I actually don't think that options can be undefined. That is actually new to me. What if we use a question mark? Or probably we should just use it in a different way. Okay, let's see. Maybe we should call if options tab bar icon and then we can do it like this. All right, cool. So now we're checking that tab bar icon is defined, and then we're simply rendering it using directly the icon from the options. Again, click events work. We can navigate around, totally fine. I actually had a little separation here as well, because I want to render the Rufus icon down here. So we talked about that before when we had the Rufus here. That one actually doesn't need any kind of tab bar icon because I want to manually render this. And since we have full control over the tab bar, there's no problem in doing something, well, let's say a bit ugly. So if the route name is equal or is unequal to Rufus, in that case, I will render the font that we just see here. Now I just need to get the brackets in the right place. Okay, here. But in the other case, that means we are in the name is Rufus. In that case, I want to render an image and I want to set the source to the Rufus icon. Let's see, we should be able to import that. So let's add an import for the Rufus icon from add assets. Assets slash, or actually this another slash here, assets, images, and then let's see. So I brought in the assets from the GitHub repository. You should do this as well. I have no copyright on these, but here is the Rufus icon. So assets, images, rufus.png. Usually your app will complain about this because you can't import the PNG just like this. So to make TypeScript happy, you can just create, just like we did for NativeWind, you can create a new images, hello, please in here, images.d.ts, and in there you say declare module, and you do it for the type of images you have. So in my case, I have just PNG, and I will say const value any export default value. With this little TypeScript hack, you see this turns green. And now we can move further down and use my Rufus icon down here as the source. Okay, now it's unbelievable big, so let's style it. Can we use class name here? I don't know if there's like width 40 and height 40. I don't know what the, yeah, that's probably not what we want. Yeah, that's getting closer. What are the values that we got? Maybe like 14 or 16, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad, right? I think that's actually pretty good. You could also use 12, whatever you fancy. You could have also just we could have also like created the icon in the right size, but it doesn't matter too much. Now we have this separation. We have the tab bar in place. This is a general custom tab bar and it's quite fine. We could also like check if it's focused and then apply a different styling, but actually there's, as far as I know, not really a different styling. You can, if you want to, also include more, or you should probably include more accessibility roles. So you should add a role button, the state, depending on is focused, and the accessibility label if it is passed to it. We have the class name, we have our on-press events, so all of that is fine. Now we need our indicator, and for that we wanted to use Reanimated. So basically I want to render the indicator above the state here. So we should have something like an animated view. Let's bring this already in from React Native Reanimated. And let's give this some styling first. So we can still use class name in here with Tailwind. So I want to make this in an absolute position, top 0, left 0. And I want to make sure that it's in the front, so I will use a Z index like 10, background dark. And let's see what this gives. Nothing yet because we haven't specified an height. So let's do a height of 1. And why are you not rendering? Oh, because we don't really have a width. So if I would give this a width of 10, we see it appears here. Okay, I also want to have this a bit rounded. So let's do rounded border bottom LG. So we only want to have rounded borders at the bottom. So we have this little effect here. Okay, don't mind the width and the positioning because this is what we have to set with Reanimated. And before we can do that, we need to do a couple of things. So I want to get the full tab bar width, set tab bar width. I would like to have like cursor just enabled for this code completion here sometimes, but I guess you just get all or nothing. Anyway, we can then create the tab width by calling tab bar width divided by state.routes.length. So then we have the width of every single tab. I could probably already log this out. Okay, right now it's 0 because tab bar width is 0. We want to set the tab bar width in the beginning, and we could easily do this with an onLayout callback here. So onLayout, I want to call set tab bar width, and I will set it to the event native event layout.width. So if we do this, we should see that custom tab bar width is first 0, and then once it's calculated, it goes to 80. That's great. Then we also want to have a value translate x, which we use a shared value for. So with the shared value, we will be able to update this on the main UI thread. And we're gonna set this to state.index times tab width. So that means if the index is 0, it would be rendered at x0. If the index changes, it would be at 80 or then at 160 or whatnot. So this is the starting point of this little icon nudge. I don't know what we're gonna call this. Let's also introduce an indicator padding, so you can play around with that if you want to. And then an indicator width equals tab width, or tab width if this is greater than 2. I'm gonna multiply it with indicator padding. Let's see. If the tab width is greater than this, we're gonna use tab width. So this is little calculation I did up front. It just looked good. Indicator padding, and otherwise I'm just gonna use not tab bar width, tab width. Okay, so here we go. This is our calculation for the indicator width. Now we need 2 more things. We need, of course, our animated styling. So we can set this already. Let's say the indicator style equals use animated style from React Native Reanimated. And in here we create our logic for defining the UI or the transform property, because we want to translate X and we want to set it to translate X and use our translate X dot value. Okay, indicator style can then be applied already to our animated views. I will get rid of the width. The width is what we calculate, so now it will disappear, of course, but I can now set my style here. Style equals, let's make this an actual array. Why are you closing? Why are you not like doing this automatically? What's wrong here? Okay, so we want to use my indicator styling, that is the reanimated styling, and then use also a specific width otherwise. So let's say the width here is usually indicator width, and indicator style gives us the X position. It's not yet working. There's still one more thing missing. And that is how we update our position, our translate X position. And for that, we're gonna add a simple use effect block that will be triggered when our index changes. So as a dependency array, we pass in state.index, which means if the index changes, if we click somewhere, this will be called. But let's also add the tab width. So because in the beginning this will be 0 shortly, and then we have to call it again. And also if translate x changes, we're gonna execute it again. And in here we're gonna set translate x.value to a little with timing function, because we don't want to instantly move around the indicator. We want to smoothly set it somewhere else. And we're gonna set it to state.index times tab width plus the indicator padding that we had. And I want to also set a duration of 250, so you can play around with that value if you want to. So now let's hit save, and we see it already actually moved here. And if I click here, what happens is that my index changes. I calculate a new translate x value, which is changed with a timing, so it's not updated instantly, and therefore it moves along our tab bar. Okay, that actually wasn't too hard, right? As a security fallback, I would also add tab bar width greater than 0 here and render this. Otherwise, you might get some problems. So let's paste this in. But nonetheless, it should be right in the center. Yeah, it looks good. We have the border. Most importantly, up here you see it actually changes the tab. And I think that is our animated tab bar. I could play around with this forever. It's just so cool to know that just with like going for your own custom tab bar and still using the props, you can combine the best of both worlds. So you get Expo router, you get React navigation, bottom tabs, everything that's included here in the descriptor and the routes and the bottom tabs props. Plus, you can customize it to your needs by simply including an animated view using Reanimated and combining it with the information about the state changes and the press events here. I really like this. This was actually for me as well a big lesson. I hope you enjoyed this part as well. And now we are ready to continue with a bit of sign-in logic. Now it's time to integrate authentication in our Amazon clone. And it's actually not that easy because there are quite a few steps that we need to take. So in general, we want to implement something like this on our profile page, and that should open up a simple modal in which we have the chance to enter the email, the password, sign in, or sign in with a passkey. Now, we want to make this work with Clerk, which I've used in the previous clones as well, because I love it as the best user management platform out there. You can sign up for free, use the link below this video. You can completely get started for free. And then you head over to your dashboard. And we're gonna have to do a couple of things afterwards. So we're gonna create our Clerk application. We're gonna make all the necessary changes to our React Native application to create accounts with Clerk and sign in with Clerk. But at the same time, we know that we have this API going on, and we want to authenticate against the API as well. So in this clone, we're doing something new. We're also using Clerk in our Node API. And we use it in two different ways. So first of all, we're gonna catch the Clerk webhook when a user was created. So we do have this webhook file in the Node API, where we'll simply insert a new user into our database. On top of that, we use the JWT authentication from Clerk, not only to protect the front end, but also to protect the back end. So we have this auth middleware, which for example is used when the user wants to get a list of orders, which makes sense because you should only get your own orders. In that require auth, we have this implementation here for Clerk auth. This is a middleware, so if you know something about Node APIs and Express, this is called, in between you can chain multiple middlewares, and it pretty much tries to extract the JWT from a call and checks if this is authorized. So it makes a check in the background to Clerk if the token is valid, so that's why we also need some information about the JWT key and the other Clerk information in here. It's actually pretty wild that this just works, but you can take my backend and I will walk you through the different steps that we need to take to make all of this work. I hope I don't forget anything and it's gonna be challenging. We should also, probably I should already comment this in the index file before I forget about it. So make sure you're using the Clerk client again and you implement the Clerk middleware here again, which will use different keys. Okay, let's get started. First, let's create a new application in Clerk. That's the starting point. So you want to go to your personal account or whatever you got, and you want to create an application. Let's call this Amazon Video. And this one, we're just going to use email authentication. I will leave the rest empty and hit create application. What will your user see? Well, multiple things actually. So we have my Expo application in which we can already paste that key. Where's my Expo app? Here's the Expo app. So let's go to the Expo env and drop in the Expo public Clerk publishable key. That's the only thing we need for the Expo app. Now, in terms of keys, we also need to install some packages. So there are three things. We first want to install the Clerk Expo package and Expo Secure Store. This is used to storing the token. Then I also want to add Expo Passkeys because we will later add Passkey support to the app. And for Passkeys, we also need Expo build properties. Hit enter, install all of these dependencies. And once this is done, we could probably already rebuild our application, but I want to wait a moment with that. Now, we can also check out if we want to integrate this, for example, with JavaScript or anything else, and get the different keys here. Or we don't have to. Let's first of all check out our new application here. So under configure, we can configure the different settings for our application. For example, yes, we want to have email address, require email during sign up, verify at sign up. It doesn't matter, you can have a verification code. I don't know, we're going to just send an email verification link. That should be fine. Then I want to make sure users can also have a first name, and I will allow this. So always make sure you hit save at the bottom when this pop-up comes up. Now let's head over to the API keys section. So here we got different keys. We got the public key, so we can copy that public key first of all to our Node API. This is now making sure we got all the information. So publishable key should be this one, at least I think so. Then we should have a secret key. We can copy that one as well and put it into, where's my API? Come up, into the secret key. And then we still need the JWT key. That should be right here. So let's copy that over as well. And this might look strange now, but I think it should work. Maybe we have to change a couple of things here and there. I don't really like the line breaks. I think that could cause trouble. For the moment, we can keep it. We can keep it. We're gonna notice anyway if it's not working. Okay, so we also want to make the webhook work. To make the webhooks work, we have to set up a webhook in Clerk. So pretty much when a user is created, so let's search for user created. We could also use deleted, updated, but I just implemented this one. When a user is created, an endpoint should be triggered. And that endpoint shouldn't be localhost 3K because that's not gonna work. So instead, I would now use ngrok. So ngrok http localhost 3000. And this will give me an ngrok URL. Oh, that looks awesome. Which is this one. So I can copy this over. This is now my actual endpoint. And I want to set this to /webhooks/Clerk. I think that's what we use in the Node APIs. So Clerk, and this is the webhooks. Yeah, it's under webhooks/Clerk. That means when a user is created, that that endpoint should be triggered. We can actually test this with the user created event. And we should also keep an eye on Drizzle Studio users now. So right now there is no user. If I test this event, let's see. There's so much going on. I'm a bit scared. I want to refresh this one here. So it picks up the latest, yes, information. Good. Let's send the example. And we should now see in ngrok that the webhook was triggered, as well as no lock in the server. Well, that's okay. Yeah, it succeeded. that might also mean that we have a new user record. Yeah, so it created this user record. Perfect. If you can see this dummy created user record, then everything worked just as it should. That actually feels good, because that is the first step in making all of this work. Now, additionally, okay, native application, this is for our passkeys later. I think we can now, once we got this, actually focus back on our React Native app, because the webhook is working. So let's make sure that we can actually sign up a user through our application. So let's bring it back up and let's run this again. Bunix Expo run iOS. Good. Let's close this and then let's see. So I want to call this page from our profile, as we've seen. But first we need to add Clerk to our application. So in the root layout, let's put the Clerk provider around our app. Clerk provider, and then let's do it up here. Add the import for the Clerk provider from the Clerk Expo package. And then of course, make sure it wraps around your app. Now we need a publishable key. So that publishable key, of course, comes from our process env. That should be defined. You can also add a little check. So if it's not defined, you can throw something like missing publishable key. Please set this. And I also always see a warning from Logbox whenever I use Clerk with testing. That's why I add this ignore log here. You should probably not do this to not forget about adding it, but during our development, I think it's fine to ignore it. Now we can pass that to the Clerk provider. So the publishable key goes in here. Then we should also define the token cache. And as far as I know, there is now a token cache that we can simply import from Clerk. Oh, nice. The app comes up pretty fast. That's cool. So we can set the token cache. It's not getting the import right. There is something import token cache from, there should be an add Clerk Expo / token cache. Yeah, that works. So we don't have to implement this ourselves. This will use the correct storing mechanism for our token. And that's all what we need for the Clerk provider. Now, if we want to make sure that our app or that Clerk is ready, we can also wrap the whole app in Clerk loaded and just put it around our app. And here we go. So now with that in place, we should have access to all the Clerk functionality whenever we want to. Let's add a new page. I want to call this signin.tsx. I will actually add this at the top level. Why am I doing this? I want to render that page as a modal above the entire app. And therefore, we want to add it as well to our stack up here. So we have a new page, which is the sign in page. And that one has options. It has options as the title will say something like Amazon. And it should also have a specific presentation. So the presentation will be set to full screen modal. That's a modal that simply covers the entire space. And it's above the tab bar because we implement it here in the root layout file in our stack implementation. So it's above the definition of the tabs layout. Nonetheless, we can of course use this now. So let's go into the profile page, and on that page, we can have, first of all, let's do some styling here. Let's say class name flex1. I don't really need to center that stuff, but we can keep it like this. If the user is signed out, so we can use the signed out component, I want to render a little view. Let's give this the class name padding top 10, padding x8, and items center. And then it could say something like this. So welcome to Amazon, sign in to continue. Well, in my case, what I actually want to render is just one big title string, sign in for the optimal experience here. And when the view is done, we're gonna add a second view. That one will have some margin top, and that will be our button. So we will use the full width and still use some padding here. And then let's add an Expo router link component that triggers the sign in route. Inside, we can just put a touchable opacity, and then touchable opacity will have a text like sign in. I never know, it's 2 words, right? Okay, so let's go with this. Okay, this is how the button currently looks. That's of course not right. So let's use our primary BG. That's the one we defined in our Tailwind config. Let's add some padding 3. We don't really need padding X, I guess, but I want to have a border and I want to use border dark. So don't sue me, but the Amazon buttons and stuff, they don't really look great. It's not my fault if this clone looks somewhat strange, but some parts of the app are just like, I don't know. Does text base work? Yeah, here we go. Text center, text base for our sign in, and clicking this, voila, opens up this beautiful view. How do we actually close this view? That's a good question. Didn't I think about this before? How does it look like in our configuration here? There should be, you click sign in and then, okay, yeah, we can define this on the page, but why would we do that? It's not really a point in doing that, right? I mean, we can just define it in our layout, right? Shouldn't we? Yeah, let's define it in here. Let's grab the router using use router from Expo router. And then on our page here for the sign in, we can just say something like header left and set header left to a specific button. So in my case, I would set this to touchable opacity. Touchable opacity from React Native. And on press, I would call router dismiss. And within the touchable opacity, let's add a text element and let's call cancel. I think we need to import text as well. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so if we now go with sign in, I'm sorry. Let's try again. Sign in and cancel. Yeah, that already works. It's just not really visible yet. So let's add text white and text LG, and then we should be able, yep, that's exactly how the app is doing it. So we can open the full screen modal and close it again. Perfect. We can probably later talk about the signed in view, but already added. So there is another component from Clerk called signed in which we could now do something like text signed in. So let's continue. In the modal, this is our sign in page, and we're going to use the usual Clerk authentication. So there are probably some snippets from Clerk that we could use. So if you go to the overview and you select Expo, there are the different steps. So we did a few of them already. We installed the package, we added the Clerk provider, we added Expo Secure Store, we have the token cache. We don't really need authentication like this today, for 2 reasons. One is that Expo has actually, or Expo router in the latest version, has a new way of handling protected routes. Check out my other videos and the new course on Galaxies about that. But also, we don't really have a whole lot of protected routes in the Amazon app in the first place. There's just like different texts or components that are displayed if the user is not authenticated, just like here. And we can perfectly use just the signed in, signed out component from Clerk, and we don't have to do anything beyond that. Okay, then we have the sign up page. So we want to do these things in our page. Let's see, where's my page? Here we go. This is the sign in page, and we can use the use sign up. Since we on this page also want to use sign in, it's a bit more challenging because at the same time as we use sign up, we also want to use sign in. And that gives us a little naming conflict here. So let's remap this. So we're gonna keep is loaded here, and this one has sign in and set active. Actually, that was exactly what I wanted to have in use sign in. This one has sign up. Set active is not required, and we're gonna remap is loaded to is loaded sign up. Then we're gonna keep both of these. Let's also add a little state for toggling the password. So show password, set show password, use state false in the beginning. And I also wanted to make this in a more secure way. So what we need here is to install another package. I don't know, we probably have to do a new reload. And that is, first of all, React hook form and the Zod package. So also hook form resolvers and Zod. Why are we doing this? Well, this just gives us better control over the form elements and the validation especially. So we can afterwards run it again. Maybe we could have kept it running. I don't know exactly if this was required. But now we can define our forms using Zod, and that's actually pretty cool. So let's snooze our completion for a moment and just do it ourselves. Yes, I will allow this. First of all, get started by creating a sign-in schema. And I just want to check something. Is my zoom 4? I sometimes get like really anxious about these things. Window zoom level is 0. Aren't we at zoomed in like 4? What is this? I think we're already at 4. I don't know. Okay, back to the sign-in schema. We're gonna use Z now, and we're gonna have to import this from Zod. From Zod. All right, so this is the schema we define. We can now use z.object to define how this should look. So we're gonna have, for example, an email, that's string, as well as the password, that would also be a string. Now, this is usually not everything that you do. You usually want to add more information to this. In my case, let's say for the email, that should actually be an email. And then you can have a specific message. Please enter a valid. Okay, yeah, Amazon actually has like a number. You can like do mobile phone number or email. We're just gonna make it for an email. And for the password, I want to say this has a min length of, I don't know, like 6. And then please enter your password. I just noticed that this is probably more like a sign up schema, but I think we should be fine with it anyway. If we use not sign in but sign up, is there a difference? I don't think so. Let's quickly check our preview here. So we just have sign in. Okay, we actually don't really need the sign up flow or a sign up button. We can just check this under the hood. That should be fine as well. So this is the sign in schema. Let's just make the password min length 1 in that case. All right, this is my Zod schema. Now we can create a type based on this schema, and that will be passed to React hook form. So let's continue with that. First, I also want to add the router because we probably want to have some sort of routing going on here. So let's add use router. Then we're gonna destructure a bunch of things from the React hook form package. We can use the use form hook here. Why it's not working? And we also want to bring in the controller, which is later used for everything in our view. Okay. This is of the type sign in form, so we can apply it here. And then we're gonna define some more things. We want to define the resolver for this form, which is using a Zod resolver. That's the package we installed, I think, and it comes from the add hook form resolvers package. Probably you could use something else than Zod as well, but I really like to use it. Here we go. The Zod resolver takes now my sign in schema. Because I'm lazy, I will also set some default values. So during testing, this really comes in handy. So you can set your email. I will set this to simon@galaxies.dev. And I will also set, we could set the password as well. We should probably just generate some sort of safe password. Let's use something like this. I just copied a random string here. That should be fine for a password, because otherwise sometimes Clerk complains as it's checking the password if it was included in any kind of security breach, and therefore this should work. Okay, what we need from this hook is now the control that will be assigned to the different input fields. We have a handle submit function that has all the information we need, and we have the actual form state. Especially we're interested in the errors, so we can directly destructure this and get access to the errors. Cool. Let's define some functions. So we have an onSubmit function. OnSubmit function gonna be an async function, get some data, and the data is actually of the type sign-in form. That's pretty cool, because then we can be sure that we get the right information here. Let's also add one for create account. That one will pretty much get the same information. And it will basically be called under the hood. If we notice during a sign-in that the user account does not yet exist, we will just call create account. And for the future, we might also need sign in with passkey. That is, of course, also still to do. Cool. This is the outline for our sign-in form. Now we can create the view. Let's wrap the whole fun here. When we have some class name, let's use padding 4, and let's wrap all of this in a keyboard avoiding view. I know there are better components, and we're definitely gonna have a video about that soon, but for the moment, and for especially this case, the keyboard avoiding view actually gets the job done. And there are different keyboard avoiding views out there. Pretty much the idea is that if you have input fields, you need to make sure that they're not covered by the keyboard, the hardware keyword that usually comes up. So in my case, we can check if the platform operating system is equal to iOS. In that case, I want to use the type padding, and otherwise we can actually use undefined, because in Android, this stuff works a bit better. Now let's also add a class name here to make sure we have flex1, so it spans the whole page, and we're gonna just add a white background. Good. We do have the back cancel button, that's fine. Now let's add two little text elements to get started. So sign in or create an account, and enter a mobile number or email. Again, we're just using email, but in the official Amazon app, that's how they say it, and I wanted to make it look like that. Now we add the controllers from React Hook form. So you've wrapped the controller around the text input. So the controller has like a render function, and in that render function, you have access to a bunch of things. So you have access to the field here, the onChange, the onBlur, and the value. And all of these can be used. Now I gotta be careful with the brackets here. We're gonna need two, then we close it, then we have our arrow function, and then, oh no. This is better, I think. OnChange might be yes, okay, and then we need to close this. Actually, the controller can also be automatically closed. This is the end of render. This is the end of controller. I think this is how it should look. And then in here goes the actual text input component from React Native, in which we define more. Good. That's the outline. Now the controller is red because it requires some more information. You need to attach it to the control that we got from the React Hook form, and you have to set the name. So this one will be email, and the next one would be password. So now you see it's already turning green, and we could probably, there is already an input field here, right? We're not rendering anything else, so let's now add some styling to the text input. This text input should have a border, like gray, a rounded border, and some padding and margin. This is just the UI. More important is that you assign the correct other properties. So value will be set to the value of this control. On change text should call on change, what we destructured here from the field. And just the same is on blur. Additionally, you can define a placeholder as always for the field. So mobile, number, or email. Then you want to set the keyboard type to the correct type. In this case, it should be email address, and that makes the user very happy. And finally, you can also set auto capitalize to none, which makes me happy. Okay, so here we go. It's also set already to the right value. We have the placeholder there. That's good. Now we also want to render our errors. Let's just do this afterwards, after the control. Let's just do it here. So we can check if errors.email exists. And in that case, I want to render a text element with a red class. So text red 500, margin bottom 2. And that one should simply say errors.email.message. And that would render the message. It should render the message. Errors, email, text, last name, text, red, errors, email, message. Why are you not rendering? Is there no error? Please enter a valid. It should have a verification for an email. This is not a valid email. Why is it not using that? We have handle submit, form state errors. We should, of course, yeah, I mean, we have. Let's add the password controller and check again. In the control render text input. Normally everything looks good to me here. Let's just copy this over. Okay. Do it again, this time for password. Okay, the rest is pretty much the same. So placeholder, I don't know. Is there ever a placeholder for a password field? Amazon password. You can now change some things here as well. So the keyboard type, we don't really need the keyboard type. We can set auto capitalize to none again and auto correct to false. And you also want to say something like secure text entry equals show password. That's why we added this toggle in the beginning. Isn't show password false? I'll probably want to set this to not show password. Okay, you see, it's working. We can keep the same styling, I guess. We have the value, blur, and probably set the text content type to password. Also, down here, we would now use password instead of email and also render the error message for password. I still don't know why it's not rendered. I don't know. Let's add a little text here. I just want to copy this and make sure that I'm not doing something. Okay, in theory, if password exists, this should be rendered. Are we not using password? We do have a minimum length of the password. I don't know why it's not resolving them. We have the sign-in schema. If I set the password to an empty string, would it work in that case? That shouldn't make a difference normally. Let's wait. Let's continue a bit and see. At some point, I'm pretty sure we're gonna make the error appear. Maybe we should just also lock this out. Let's say we have a text element here. Oops, we can do this. Text, and then just do errors.email. Maybe we should do something like JSON stringify. JSON.stringify. Okay. There's no error at all. Why is the errors object? There's like no validation going on right now. What did Simon forget? I'm pretty sure you're gonna spot it instantly. I didn't. But we have form state errors. Quite strange. Quite strange. Yeah, put in form state. No, let's not do that. Okay, let's go back to this. Sign in. We have some information going on here, but it's certainly not working as expected yet. Anyway, maybe if we have the final submit function, it works. So there, I wanted to add this little button to toggle the show password. Now, this is quite tedious to type, so I will bring it in from our sign-in page. It basically looks like this. So first of all, make sure you add a touchable opacity from React Native, and then on press, this would simply toggle our set show password. This is or has the accessibility role checkbox, and it's pretty much just a checkbox that you can check. And you see it would toggle if the password is shown. So it's not too interesting, that's why I'm leaving it out for the moment, but I wanted to include it nonetheless. Maybe we should use something like, yeah, I don't know, the green is okay. We can keep it. More important is that we actually have a touchable opacity for sign in. So the touchable opacity for sign in gets the class name. Oh, you're back, huh? My snooze is already over. That reminds me that 50 minutes are over. BG yellow 400 rounded full, some padding Y. Please put my items in the center and add a margin bottom of 4. Good. This shouldn't be there. And then, oh, what did I forget? Okay, here we go. And then we can close the touchable opacity. And in the touchable opacity, we're gonna have the actual text for that button, which says sign in. Good, looks almost good. Let's just attach a class name here as well. So text LG, font medium, and something like text black, although it should be black by default. All right, now it's a bit bigger. Most importantly, we're gonna add now the onPress here, which calls our submit function. And we call it in the way that we use the handle submit and then pass our own onSubmit function to it. That makes sure that we use the handle submit and all the information and have it available here as data. So we can now put in a little log here for the data. And now if I click sign in, finally we get some validation, huh? Here we go. If we now click sign in, oh yeah, we get an error because that's not a valid email. Simon.dev, and if we now click sign in, we get the log. Okay, perfect. That also means I can finally remove this and we're able to see the problems. Okay, nice. Yeah, that is what I wanted to see. Okay, additionally, we can later include our Passkey functionality. Maybe we can prepare for that. So simply drop in something like this that will give us a nice little line effect, and then replicate the previous button from the previous touchable opacity just without the styling and use the sign in with Passkey. This doesn't have any functionality yet, but we can fill that with live soon. Now, I know this was a long session already, so let's wrap it up by finally creating the user. So on submit, we've seen we got the data. Now we need to make sure that is loaded is set. If that's not the case, we return. This is a simple safety mechanism to make sure Clerk is ready, but honestly, it should be ready. But this just makes TypeScript also a bit more happy. Now we can try to create a sign-in attempt using await sign-in dot create. So we want to create a new sign-in attempt. We will pass in for the identifier data.email, and for the password, guess what? Data.password. We got code completion because this is now a sign-in form. That is the cool thing here. And once we got this, we could probably add a little catch block here. Catch error, do something. Now everyone's already happy. So if the sign in attempt dot status after this is equal to complete, then the user is fine and we can simply authenticate the user. What you want to do in that case is call the set active, so that will set the session as active in our application, and we can pass in the session by using the sign in attempt dot created session ID. Once this is done, we can dismiss our view. So let's call router. Did we add router? Yeah, we do. Router dot dismiss, and I will just call dismiss to, and then use the I just want to do like /tabs. Can I do that? Is that fine? You're not super happy with just /tabs, huh? Maybe we're gonna do /index or profile. We were on the profile nonetheless. We could probably also use the route where we came from, but yeah, let's not do this. Otherwise, the sign-in isn't complete. This could be for various reasons. I will just lock this out for the moment. Usually that probably means like the account is not yet active. We could display an alert or something like that. But in the error catch block, it gets interesting. I took this from the error handling here for Clerk and how you're gonna do it. That's quite interesting because you can actually check if a specific event is a Clerk API response error. Okay, so there's something we can import from the Clerk Expo package called is Clerk API response error. Thanks, it's gonna be removed if I hit save. Now, in the error block, we can check if is Clerk API response error my error, and if my error is a specific Clerk API error, we have options. So first of all, I want to get the actual errors in that case. And you see at this point, because TypeScript is smart, we already know that this is of a specific type. And I want to check if errors at index0.code is equal to, and I should probably get even, I'm not getting code completion, but something like form identifier not found. If that is the case, it basically means this user account does not exist. So what I want to do is I will automatically call create account with our data. In the other case, it means like password is wrong or something else went wrong. In that case, it's fine to display an error. So in our case, let's just render error and then an error occurred while signing in. Good. Okay, that means we can sign in. If we are fine with the sign in, we just go to the right page. If it's not correct, we check if this is a specific error, and if it's the error that the user account does not exist, we will automatically try to create that. Now this block looks pretty much the same. The only thing is that we would use now is loaded sign up. So if it's not loaded, we return, then we try, we create using the sign up. We got the sign up, right? Yeah. Sign up dot create. This would create normally a new user, pass in the same information like before. So email address, data email, password, data.password. We're not capturing the username, so that's fine. And once this is done, I will call the same router dismiss functionality. Now, in this case, most likely the user has to verify the account. So probably we should display something like a little alert. Please check your emails now. Let's add this here. Let's say check your emails to verify account. We can also catch the error, but in this case, I don't want to do anything specific. Good, that's it for the moment. Let's do a test run. We're gonna test multiple things. So let's check Drizzle Studio. Let's remove this record. So no user. We still have ngrok with a webhook going on. And we have no users in this application yet. Let's give it a try. I want to sign in. Okay, sign galaxies, password. Let's also quickly check out my logs. So I'll press J to get any kind of error logs that might occur. Let's hit sign in. Great. We catch the error, form identifier not found, because that account did not exist yet. In Clerk, we should see a new user. Probably we don't. We see the success message for please check your emails. Let me check my emails. Did I actually use my correct email? I don't know. Is that Simon at Galaxies? Simon at galaxies.dev. That is correct. Why is the user account not created? Okay, so I forgot the line to prepare the email address verification using a specific strategy. Now, if you use email code, you need an input for an OTP. If you use email link, you need to specify a redirect URL, and then you should use deep links. We don't really want to get into this. We've done this actually in previous clones, so check it out for the OTP functionality. What you want to do right now is I just want to disable verify at sign up. When I do this, I should be able to create new users. So let's try one more time now. Do I still have my log somewhere? I don't know. Let's go with sign in and hit sign in. Okay, I see there's actually a new post request to our API because a user was created. That means I should see a new user in Clerk. And I should also see a new user in Drizzle Studio right now. Here we go, Simon Galaxies. This is my user. That means also we kind of don't really need this verify your email log anymore. Check your emails to verify account. That can be removed. As well as we're catching the error, that should be fine. So now when I refresh the application here, it should actually get my token. Right, it says we are signed in. That is good news. Because if we're signed in, we can render some other view in the profile, and we can then also, once we're signed in, create a passkey and also sign out. That was quite a long session on authentication and making it work with our Node API, so I hope you were able to create your users at this point. That's important to have them here in Clerk, in your Clerk instance. Again, the link is below this video to Clerk, which supports me as well, and the sponsor of this video, Clerk. And you should also see them with the callback being added to your database that is connected to your API. Now, on top of having general authentication, we also want to add passkey authentication. So with a passkey, it is a lot easier for users to sign back into your application. And it's quite easy to set this up with Clerk. There are just a couple of things that we need to do. So in our Clerk application, we need to go to configure and to native applications. Under native applications, we now need to add our iOS and Android application. So for iOS, what you need is your app ID prefix. So that is basically your team ID, as well as the bundle ID of your app. The bundle ID can usually be found in your app.json. So in my case, this is the one. Let's put this in here. And you can find your team ID in your Apple account. Simply look it up. In my case, it should be this one, I guess. Let's add this application. This also shows me hosted at, so an Apple site association file and the front-end API. This information is required because what we now need to do, if we check this out, we need to set up blocks here for Expo build properties in our plugins. So let's bring this up. Okay, let's move. Oh, that was already app.json. I'm sorry. Under iOS, no, under plugins, we have Expo build properties, and we're going to set this to an iOS deployment target of at least 16. As well, at the same time, we can also set Android to a min SDK version of 24. I think this will be required for other parts of this build anyway. And then for iOS, we need to add this block about associated domains. So here we go, associated domains, and this is your front-end API URL. We can now grab this from our Clerk instance. So this is the front-end URL, and just paste it in here and in here. This will make sure that our application is correctly connected to Clerk and allowed to use passkeys. Because of this change to our app.json, we now need to do a new pre-build. So we should do a pre-build, and we should actually follow this up with -- clean, I think, to really wipe out our iOS folder and generate it again. I actually didn't want to do this for Android, but here we go, I did it. Good. We can probably continue the coding already. So we've installed the Expo Passkey package before, but we now need to import something else and use it in our topmost layout file. So here we go. We want to import Passkeys from Clerk Expo Passkeys. This is additional a requirement, and we can now run this again. By the way, you need to test the Passkeys on Android, I think on a real device. On iOS, it should work with a simulator. And we go down to the Clerk provider and we say __ experimental passkeys and pass in my passkeys. Good. By the way, I just remembered something about our Node API. So in our Node API, in the Clerk middleware, we've set this to localhost 308081. If you host for any reason your Node API somewhere else, you would have to include your URL in here. I don't know why my brain suddenly jumped to this, but it's probably important and I wanted to point it out in case you were stuck on that before. Okay, we've added Passkey support here. Let's add it in our page. So let's go back to the sign in or the profile. I don't know, actually, where do we use it first? I think on the profile page. So on the profile page, we need access to the user. So let's get the current user using use user from Clerk Expo. And then we can also add sign out here on this page, so we can finally test out the whole flow. We can just import use auth from Clerk Expo. Okay, let's add a function const create Clerk passkey. And in that function, what I want to do is I want to await user.create passkey. There is something in here. And we can just log out the error in the other case. Now let's see. When we are signed in, I want to give the chance to do this. So let's change this to a view, class name. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Padding top 10, padding x8, items center. And in that view, let's render, first of all, a little text element. You are signed in. That's cool. So we are happy. Oh yeah, the app is not showing because we still need to wait for the live reload, but that's not a big problem. So let's add text 3XL text center. But most importantly, we want 2 additional buttons here. So button from React Native. I will just use the default button in this case. Title in this case will be create passkey, and on press we would call the just created create Clerk passkey function. The second button will be used for sign out, so let's call this one sign out, and here we're gonna use sign out to sign out the user. Too many brackets? Probably. Yeah, better like this. Okay, so when we're signed in, we should have a button to create passkey and to sign out the user. Why did I add this? We don't need that. Meanwhile, while the app is loading, we can also finish this up in our sign in. So we've already connected a button here with the sign in. Yeah, that's perfect. And signing in with a passkey is actually pretty easy code as well. You can snooze again for 15 minutes, my friend. And we will simply try to authenticate the user. Let's add a catch so it's already happy here. Error, and this will just like before, I just want to stringify this. Okay, we will try to create a sign in attempt just like we did before. And we use await sign in. Oh, we could probably check if not sign in loaded. What was this? It was like loaded is loaded. Yeah, we're gonna return. But if it's loaded, we can use sign in, authenticate with passkey. And now we just need to set the flow. And there are two options. You can use autofill or discoverable. That allows us to use every available passkey. So let's set it to discoverable. If our sign in attempt, actually I think we can probably just copy the code from the sign up. Okay, so if the sign in attempt dot status is equal to complete, we can call setActive with the sign in attempt created session ID. It's pretty much exactly the same, and otherwise we could also do a little log here. Perfect timing, our code is ready and the app is coming up. So let's see. The changes we did were on the profile page, where we see you are signed in, create passkey, or sign out. Let's start by creating a passkey. This feature is not enabled on this instance. Good point, good point. I think we need to enable this. We should probably check out the documentation for passkeys. So install, update, usage, okay. Native, we did that stuff. In the navigate to email, sign in option, passkeys. Sorry, oh here we go, sign in options. And then, oh here, probably I could have set something up here. Anyway, here is passkeys. This is a premium feature, but we can enable it during development. So now, unknown error, passkey registration failed. Maybe we should reload. Because now it should be, yeah, here we go. This can be set up in the features menu. So if you're using the iOS simulator, you can actually go to, I don't know, I have to go to features, face ID, and then set enrolled. If I do this, I actually did this before, we are able to do this. So now I can hit continue, and to mimic a successful response, I think it's Command M. No, it's not Command M. Maybe it's Option M. No, it's not Option M. It's Command Shift M. No, it's Command Option M. What the heck? Accept my, yeah, finally, it's Command Option M to successfully do this. All right, in theory, the user should have a passkey. We can actually confirm this by going into the user account, and there is a passkey here added 1 minute ago. Now let's check this out. We are able to sign out, which automatically changes this here, and I can also reload this. The user is signed out. If I want to sign in again, I can now either sign in or I can sign in with passkey. So let's try this. Yes, please. I want to have a matching face. Okay, and no, we have an error. It was too good to be true. Passkey auth. How's that even possible? All right, I figured out why it's not working. So on iOS, you know that you have these certificates and identifiers and profiles, and under my Apple developer account, I did not have the entry for our new application yet. So I simply opened up Xcode once and toggled automatically manage signing, or I think it just did it on load, and then it automatically creates this identifier here with the bundle ID. So pretty much this information was just not in my Apple developer account, and therefore it did not work. After that, I removed my user passkey from the user, and now let's try it one last time. Sign in with passkey. Yes, please do it. And voila, we are signed in. So that means we have now nailed authentication. We have an active user session. We also have the users connected to our API. We have a middleware to check for the JWT, which will be interesting once we make calls to the API. But before we do any of that functionality, let's do something even more amazing, and that is talking about AI voice agents. Before we can implement our AI voice agent with Vapi, we actually have to create the Rufus UI. So that should be like a modal that comes up from the bottom. And that also means when I click on it, it should actually not open that tab, but instead bring up this little view. And from there, we will be able to trigger our AI agent. So some of the stuff in here will be mostly fake, but we're gonna actually connect it in the next part with some real AI functionality. To get started, let's create some files. We need a modal. So let's put this into a new folder. I'm gonna call this modal group. And in here, I will add a new Rufus.tsx. So React Native. Actually, I think we're gonna make it differently, because we will use this again at a later point in a slightly different way, but still might need access to the actual Rufus component. Let's also create a component called Rufus.tsx. And that one will be our React Native functional export Rufus. And what we do now is in the modal, we will simply export default from components Rufus. This is a simple way to reuse components and different things in your app. You just need to make sure your component is set up correctly. So export default Rufus, this should work. Now this page here that we have in our tab bar should become pretty much just like I don't know, it's just a placeholder, so we have the icon. We could probably have this with our custom tab bar without, yeah, but let's keep it for the moment. What we want to do now is we want to set up two things. We want to set up in our tabs layout for Rufus that when we click this, that it's actually not opening the tab. So we will set up a listeners object, and in that listeners object, we can define for tab press what should happen. So what should happen for tab press? Well, definitely not the default. So we're going to call e.prevent default. And instead, I want to call router.push with our new route that we added to modal/Rufus. I just noticed that we don't have the router yet, so let's bring it in. And then let's check it out. It opens the page. Only the presentation is wrong, but you see the tab press is now doing something entirely different. That is what we can define up here once again, because the modal, the Rufus modal, is part of our app's stack. So let's add a new stack.screen for modal/Rufus, and we're gonna define the different ways. So the presentation should actually be form sheet. I will come back to that in a second. Before we do that, let's add the other stuff. So let's give it a title Rufus. We have a header tint color probably. So the header tint color could be just black. Yeah, we wanted to use NativeWind and stuff, but let's just go a bit easier here on ourselves. Let's set the background color to white, and let's add a header left where we have a little touchable opacity that allows us to dismiss this view. This should be a simple icon from Vector Icons with the close icon, and let's make it text gray 400. Okay, that's a good starting point. So we have the presentation form sheet. As I said, or I don't know if I said it, but right now in the default it looks like this. But you can make this sort of as a bottom sheet component by setting sheet allowed detents and then give it an array of specific breakpoints. So for example, at 45% and at 95% of the view, it should be stuck. You can also set the sheet initial index. I think it's 0 by default, but we're gonna set it like this. And you can also set whether the sheet grabber should be visible. I'll just set it to true for the moment. If we now look at this, it is at 45%, and up here it's about 95%. So we have these two breakpoints where we can pull this view. The rest of it still works as well as expected. We can also now set the content style for this page. So normally it should be white. Okay, that turns it white. And do we want to have the rest of it? How did it look in the preview that I've shown you? Yeah, there is a tiny bar here, I think. I think we're good with this UI. I think we can live with that. So now in our Rufus component, we just need to be careful because the page here in the layout is not where we want to work. We really want to work in the actual Rufus component. So make sure you open up the component And then let's do a couple of things. So first, I would like to just add some fake data here, like the suggested phrases. We will then be also able to integrate Vapi in our Rufus component in the next one. So we're just going to do the preparation here for that so that we have the UI in place and we can focus entirely on setting up Vapi correctly. The view itself should probably be a scroll view because we're going to have some chat messages in there. Let's set, I never want to do it like this. Anyway, let's set the class name to flex1. I want to have a safe area considered at the bottom and also some more margin. And then for the actual container, we can set the content container class name and set this to something like padding bottom 12. Okay, so now we should have a scroll view in our component. The first thing I had was this view with class name flex. I don't know. It's on, isn't it on class name? Am I the problem here? Like this is class name. I don't know. Flex1 item center, justify center, and let's add some padding of 4 here. And this one should then have a simple text. What do you need help with today? So something like this. This is how the view usually looks. At least it does so in my app. Now, I also wanted to render our suggested phrases. I only have these, but you could of course make them dependent on the context of your app and many more things, including some AI stuff. Let's snooze this for a moment again so we can do this in piece. Let's do view, class name, padding x4 and some padding bottom. And then we do this in a row. So let's set the class name to flex row and flex wrap. So it automatically wraps. We're gonna add some gap between them, still justify them in the center, but still margin bottom. And then we can go over all the suggested phrases that we've set up and map them. Again, grab them from an API, maybe from your Node API that we've set up. And you're gonna have the phrase and the index. And with that, we should be able to render a touchable opacity that gets the index here as the key and some class name that we define in a second. For now, let's also add the text here. And that will be the phrase. Okay, so now we already see them. We can style them a bit more. We should also add a little function here that we call const on phrase press. It's gonna be an async function which gets the string here. We're gonna use this in combination with Vapi to automatically send a message, just like you're used to from AI chats. And then the touchable opacity also gets a little class name. So this one should have a slightly blue background. So BG blue 100, some padding. Okay, that should already look a bit better. And maybe some margin, oops, that should be included. Margin bottom 2 as well, good. We could have also, it's using the gap, it's fine. Let's just make sure we justify center. That's not really changing anything. Okay, our text gets text blue 700, so a darker color, font medium, and text SM. And then we have these, weren't they rounded in my initial layout? Yeah, rounded full. Let's give this one here rounded full. Okay, this is what I wanted. Okay, we can click them, perfect. Now, after the view here, so this is suggested phrases. After the view is finished, we also want to render chat messages. So that's going to be an additional view. We can already give it a class name of flex1 and padding X a bit, but that is still to do. And then we want to render a little input. So input. And this should look like a view as well. So let's give it class name padding x4 again, padding bottom of 6. And in that view, we will later be able to use the different states from Vapi, like connecting or the call is active. For the moment, let's just render one view, which is the view when this is inactive. So let's say class name flex row. This is going to look like an input, but you can easily click this. BG gray 100, 100 and rounded full as always. Rounded full. Okay. And in that one, we're going to have a text input component. We're not really using it as a text input this time, but it just looks really good. So flex one and text base, and let's finish this. So let's see something on the screen. Text input. Let's give this a placeholder. Ask Rufus a question. Where's my text input? I don't see my text input yet. What am I missing? Flex row, item center, BG gray. I definitely want to give it some shadow. MD. And padding Y of 2, padding X. Where's my input? Couldn't find a navigation context. Okay. We were here. Okay, here we go. This is my text input. Doesn't look that great yet. Let's give this some more styling. Let's give this a style of, yeah, and I know probably we could do a min height with NativeWind as well. Could we? Let's see. Min h, I don't know what the equivalent is of 40. I don't think that this is the equivalent. Yeah, it's definitely not. Maybe it's 10. Yeah, that looks like it. And after the text input, I also want to include a touchable opacity here with a mic icon. So this should be pulled to the right side. And it should have an ionicon. So ionicons name should be mic outline, and size the usual 24, and color. I think I used a specific color before, like this one. So now we have the icon in here, the touchable opacity. Why is my text input so small? It has flex 1 text base. This one has, the view has flex row. Should I give this one flex 1 as well? Nope, and we shouldn't do that. What did I do? Where is my text input, honestly? Why is the text input, it has flex 1, so okay, it's actually even better without text 1. Okay, fine, works for me. So let's give this mic margin left 2, so some separation here. But I still would like to have this one like use the full width. Item center. Probably we also need, no, we normally don't need anything else. Rounded full, we have padding X. I don't know. I mean, it looks good, to be honest. So we can type in here. I just want this text input really to have like flex 1. Min width. How about we're setting this to a full width? Min width full. Okay, you don't like that. Oh, you like that. Okay. So what if I do padding X4? Maybe if I do flex 1 and then, yeah, and then have some margin X here. Oh no, you don't like that. You don't like that. You also don't like padding X. We're back to square one. Okay, let's see. My text input usually, or in the past, looked like this. Does it change anything? No, it doesn't. That's so funny. Even if you're like copy in the code you used before, and then it's just not working like it did, then you're like, how is that even possible? So if I replace this view, it's exactly the same. How is that possible? Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe my min height. No, that's definitely not the case. Okay. Anyway, but I would really like to see my My view. Okay, this is always going for that. I feel like it's a problem maybe of the of the scroll view we have, which is usually the case if I set up something in the wrong kind of way. Oh yeah, we're still in that view. I actually don't want to be in that view. That view should have been closed a lot earlier. Should have been closed here. What one wrong view can do, Funny, funny. Okay, so here we go. This is our Rufus view. We see we got a nice input. We got this icon here. This should actually be attached to some action, but we're gonna do this later. For the moment, that view is sort of complete, and we can now focus on integrating the AI voice agent finally. Now we want to implement the Rufus in our application, which is sort of an AI support, and we're going to use Vapi, one of the sponsors of this video. So you can create an account, use the link below this video to Vapi. You can sign up simply with GitHub, it is free, and you can create your own voice AI agent. And this is absolutely mind-blowing. When I used Vapi for the first time, I was blown away by how instantly I got like a result, and you're gonna see this as well. So this company is growing really, really fast. I talked to them and it's incredible what they've achieved over the last like 1 year already. And you can really try it in minutes, honestly. And there's so much going on and it's getting better every day. You definitely have to check this out because it is just mind-blowing. Okay, so go into it, create your account with GitHub or whatever, and then you're gonna have two options to use Vapi. At least right now, it might change in the future because they're a startup and growing really, really fast. So you can either create single prompt assistants, which is most useful for free-form conversations, like calling in and just talking to an assistant, or you can also define a multi-prompt workflow, where you have a specific structure, like ask some question, capture information, call a tool, call an API, process something, create something. All of that can be done with a workflow. And in this video, we will actually do both. So we're gonna set up, first of all, an assistant. That is sort of like the easy way. You can get started really fast. And later, once we have our app implemented with a checkout, we will set up a workflow. So our workflow will, as a little teaser, look somewhat like this. So this will be an account help workflow with different stages where we're asking questions and we're building this cool thing here, this cool flow. If the user needs help with an order, we will actually be able to make a request to our own API, fetch some data, and tell the user exactly what's going on with their order. This is incredible. It works so well, really. You have to stay around until the end when we develop this, but also the part now about the assistant is quite mind-blowing. So I've created one before, but let's do it from the bottom up. So hit create assistant here and name it. So this is my customer support probably. You can either use a blank template or a quick start. If you want to, you could use one of those. Maybe we're just gonna do this. Let's do a customer support specialist. And we're just gonna try it out instantly because this has most of the information filled out. And up here, you can click talk to assistant. And we're gonna do this right now. So I will turn up my volume, which hopefully allows me to capture the voice here as well. So let's give it a try. So we're connecting.
Hi there, this is Alex from Tech Solutions Customer Support. How can I help you today?
I have a problem with my last order.
I understand that's frustrating. I'm here to help get this sorted out for you. Could you tell me a bit more about what's happening with your order?
Yeah, the items were damaged.
Oh no, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's definitely not what we want for you. Just so I can help as quickly as possible.
So you see, this is absolutely mind-blowing. This sounds so realistic, and this sounds so realistic because of the different settings that we can take here in Vapi. First of all, let's check it out. There's a specific cost involved, of course, but you get, I think, like $10 for free in the beginning. So you can try this out definitely right now. Please, again, use the link below this video. Then there are different configuration options. Let's go through them. So we have the configuration for the model in which you can select your preferred model. I will just keep it to OpenAI. For our application, what I want to say is, so the first message of the assistant should be, hey name, this is Niha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you today? This also means I want to change my voice later, but more on that soon. We can also use this here to pass in variables. So when we call this later from our app, we will be able to use the customer name and feed this to Vapi, which will then result in the AI agent saying, "Hey Simon, this is Nia," and it makes it just more personal. We then have the system prompt. This is pretty much specifying what the agent should say. I will just pass in my prompt. You can find this. You can just also do whatever you want. Just feel free to do anything. We will talk about files in a second. For now, let's keep it as it is. If we then go to voice, we can select the voice provider. So you can select one of these providers, but I want to keep it to Vapi, and I will select Niha as my voice. You can also now additionally specify like office background or your own background sound to make it really realistic. And then there are multiple other options. For example, you have the option to transcribe your conversation. You can use different tools. So we will not really use we will kind of use a tool what we call my API, but tools are more meant to be like reusable things that you could call or use in any kind of interaction. So you can now create a tool with like a function or a query end call. You can transfer the call to an actual number. So if some AI agent isn't able to help the customer, you can then transfer the call to a number, or you can also make an API request. This is what we're gonna do in the end as well. Let's go back to my assistant. I hope this was saved. Yeah, here is Niha. No, it wasn't saved, right? That's my bad. That's my bad. Stay on this page. Okay, then we're gonna anyway use Niha. That was what I said. So I've configured this. I've configured that. We have the transcriber. We've talked about tools and functions. You can also have certain analytics. So this is the prompt that's used to summarize the call. Really, Vapi has kind of thought about everything related to call, transcribing, and how this should work, and even some compliance options here under privacy settings. It's really fascinating. There's also a plan for this agent, so the agent could wait for some seconds. You have on punctuation seconds. All of these fine-tunings really allow you to implement an AI agent that is unbelievable realistic to me. So this is the agent I made. So previously we had Alex, now we have Niha. I want to, what are my changes? Oh, that's cool. You can like view the changes in JSON. I love it. That's so cool. There's one additional thing that I want to show you, which is pretty cool. There's a category called filed, and under files I uploaded one file, and you can find this in your Node API as well. There's a dummy items JSON. This is some dummy information about the articles in our Node API. And I've uploaded this file, and I've now given Niha that file right here. So you can select this and then select the files you want to give access to. With that additional information, your AI agent can do a lot more. So now let's hit publish here and let's talk to the assistant, and keep in mind that we've uploaded this dummy JSON with like there's like a PlayStation or an iPhone, and let's talk to the assistant again.
From Amazon customer support, how can I help you today?
Do you have the PlayStation 5 on stock?
Yes, we currently have 20 PlayStation 5 consoles in stock. Would you like to purchase one? If so, you can add it to your cart within the app and then proceed to checkout.
No, do you also have iPhones, and what's the price of the iPhone?
Yes, we have the Apple iPhone 15 inches stock. The price is $999.99. You can add it to your cart in the app and then proceed to checkout.
What's so special about the iPhone 15?
I'm here to help with shopping questions in the Amazon app. Let me know how I can assist.
So there probably I've hit some point that wasn't implemented, but before we and you also see this here, you can have this as a chat and the chat messages as well. You could also now send a chat message in instead of talking to the AI agent. But overall, this AI agent is now able to answer questions about the items in our application. And you could configure this with so much more information about your products or whatever your application is doing. It's fascinating. So this AI agent here now up here has an ID. And we can copy that ID, and with that ID, we will be able to call exactly this assistant from our React Native application. But in order to do so, we need to install a couple of packages and implement Vapi correctly in our app, and that's the next step we have to take. Now it's time to integrate the AI assistant in our React Native application, and there is actually a React Native SDK. So we can go to SDKs, we're gonna see there's the React Native SDK, and it brings us to the GitHub page here of the Vapi React Native SDK. This requires a minimum Android version of 24. This is why we specified it in our app.json in the build properties before. And we also need to install a bunch of dependencies. Now, I recommend you also take that string from my repository. There's a commands file because I actually updated some of those dependencies to a bit more recent version. So there are different dependencies. You see Vapi, of course, there's React Native Daily, async storage, background timer, get random values, WebRTC. And this is the combination that I used in my application to make this work. I also added 2 additional config plugins, which were in my case required because I don't know, they were not really set up correctly before. But with that in place, you should be in a good spot. Now, we also need to add a couple of things. So in our env file, we want to add a public Expo, where is it? Where are we? An Expo public Vapi key. Okay, so let's replace this. And we'll probably also want to have our Expo public Vapi assistant ID. Now, the assistant ID is what I've shown you before. So let's grab this one up here and place it in there. And where is my key? It's most likely under my settings. Here are the API logs, test suites. Here are the Vapi API keys. I'm gonna add a new public key. Maybe just gonna copy this one. All assistants allowed. Oh, we can restrict this actually. Amazon Video. And I can select which, that's cool. So I will restrict this to this one assistant. So let's create the public token, Amazon Video, gonna copy that over and paste it in here. Good. These are the settings for our env file. Now in the app.json, we also need to change quite some things. Let's get started. I think this is also described in the repository here. So we need camera usage, microphone usage, and UI background modes, which should basically look like this or that. But of course, we want to do this in the Expo way of doing things. So we're gonna rather do it like this. So let's bring this in to the iOS block. So in the iOS block, we need an info plist block in which we specify that we need UI background modes, voice over IP, NS camera usage description, and NS microphone usage description. Additionally, there was a note to include bitcode false, and I'm sorry, but I have to disable the new arc for now. I'm a big fan of the new architecture and I highly recommend it to everyone. Right now, there was one dependency at the time of recording of the Vapi SDK that was not ready for the new architecture, and that's why I had to disable this. I'm pretty sure very soon in the future you will be able to enable, the new architecture, right, for Vapi as well, especially as for the related packages. Now for Android, we need a couple of permissions. So if you're building your app for Android, make sure you include these permissions. All of those can be found here as well. Here's a configuration also for both of the config plugins. So let's check this out down here. After Expo build properties, we can specify React Native WebRTC and Daily.js. Actually, for this one can be removed. We don't really need that one as we've already got the entry up here. And I think in terms of the app.json, this should be everything that we need for the moment. Now, as you know, if we've made changes like that, we should rebuild our app. So let's do Bunix Expo Prebuild. I want to do just iOS-p iOS-clean, and then I will make a new build of that. Let's just check if we have everything set up. So this is the Expo guide. We're using the latest version of Expo. This should be Expo SDK 53. And I think this is pretty much everything we need. Now, I found some code somewhere where all or pretty much most of the Vapi logic was extracted into a hook. And I really like that. So we're going to do that one as well. I will now run my app once again and hope that it works. I expect to see some problems because the integration isn't that straightforward, but I'm here to help with all the edge cases. Now let's do, where should we add this? Let's add a new hooks folder. So let's add a hooks folder and use vapi.ts. Okay, in use vapi, we also need some state. I've found some types before, so let's also add a new folder utils, and I recommend you go to the GitHub repository once again of our clone and bring in the conversation types. So these are just some definitions here for the types that we might or might not end up using in use vapi. Okay, let's get started. We first of all can grab our key and create a new Vapi instance. Cons Vapi equals new Vapi with our key. Of course, we should probably import it before. So here we go. This is it. Then we can export function use Vapi and close this for the moment. Good. Additionally, I need a little enum for the call status. So the call status could be inactive in the beginning, then we start to connect, we have an active connection, or it is finished. So it is one of those. And I want to keep track of this in here. So let's add the call status where we use state. So let's add use state from React. And let's begin with the call status inactive. I will remove this because we don't need it. On top of that, we need a bit more. So I want to have the user using useUser from Clerk Expo. Remember, we can later pass in the username. I want to have a state is speaking. So that way we know if AI is currently speaking. And I also want to have an array of messages for which I will use the message type. Let's bring this in from our conversation. Good. Good. We need a use effect block to set up everything. So here we go. And meanwhile, I would like to check, did my build work? Okay, it's still building. That is actually good news. I'm fine with that. So this one has an empty dependencies array. It will be called just once in the beginning. We can now listen to different events of the Vapi client. So for example, you can say Vapi on, and then you follow this up with one of these. So we have call end, call start, error message, speech start, speech end. And for all of them, you can trigger a specific callback function. So maybe let's add the functions first. On call start handler should be used when the call starts, and it will simply call set call status to call status.active. And now we could go in here and say, hey, for call start, please use our on call start handler. And just like this, we can now continue for the rest of the options. The good news is that we don't see an error. That makes me really happy. So let's continue. If the call ends, we want to set the call to finished. And just like that, we can add on call end, call end. Additionally, we probably want to capture any errors and log them out. So let's say for error, we have our on error handler. And then we also want to handle if a new message is there. So a new message is coming in whenever the AI is speaking or when our voice is also transcribed. And in that case, I want to update my local array of messages. So we get a new message. Okay, the type message here. And once we get this, we're going to do something. And we're going to say Vapi on, and then should be message. Okay, here we go, message, and for message, we're gonna call my onMessage update. In onMessage update, I want to check if the message.type is equal to message type enum.transcript. So you see, there's also add message or function call, but I want to make sure that this is just the transcript and also that the message.transcript type is equal to transcript message type enum.final. So I don't want to render any kind of partial message. Only when the message here is finished, I will call set messages and update my messages. And I will actually use the syntax like this. So we got the previous, and then we can say, hey, please use everything we had before plus the new message. In that case, we're just adding it to the end of the array. Additionally, we want to catch every speech start or speech end event, and that should simply update my state. And now, as we want to clean up after us, we also want to have a return block in the use effect. And in that return block, you simply want to use Vapi off. That makes sure we don't create any kind of memory leak in our application. Once we got all of that, we can continue because we need some more functionality. We need one function to actually start a call, and we will later have two ways of starting a call. So I want to add a type here, and the type, let's make this optional. The type could either be assistant, that's what we've seen before, so talking to a single assistant, or it could be triggering our workflow. And of course, you could have multiple workflows, but in our case, we just have one. In that case, I want to set my call status, first of all, to call status.connecting. So we can render like some dots in the UI or so. And then if our type is equal to assistant, in that case, I want to call vapi.start. That is the function to actually start a new call. The first param here is the assistant ID. So I will use process.env. Yeah, I know you can have like typing for your env. I don't have it right now. So I will use public Vapi assistant ID. And then as additional overrides or values, I can pass in variable values and use name user. So that is now our user from Clerk dot first name. By the way, I just noticed that we haven't really set the user first name. So probably we should do this like manually for the moment. You can just do this in here. And let's say first name Simon. Just update the user. You will probably want to have like either capture this during sign up or have a dedicated form. But I wanted to highlight it how this works here with Vapi. So we're going to do it like this. Otherwise, I want to grab the ID from, well, we actually don't have to do it like that. We can just call it again like this. But this time we're using the, let's already assign this. Let's call this workflow ID. And that will be like, for the moment, I'll just set this to whatever, workflow ID. Okay. In that case, we need to put the values in the start block a bit differently because the first one is actually assistant. So you want to make the first one null. Then we have an empty object. Then this one squad. We don't have a squad of agents. And now we have the workflow. So this is the new setup. TypeScript might complain, but this actually works. Maybe they're going to figure this out in the future in the SDK. I'm pretty sure. I gave them the hint that this is a problem, but again, in general, it does work like this. Okay, to stop a call, we can simply call set call status finished. And of course, I want to call vapi.stop here. Stop. Good. Then you can also have more. For example, you can have a function to mute the call. And just like that, we could also have a const is muted, which is Vapi is muted. Actually, let's put this to the top. That should normally go there. Then you can also send a message. That one's interesting, but I mean, we're focused mostly on the voice mode. I just wanted to bring it in because it's actually quite cool that you can combine this really easily. So in the case of sending a message, you can create a message object like this, where you put in your actual message, as the transcript right here. And then you have the final and you set it to transcript. Then you call vapi.send and with the type @message and make sure that the role is set to user. So then a new message is added. Now finally, I want to return all that funny stuff here from our hook. So I will add call status. I will add messages. I will add start call, stop, stop. Then we had set muted. We had is muted. We have send and we have is speaking. And that is our Vapi hook that will give us access to everything that we need. Now we can just include that whenever we need it. And we need it in our Rufus component. So now let's go back to good old Rufus and extract some information. So I want to have start call, call status, messages, send and stop from use Vapi. Use Vapi from my hooks. Okay, let's see if I go there, if it crashes. No, that's good. If it's not crashing, that's usually pretty good. Okay, in a use effect block, let's check the call status. Use effect. Okay, and wrapping this or getting call status in here. So then we can say something like status changed, just some debugging, call status. And we can also check that if call status is equal to call status dot finished, then we just want to close that view because that view normally means the user has ended the call. So I want to call router dismiss to close our Rufus overlay. Okay. Additionally, we have this on-phrase press. So for our on-phrase press, we can check if the call status is unequal to active. Let's say unequal call status dot active. In that case, we first should probably start our call. So I would call start call. And once this is done, we can call send with the phrase that we selected. So that is like sending a new chat message. Okay, we have implemented most of the functionality. Now we just need to actually start the call. So let's go down where we have the microphone button. So that should be this one. And for the microphone, I will add an on-press event. And on-press, I want to call start call. Okay, so when we press that, we should pretty much call into the AI agent that we generated or created on the web. Is there anything else? Yeah, maybe let's do some more updates here, because this view should only be visible. Is it this whole view? Yeah. If the call status is equal to call status dot inactive. So only if that's the case, we render this view. Now we can check for the other call states. So we could have the call status equals connecting, and in that case we could render something like just like a text element, class name, some margin bottom, and it should center itself and saying connecting to support. Okay, so we could also try this out without the block first. So yeah, that would render correctly. Let's put it in where it belongs. Now we can do this for a bunch more. So let's say the call is active. In the case of an active call, I want to have a touchable opacity that simply cancels the call. So this one would show up like this, where we have on-press connected to stop, which we got from our use Vapi hook. Okay, not showing up right now, but I could add this right here, and then we would see stop call. Okay, I think we're ready. We don't have the messages yet, but we can take care of that probably later. Or maybe I'm gonna add, a little log here in our hook where we have like the on message update log, add message, and then adding the message in here. That would be funny to see. Okay, let's do one more test. I'm launching my DevTools just so we can see something, and I'm reloading the app. Let's give it a try. In theory, if I click the microphone, we should be able to call in to the AI agent from Vapi that we created before. Okay, we're connecting. That's good. Yeah, Simon probably made a mistake. Let me check that. Okay, let's make sure that we actually start the call with assistant here. I think if we don't do it with assistant, it would trigger the workflow. And I just noticed that we might have to add our on-phrase press here to this touchable opacity of the phrase. So this should be on-phrase press with the current phrase. Okay, that's better. So let's do it again. Let's reload this one more time and go here. Status is inactive. Let's connect. Yes, we allow microphone.
Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you today?
Do you have iPhones on stock?
Yes, we currently have Yes, we have iPhones available.
So I will stop this because you don't want to listen to me talking to this the whole time. But you saw it actually works. It works exactly as we had in the browser. We have a lot of debugging logs here like add message, and if we look at them, you're gonna see the transcript here. Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you today? And there's also my do you have iPhones on stock? So all the messages are actually in there and we just need to render them correctly. Let's give this a try. So we have my chat messages view already here. And I want to say for all the messages, I want to do a little filtering first. So I want to filter if or message and then check if message.type is equal to message type enum.transcript. These are the only messages I'm really interested in. And once we got this, I can actually map over them. So we have message and we have index. And then we do our actual view component. So this view should have key index. That's the index of the message. And then the class name, I want to do actually more of a generic class name. So let's do this with string literals. And what we render here is the message, not content, but the message transcript. Okay, if we hit save, we probably, we don't have the message stuff yet anymore now. But anyway, we should be able to do that. So up here, I want to have a class name that wraps my whole view of margin bottom, and also this should use string literals. So margin bottom 4, and then we're gonna check if the message role is equal to user. Then I want to use items end, and otherwise I want to have items start. This is simply meant to display the following text bubbles. I'll wrap this in another view now. Okay. Why did you do this? I didn't want that. That was not meant here. The text class name should really just be text sm and then text gray, I don't know, 800. I'm gonna keep it. And then we have my message transcript. We probably need something. I will turn off my voice here so you don't hear the assistant, but I might start this in the background.
Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you today?
Do you have Nike Air Max? Okay. No, I clicked. Yeah, I was too smart because I implemented this use effect block. Our router immediately dismissed the call after pressing end call. So I just wanted to have this fake array of messages that we can test. Let's do this again. The cool thing is we can connect as often as we want, and every time the connection feels new and feels different, you just sometimes might have to refresh your app. So it can get stuck if you're like trying to test this constantly. Thanks. Do you have shoes? Okay, so we have the messages here. We stop the call. Now we should be able to render them correctly. So it already positions them. If it's from the user, the items are positioned here towards the end. If they're from the bot or the AI agent, they're rendered at items start. That's already a good starting point. Now for the view here of that actual message, let's add a class name and let's also use the string literal here. For this one, I want to say that the message should have a maximum width of about 80% of the view. And if we do that, you should see that the messages are sort of cut off here somewhere. Additionally, I want to have them rounded full. Well, let's do rounded 2XL. They should have some padding X of 4, padding Y of 2. And that already gives a nice effect here. But now I also want to check if the message.role is equal to user. In that case, I want to use background orange 300. And otherwise, I will use something like background gray 200. So now we should have a nice separation between the messages, and we have our chat as well. Additionally, I should be able to send messages like this. So what do I need to shake of? Of course. Yeah, this just triggers the assistant again. But you see, we're now also able to send our messages. So if we have something like quick actions up here, they could be easily attached and sent in the chat as well to the AI assistant. This is our first Rufus AI voice agent component. Because we've created pretty much everything here in the hook, in the use Vapi hook, the integration here on that page is actually really easy. We exposed just the important stuff. We could really just also use is speaking on that page to show like, I don't know, a glowing microphone or something. And we actually gonna do a bit more once again later when we talk about the workflows. So for the beginning, this is the first part of the Vapi integration and more will come in the end. But again, make sure you check out with the link below this video to Vapi. And then in Vapi, you create your own assistant. It doesn't matter if you use one of the predefined ones or define it yourself, but this was for the moment the single prompt assistant, including a file with information. So that's how this assistant was able to give me answers about the quantity, about the price or description of those items. And again, try to stick to the versions that are specified in the repository and disable the new architecture. At least that's what made all of this work for me right now with WebRTC and all the other packages that were used under the hood of the Vapi React Native SDK. Good. With our Rufus tab in place, with our animated tab bar, we have user accounts, we have the AI support. I think we're ready to dive into a bit of our articles logic on the Home tab. Now it's time to build out our homepage. So if you know, the homepage of the Amazon app looks somewhat like this. We have a specific header area. That's probably something we're going to do later. We have an area up here, which is going to be interesting. And then we have like a horizontal slider, and then we have some articles down here. There are also like 50 other categories and elements on the homepage. We won't do all of them. We're just going to focus on some of the essentials. That means we will finally also use our API, and to do that I highly recommend we add TanStack Query to our project. This is what I usually use if I need any kind of API interaction. So let's get started by installing TanStack in our project. We can do this by simply running bun add TanStack React Query, and it's also recommended to add the development dependency for the ESLint plugin query here. Then we can head over to our topmost layout file, and in there we want to wrap TanStack around our app. So usually you create a new query client at the top. So let's do this here, and let's add the import from TanStack React Query. Now let's head down into our application, and it doesn't really matter where we do this. I would say we do it here. So let's add the query client provider around our application using our query client. In the query client, by the way, you could specify different options like refetch and whatnot. You can go into the details here. The stale time, retries, anything like that is something you can configure at this point. I want to not do something. Was it set to true? I don't know. The default's true. I don't want to change the defaults too much. Okay. Additionally, there's one more file that I recommend you bring into our utils folder. So everything in the utils folder is just like helping stuff. So let's add the api.ts. This one grabs our API URL. We have some interfaces here taken from the API. And then we have the calls to get all articles, get an article by ID. Later, we're going to have something for creating an order or creating a payment intent and getting the orders. You'll notice that at this point, we will also need a token. That's going to be quite interesting because from our Clerk session, we're able to fetch the JWT and manually include it here with the fetch call. That's going to be really funny. But for the moment, what we want to do is we want to edit this page. And as I said, I've shown you the image. This is basically what we want to do, but we also want to later add a little animation here. And that is that we can scroll, and this part up here will stay for a moment while you scroll. So you see, it goes down later. There's an interesting thing that I noticed in the Amazon app, and I think it's time for a little UX fun here in Clone once again. So let's move into the index file and let's see what's going on. We don't need our use effect in the index file anymore, at least not in the way we got it here. So we can remove that, and we can probably remove all that stuff as well. What we want is we want to have some dummy hero elements, and what we want then is to use TanStack. So let's disable this once again for like 30 minutes now. And then we want to destructure this and get the data. We want to have the isLoading state is error and error. And we get all of that from use query, the hook. So use query from TanStack Query. Now, what you need to specify here in terms of options are two things. You need a query key. This is pretty much the key under which the API result is cached. In this case, I'm just gonna call this articles. The second thing you need is the query function. And for this, we can just use our get articles from the utils function. This is everything to have a rock solid API call in our application and get the data. Really, this is honestly, it's all you need. If you want some error handling, I recommend you use something like early returns. So you can use early returns here for, let's say for text, for is loading. If it's loading, it displays the loading, or if error, then it displays the error. So you saw this shortly. You could also use a skeleton view. That should work nicely as well. But for the moment, we're just going to keep it like this. There will be more things, so I will wrap my view here in a fragment because there will be other things at the top of the view. This page will start, oh yeah, it's always mad at me if I like import React from React. Come on. Why am I doing this? What did I use usually? What is my line? It's just import React. It's import uppercase React from React. I don't know. Sometimes my IDE has this problem. Okay. Now in the view, we have this first of all section which we can scroll to the side. For that, let's use scroll view from React Native. That will be horizontal. Shows horizontal scroll indicator will be set to false. And inside of that scroll view, we're just gonna map a couple of items. So this is going to be our top header bar, right? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna put in a view first. Class name flex row, because we're gonna have a row layout here, of course, as well as items center. This one will also have a content container class name, which is applied to the inside. So I want to add flex row here as well. This is just applies to our like the whatever it's what's it called in English, like your location code or whatever, and then we have like 4 or 5 different touchable elements. So in here we would have just an icon and a text like this. So it could look like this. It renders in the page here. Yeah, that's not a problem. Let's say we should give this scroll view a specific class name as well. I want to have this absolutely positioned at the top 0. And I want to have a background dark, a height of 14, and it should cover the full width. Okay. Not too bad, right? So good starting point. And just notice that my icon has class name text white, yet the icon is actually black. This is because styling things, different third-party packages like icons using NativeWind requires a little hack. And you can add this to your top layout file. You could also do this in another file if you wanted to. And that is a very simple script. This is a CSS interop operation that you can import from NativeWind. And you can simply call CSS interop for the component, in this case for icons. And then you can define that you basically map certain native elements to class name, to NativeWind. What is this? So I want to say target false. And then native style to prop. This is what I want to pass through, and I want to do this for the color value. If I do this, notice how this changes to white. So now we are allowed to use class name and the styling here for a third-party package like icons with NativeWind. Just a little hack, something you might want to take away from this. Okay, for the content container class, okay, we have absolute top 0, left. Do we have left 0? We could also say left 0 just to make sure we are using all of that. And then we have our content container class name. We have flex1, flex row. Let's put the items in the center, and let's also use a padding X of 4. Or just a general padding of 4 and a gap of 6. Okay, looks fine to me. Now, after this view here, as I said, we want to have some buttons. We're going to do this in a fake way. So, I don't know, you can say like Alexa lists. Oh no, if I say the name, it's going to trigger something, I'm pretty sure. Please not, please not, please not, please not. That's a problem, like if you record videos and you have the lady in your room That's gonna be a problem whenever you say the name. Anyway, it does look like she didn't react. So we're gonna map over every item here, and for every item I want to render a touchable opacity. Okay, the key is just like the item in this case. They won't really do anything, so these are more fake views. Class name, let's use text white on the dark background, text MD, and a semi-bold font, and finally render the item. So we have our horizontal scroll bar up here. There is no animation yet, but we're gonna come back to that later. For the moment, it actually works. I feel like it looked different in my... No, it looks the same here. Okay, cool. We can keep it like that. Again, we're gonna come back to it later. Now, for the content, it's a bit challenging for something that I was never really aware of. But we have another horizontal scroll view up here, and we have a vertical scroll bar with the items down here. The problem is if you have multiple scroll views and you like have all of them in a scroll view, that's usually a recipe for disaster. But you can use a flat list and different components of the flat list to manage these items on your page. I'm using a flat list not because it's the best one right now, but because it actually should work for this example. You can also use flash list or legend list. Feel free to explore those lists. What I want to do here is I want to set a list header component, and the list header component will be this entire vertical scroll view. We then have the render item function, which renders the actual items down here. I know this is a bit ugly, but it also kind of works quite good. So we're gonna have later the render item function, and I will now manually set the data to an array of 1. That's probably not the most or the best way, but it actually works quite good. And if there are any experts out there, let me know if this is not allowed or something. If I get into like React Native hell for this. Okay, so my list header component, oh, we should wrap this accordingly. My list header component could look like this. And my render item could probably look like this as well for the moment. You don't like that, do you? What if this is just a view? And then we close this. Then it could actually work. Nice. Okay, cool. So first one is the additional scroll view at the top. So let's add just a scroll view here. This is going to be horizontal as well. And within, we're going to iterate my dummy heroes. So these are potential hero elements that could be displayed. So for every hero element, let's render a view. Key is hero.text. And then we need some styling. I actually used style sheet in here. Or the style API, because I found it somewhat challenging to get this right. Well, we can try. Let's try with class name. Let's set this to... This is not gonna work well. This is just not working well. Let's do it with a style. Sometimes I just have to drop out of NativeWind because I feel like this is working easily. So if I want to set dynamic width using the view dimensions, I don't know how well this could work or does work with NativeWind. So I want to get this for window, and I want to use .width. I also want to set this to a specific height. Okay, that would have been possible with NativeWind. And I want to set a dynamic background color to hero.color. And on top of that, justify content. Okay, that could have been easily done, as well as align items center. Align items center. That could have been done, yeah. Okay, text is hero.text that will just be rendered in the center. So now we already got this here. It's above the view. Anyway, we're gonna come back to that later. I think because that's actually exactly what we want. But I don't know. So for the text, let's just do a class name here so that we can see this a bit better. Text white, text 3XL, font bold, and then also text center, although it should be in the center. Right now it's still like a normal scroll view, and we just have 2 elements, home and your due. Don't we have like 3? Let's do a third one. Fancy tag, good prices. I don't know. Whatever. Hire me, Amazon. I could teach you. Okay, let's do this. What's the color? Okay. Let's add more zeros. We need more zeros to make it darker, right? Yeah. If I make this a 0 as well, blue. Why is this? Oh yeah, this is 0. Now it's darker, right? Yeah. What? 1, 2, 3. How can this be a total black? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, F. This is not total black. What is wrong here? I don't know. You never it's always interesting, these clones. I learn a lot in them as well. Okay, I want to have this more paginated, so you can do this on the scroll view if you want to. Just say paging enabled, and then shows horizontal scroll indicator as always false. That should allow us to easily get pagination here without installing any other fancy package. We can also add some class name here. So what I want is I probably will give this flex 1 and margin bottom of 10. That shouldn't change anything. If we want to make the flat list disappear, we could use style here and set this with a Z index to -1. Then we are behind this, and that should actually work fine. We will later talk about the padding up here and making that work, but for the moment this should actually work just fine. Maybe we could do something like this: content container style. Again, I will drop into styles instead of using Tailwind here. Let's just set it to, I don't know, 112 or 100. I feel like sometimes after a reload this changed a bit in terms of the position, so it was quite hard to position this correctly. Right now it looks more like 50 or so, or 48. I don't know if I did a different height here. Yeah, that's probably what it looks like. Okay, we have a horizontal scroll view. I'm so far fine with this. So this is basically my hero banner. Now let's go into the render item function, and for that view I will give this some mx margin x of 4. And now I want to render if we have articles. So if we do have articles, remember this is coming from TanStack, I want to render another flat list component. Is this allowed, Simon? I have absolutely no idea, but it works. We don't have articles. What did we call this? We should call this articles. Let's map data to articles. I like articles more than data. Okay, then we have our second flat list. The data in this case will be an array of articles. That should just work fine. We have a key extractor, so I want to make sure that we get the right element here. So item index and the key, I will just use index to string for the key extractor. It's still red because of course we don't have the render item function yet. So in here we're gonna finally have our item, and when we got the item we can create a view. Now that view should of course be wrapped with a link component as it links to the details page. We don't have that yet. Let's just add it for the moment. So let's add ID here with a wildcard. So that allows us to pass in the ID. You can just say const ID equals use local search params from Expo router. If you want to, you can also add ID string in here for the type, and then the brackets. Good. If you want to, you can now render this here. And now it should be automatically included. And we should be allowed to use an href like this, 2/tabs/ what is it? item.id. Nice. Notice how we get the typings of that item. That's pretty cool. And you want to add schild as well if you want to style the underlying element itself, because that should be a touchable opacity with class name flex row. So now we need to create the row for these items. Items center gap 4 and then flex wrap. And what's missing? Type item tabs item ID id.tsx. Oh yeah, it's okay. If index is named like this, I would have to include index now in the route. That's actually somewhat ugly. I hope we can still change this. I think we can. Let's rename this to index and then go in the layout of our tab bar and say for index, use it like this. Okay, let's do a reload. Yeah, now we're still here. That should be fine now. And this is fine. And this one is fine as well. Okay, cool. The touchable opacity here does not have any content yet. So let's change this. Inside, let's probably start easy by adding an image from, let's use the React Native image component simply, and set the source URI to item.image URL. And we probably want to set the height here as well, or the style in general. So let's set the class name of that image to rounded LG and a width 28 and the height of 28. If we got this, we should finally see our list of items. So those are the 4 items we got from the API. Remember, this was the API response. So we have ID, title, description, price, image URL, GLB URL, and created at. And based on that information, we can now create these views. What else? There was actually also a list header, I think, before. Let's quickly add that list header component in here again. So this list header component should look like this. Just a text with class name, text 2XL, font bold, margin bottom 4, and this was top picks for you. Okay, this is on top of our list down here. Remember, all of this should work. This one can actually have like a scroll bar. I think I'm fine with that. But our render item function is not yet finished. So we have the image and we now create another view with class name flex1. So this should take up all the remaining space or most of the available space. And that will be the title and the description. So text LG, font bold. This will be the title. So item.title. Okay, and additionally, let's copy this. This one will be a bit smaller, so text SM and maybe text gray 500. That will be the description. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. How did it look before? Yeah, it looked like this before. You can also like have the title appear at the top, but I don't know if that would look any better, honestly. What I would like to have probably is a bit more separation. My touchable opacity has gap 4 and flex wrap. This is between those, but I also want to have it up here. So content container style, gap 4 as well. No, content container class name gap 4. Shouldn't that put the gap between the items. Class name, content, container style, content, content offset, container style, content, container, class name. Why is there no gap? I think I'm in the wrong place, honestly. Because nothing of my content container class name is applied here. I don't know, if I do like margin left 20, nothing comes through. I feel like my link component, I don't know who interferes with that, but we could also add it to the link component. So on the link component, I could have class name margin bottom 10. Okay, that's of course way too much. Maybe just 2. And we're gonna have some nice separation there. Yeah, that should work. Okay, we have the items we can move. You see ID 2, 3, and 4. We're able to navigate to all of them. As you can see, they are inside of the tab bar. So we're not pushing those above the tab bar like we did with the sign up page. So this is just the way this works. Do we have everything on that page? I think we do. And we're now ready to also add some animation. So what we want is this thing up here should scroll up, but not instantly. It scroll up like now. And this just gives your app a little something. I don't know. It's hard to describe. And you can easily do this by using Reanimated. We can first of all get the scroll offset or set it to a shared value. Shared value of 0 to be precise. Then we want to have a scroll handler. This scroll handler uses the useAnimated scroll handler from React Native Reanimated. Pretty cool hook in which you can react to the changes of your scroll bar. So whenever we scroll, we get access to the event. And with that event, we can now say, hey, if the event.contentOffset.y, so that's the direction we scroll in, if that is greater than 50, I want to set my scroll offset.value to 50 minus event.content offset, not inset, .y. So basically we're adding a little break of like 50 pixels in which nothing happens. And the scroll offset otherwise will be set to 0. Now we want to call the scroll handler whenever we actually scroll. So we're going to change our flat list here to be an animated flat list. We don't have animated yet. Make sure you get it from React Native Reanimated and not the default React Native animated package, please. Then you want to set the onScroll to the scroll handler, and you want to set the scroll event throttle to 16. That will give you all the events in the best possible or most performant way. So now let's put in a little lock here. Let's actually log out this value precisely. And then we should be able, let's refresh to see this property. Oh, sorry. I guess I have a spelling issue here. If I know scroll, okay, I get undefined, and now, okay, now we get the values. So now I would scroll until here, and then the bar could start moving out. Okay, this is the dream. Let's see how we can realize this. We can realize this by using the scroll offset here. Actually, I want to use it like this. In an animated styling. So we can create another one and call this scroll style. And this scroll style will use the useAnimated style. Where is it? From Reanimated hook. Inside, we can create our return block. And from the return block, what we want to do is we just want to set the transform value. And we only want to call or set translate y to the scroll offset dot value. So this is our shared value. Now, whenever we scroll, we change this on the main thread, on the UI thread, so it's instantly updated, and this transformation would automatically be applied to the view. So now we're only left by using the scroll style on our scroll view, so make this an animated scroll view as well. And then after all of this, I want to use for the styling my scroll style. Let's see how this changes. Nothing. Maybe we should do a reload here, but maybe I also forgot about something. No, I didn't. Here we go. You see, I can scroll for about 50 pixels. You could also change this to something bigger, and then the view starts moving out. So it's a really gentle thing, but it's just nice. It breaks up this view, which otherwise looks quite like boring, but then you notice, oh, this is actually cool. And this is one of the things that your users, regular users, they will not really notice it, but they will feel it. If they use your app, like the Amazon app, they just like, this feels good to the user. It's not something they can say, I miss this, if it's not in there, if this would stay there, it would just look like a regular view. But with this additional something, it just becomes a lot better view. All right, this is our starting point for the list here. We have all the items. We're going to navigate to the details pages. But of course, we still have some work left, especially up here. We now need a custom header. Now we can implement the custom search bar up here. And we're going to make this a reusable component because then we can use it on like the home page, the details page, the cart page, whenever we want. And also I noticed on the profile page, I actually forgot a couple of items. So we're going to focus on those header areas now. Maybe we should do the profile actually first, because that is a lot easier. So on the profile page, if you want to, or on pretty much any page, you can just use stack from Expo router .screen to define some options right here on the page. In this case, what we want to define for this page is I want to have the header shown, so that should be fine. But for header left, I want to have a specific image. So let's include an image using the React Native image component. And for the source, we could directly require this. But let's see where the item actually is. It should be under assets, images, Amazon logo, white. Okay. Assets, images, Amazon logo, white. For the class name, well, is that really the logo I wanted to use? I wonder, yeah, it is. So if you don't want to do it inline like this, you could also do it up here. So you can also just bring in the Amazon logo and then for the source, set it in here. I usually like this. This looks a bit cleaner to me, honestly. Let's add some padding left for here. And then with, again, I found it hard to do this with just NativeWind or Tailwind. So I want to add a specific style here. I want to add a width of 100 and a height of 30. I guess I could do this as well, but here we go. This is how it looks. It's not perfect because it has like black background, but I still wanted to have something in place here. To wrap up that view, you could also put something in the header right if you wanted to. So this would be Ionicons, and then the view would look like this. This is actually pretty much close to the official application. Now it gets a bit more challenging as we want to have a different header here for home. Let's create our own component. Let's call this searchbar.tsx, and that will be our component. Now this search bar should be included in different places. For example, in the layout of our tab bar, I want to set this for the cart page. So for the cart page, I can now say under options header, and I can just use a completely custom header. In this case, I want to use the just created search bar component. Can you import that one? Thank you, from custom search bar. Okay, I think it actually did something. We just can't really see it. On top of that, I also want to include this, of course, especially here for my index page. So let's go into the layout here, and I will just give it in general for the whole stack. That means I can use screen options, which applies to all of the views here. And you see it already kind of breaks my view, but that's not a problem. We can figure that out in a second. So let's go into the search bar. And in that search bar, the view should have class name flex1. Flex row, of course, because we want to have the items here. We have flex row, item center. I want to have a dark background. I want to have a min height of 36 here, which is 144 pixels. I want to use the save area at the top. So pt save and padding x of 3. This should already give us a search bar, as you can see here. Now we need more things like a text input. So if I do a text input here, we should already see a bit more on the screen. So let's give this one class name. Oh, we need to make this a white. Yeah, we should probably have the view inside and then the text input. So the view here, let's cursor stop this for a moment. The view should have a white background. So bg white. And it should also have flex row, item center, flex 1. Oh, what are you mad about? No closing text for something. Yeah, probably for the text input. So you see now it's already getting better. This one should also be rounded. Let's use mdpx. So, or let's use a general padding of 3 and a gap of 4 between the elements. It's coming to life. It's coming alive. We just need to position the items correctly inside. So the first thing inside should actually be an ionicon, which is our, like this little lens icon. Then we have the text input. We will not really use it, but this should spend most of the available space here for the information. Let's use something like this. Placeholder, search or ask a question and return key type. Now it looks like this. Pretty solid, I'd say. My bar is gone and we have some issues here, but we're gonna figure that out a bit later. To wrap up the first implementation of this, let's just add 2 more pressables. You could also use a touchable opacity if you want to, and add them here. Now, what I want to do is I also want to use this to display an overlay once again. So right here, I want to have something like show overlay, and this should be something globally. And this is a bit more challenging because I use the search bar in multiple places, and whenever I click on the microphone icon, I want to use my Vapi agent and bring up an overlay that covers this page. I'm pretty sure there are different implementations for this. We could also use context. I honestly like to use mmkv for that, and therefore we're gonna install it because I will use mmkv anyway later. So let's do this. Let's bring this up. We need to kill live reload for this once, and then I want to install React Native mmkv, and I will install it at version 2 because we have opted out of the new architecture, and therefore you need to use an older version of mmkv. It is what it is. Again, probably gonna work soon or will work soon with the new architecture. Now, to implement this correctly, let's add mmkv store under utils. Let's do, oops, yes, allow this. Under utils, we're gonna do a storage.ts, and we're gonna import mmkv from React Native mmkv. We can then export our default storage, so const storage, and this will be helpful later as well when we work with Zustand for our state. So this will be pretty much our default mmkv store. mmkv store, that's the ID. Okay, good. Now back to the ID here. That was to show an overlay using mmkv. So I want to use, I want to bring in the router here, use router in case we need some routing. But more importantly, I want to have something like show overlay, set show overlay. And this will use not use state, but use mmkv boolean. Of course, it had to lose focus exactly in that second. Thank you. And the key for this will be vapi.overlay. I feel like I should define this somewhere, this string. I think it would be fitting to do this in the Vapi hook. I don't know why. Let's export const Vapi overlay ID, and that will be this one. And then we're gonna copy this over and use it in here from our hook. Okay, good. So we got this, and this should set show overlay should work. Cool. All right. Now, if we press this, it will set my overlay to true. Now, where and how do we present that overlay? Well, let's add a new component. I will call this Vapi overlay.tsx, and in that overlay, we're just going to implement the basics. So later we're going to do the full implementation with the workflow of an assistant in here. For the moment, we just want to see that this covers the whole screen. So I will set BG wide. I will set it to top 0 for the moment with full, height full, and a Z index of 20. And I want to say justify center. So that should normally be displayed about everything else. To make this appear in a cool way, we can also use an entering animation. I don't want to do too much yet here, but let's do this quickly. So animated, no, but we can add import animated. I think we just have to do animated. Yeah, from Reanimated. And then we can use like an entering animation here in that view. Not, but we can definitely have an exiting animation, yeah. Maybe I already added entering. So let's add a fade in and fade out. Yeah, I already added the entering here. Let's do this in one place. Okay, so this is my Vapi overlay. Yeah, let's add a duration so then we can see what's going on. Now, how can we call and use this overlay? Well, we can now simply use this mmkv boolean in other places where we want to allow usage of this overlay. You could probably do this in an even different way, but now let's do this on the index page. So in here, I will bring in the same logic. So show overlay using the use mmkv boolean as well as the Vapi string, the Vapi overlay ID. Now I can go into my view here and say, if show overlay is defined, I want to present the Vapi overlay. And as a result, I should be able to click here and the overlay renders completely above my application. Let's add a button here to actually hide this again. So let's add the same mmkv hook in here. Also the Vapi overlay ID. And then let's add a button from React Native, title close, and on press I want to set this to false. So you see the duration here is of course a bit too much. I will set this to like 400. Let's close it. Okay, and it opens and closes. And with that, we have built our nice little own overlay. We're gonna have a lot of fun with the Vapi overlay and the workflow later. For the moment, we just rest assured that this works fine. You could now also drop this, as I said, into other places. So for example, you are on the card page. We have set our custom header here. To display that header, we would now just simply replicate this. We would bring in my show overlay, and then in the view, or we would do something like this, a fragment around it. Okay, and then add my overlay up here using the Vapi overlay. Okay, and then finally importing React. So this page is happy. Import React from React. Again, and let's test this. Overlay working on this page fine as well. Here we go, and it closes. Now, the last missing thing is that we've kind of messed up the positioning here on the index page. So we should get back into that and somehow fix that. In the index page, what's going on? We have our animated scroll view here with that setting. That one is not displayed. We should probably change the top 0 here to something else, to something like top 125 pixels. Yeah, that's already better. And that seems to work pretty nice. Now the problem is that this one also needs more padding, so I will set this to something like this. Yep, that's better. Okay, now we have our own header component. We have fixed the padding here of the elements, and if I press this, I actually this is not entirely correct yet. I actually want to render a back button here as well. When I go to the details page, I still need a button to go back. So let's add this to our search bar. So on the search bar, we can add interface search bar props. And we don't really need any help from cursor at the moment. Thank you. And in here, we're going to say with back button. That's going to be optional, a Boolean. And we're going to use this in our component. So we can destructure this here and get with back button. We're going to set this by default to false and using the search bar props. Now, if with back button is defined, I want to render this. So let's set this to true by default, and then let's render a back button. This should be in front of everything else. So if with back button is set, and also or show overlay, because I want to reuse it in that case. In that case, I want to render back button. And I want to make this a bit animated. So this should be a touchable opacity that's animated. That's not included in the animated package. So let's make this ourselves. Animated touchable opacity. You can always do this yourself if a component isn't available for that. Opacity equals animated dot create. Hello? No animated yet? Animated from React Native Reanimated, and then create animated component with the touchable opacity. Okay, so this is a very easy fix to wrap this. So now we can use my animated touchable opacity in here. I basically just want to render an icon in there. It's nothing too crazy, but I want to have it fade in because that looks a bit better. Let's use a size of 24 and as well a color of white and close this. So by default, it now renders this. Maybe we need some distance here. We have some padding. Let's use MX3 as well. Do we already got this one? We have flex row, item center, flex 1, background white, rounded, padding X3, padding white 3, margin X3, and a gap of 4. Yeah, that actually looks good to me. But again, I want to have this animated, so the entering animation will be fade in left, and the exiting animation, I don't know if this is actually visible, will be fade out left. Yeah, that's cool. That's quite cool. So what I want is that in the default case, it's of course not visible. So I will set it by default to false. Then if we click this, exactly, this is what should happen. And if I click on it, it should either go back or close the overlay. So let's do a const on back press function here. And if show overlay is currently, then I want to hide the overlay. So set show overlay false. Otherwise, I want to actually go back because that means we are on the details page. So I will call router.back. Now we just need to add this here. So on press, please call on back press. And with that, let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Let's reload for the moment. Okay, this is my page. If I go here, I have the overlay. I don't know if I kind of don't want this overlay to be above the The search bar, how do we go about that? We would have to go into the Vapi overlay, I guess. And in here we have top 0. Let's change this to top 70. Yeah. And now I can close it from here, but I should also be able to, yeah, this is so much better. Yeah, this is exactly how we want it. So it fades in that little icon up there and reduces the width. It's actually not that easy to animate a width change. So we're gonna stick to this. I think actually in the Amazon app, it's not a whole lot different. Also, if I go into the details page, on the details page, I wanna make sure that the header renders correctly, because right now I don't see a back button. So let's do a stack.screen edition in here. And with the options, I want to make sure that this page uses for the header the search bar, but with back button. Okay, so now we have a default search bar here. And if I go there, we have the search bar with a back arrow. If I go here, I should be able to trigger my Vapi overlay. Yeah, it's not implemented on this page yet. So we would have to bring in the same logic from our index page so that it works on that details page as well. That was probably the last thing for this chapter. So in here, let's add the same logic like we had before. mmkv boolean, please add the import as well as the ID here. And then on that page, we can render if show overlay is set. I want to render my Vapi overlay. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh no, text strings. My favorite error. Thanks. Okay, let's go to the details. Let's hit it. And overlay is shown. I can close it. I can go back. Only thing is that we don't see my view right now anymore, but that shouldn't be a problem. We will later fix this. So if I set this to flex 1, background white, where's my ID? Yeah, probably we need some padding top here, just like we had before. So I would set something like padding top of 120. Yeah, and then it comes in. It's maybe actually even a little too much. The thing is, we can usually get the header height of a page like this. So you can use const header height equals use header height, which is a function from React navigation elements. However, this value in my case was many times 0. So I will use now either header height or 100. Maybe it works correctly on this page. I had some issues with this in the past. Maybe it now works. If I include it in here, let's see if it works on the index page as well. Let's do a reload. Yeah, it's actually quite accurate. It might be helpful, but since our view is working, I don't want to touch it too much. So this is our custom header component. It's reusable on different places. And we've also added our overlay in combination with a little gentle animation up here, which will become our Vapi overlay for the workflow assistant very, very soon. For the moment, let's talk about something else. Before we dive deeper into the details page and the whole checkout process in our Amazon clone app, let's add Sentry to our application, because Sentry is the tool, the one tool you probably want to have in every serious React Native application, because it's error monitoring, debugging at its best. And I use Sentry in all of my own applications, and Sentry was so helpful to sponsor this video again as the third sponsor of today, next to Clerk and Vapi. So thank you, Sentry. And we're gonna see that Sentry actually has a couple of new things that we might want to check out, especially something called Seer. So of course everyone's into AI, but not everyone's into useful AI. And I think Sentry actually nailed it with Seer. And we're gonna see what Seer does in a use case, but let's start with, in general, setting up Sentry in a React Native application now. So create your free account, use the link in the description below this video to create one if you haven't done so far, and then in your account you should be able to go to your projects. So where are my projects here? And let's create a new project. I will use React Native, of course. I will not notify me by email, so I will create this later, and I will call this one Amazon Video. Okay, I will create this in Galaxies, so let's hit create project, and then we can do it like this, but actually there's an even simpler line. We don't need to do all of that. So you can simply run this with a wizard. Now we'll kill the live reload for the moment. So let's run bunix Sentry Wizard latest -i React Native. This will guide us through a couple of steps. So do you want to continue anyway? Yeah, you have uncommitted changes. That's cool for me. This installs the Sentry React Native package. Are you using Sentry or self-hosted? We have Sentry.io. I do have an account. So it now opens up my account and I can select my Amazon Video project. Hit continue. And do you want to enable session replay? So we talked about this last time. The session replay is one of those additional cool features where you can get like a full replay of what a user is or was doing prior to a crash. And it can be really helpful. Do you want to enable the feedback widget? No, I don't want to do it like this. And did you apply the snippet above? Can you just do it yourself? I thought you can do this on your own. And at least in the past it was able to do this. So there's a config plugin for Sentry. So let's add it here. Oh no, yeah, I did apply it. Do you want to run pod install? No, I don't really want to. Have you sent successful test event? No, I haven't, but I will add this button, of course, to a page. Let's add this to our ID page, because on that page there's actually not a whole lot going on yet. So let's add import for Sentry from Sentry React Native, and then we have our first error captured in here. Great. I don't think it applied all the necessary changes, but it did something. So in our top layout, Sentry added this block. This was automatically added here from the wizard, and it has some settings for session replays. So we have a sample rate of 0.1. During debugging, you can also set this to 1, so you would get a session replay for everything. And then on error, you want to keep this at 1 definitely. Additionally, there are two things. So I told you about Seer, and we're going to look into Seer in a second, but there's also something new called logs in Sentry. You might say, I always saw my logs, but that was different. That was just the general log. You can now specifically put log information with this tool into your React Native application, like logger error, logger info, and that can really help as well. So we're going to try. It is inside of the JS SDK. So I don't know if this will work with the React Native SDK, but it will definitely arrive there soon, and therefore we're gonna just check it out already. So let's add experiments, enable logs true. Additionally, let's check out the Metro config. Okay, pretty cool. The wizard automatically applied the changes in here. What you can do if you want to, you can improve this a bit and add a block and add annotate React components true, and also enable source context in development true. This will give us more information in the Sentry errors, even during debugging. You will usually get source maps and all of that now even during debugging. This should have also created a new env local file with our Sentry auth token. So I think we're pretty good here. I haven't sent the test event, so we're gonna do this later, but we're gonna do a pre-build because I changed my app.json and I want to make sure that this actually works. So was my page correctly wrapped? I'm a bit, so we had the Sentry init here in the layout, and it should normally, yeah, wrap your root layout with Sentry wrap. That's good. And it's pretty cool that the wizard can just do this automatically in the right place. I don't know exactly how it's doing it, but I definitely like it. So after doing a new pre-build, you can then run your app again on your device, Android or iOS, it doesn't matter. And we're gonna probably bring up our simulator as well. So on the default details page is where we added this crash. Let's also try to create const another crash. And in here, I want to use the logger. So again, I don't know if this already works. like this, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, this is probably not how we want to do it. Property locker does not exist. Yeah. So that means probably in the React Native SDK, the logger does not yet exist. That's not a big deal. We will check this out in one of our next clones. But for everyone already just putting this on the horizon, logger is here. It's available in the JS SDK as well as Python, and the other SDKs will follow very soon. I think this is a great addition to Sentry, as you can just enhance your application and just give it even more information about what's going wrong. We will be able to check out our integration here in a minute when the app comes up. But to test drive Seer, I also made a little test before, and that is something I want to show you because I didn't want to replicate this live here in the video, so I wanted to prepare this because, you know, with AI you sometimes get mixed results, but I will show you exactly what it did. So essentially what Seer is, it's like a debugging agent that actually knows your code base and knows the full context of what Sentry has to offer. So imagine all the information Sentry captures about your errors, plus the source code, the repositories, the architecture, everything, the spans, the times, everything's in here, and AI can make the most sense out of it. And I've tried this out. I tried this in the past. So here, for example, I had a reference error, something like property stop doesn't exist. This is what you usually get with Sentry. Let's make this smaller. So you get all the references. It shows you exactly the line of code where stop wasn't defined. We also see this is the session replay. So what I did is I probably clicked around in the application or in the Rufus tab and something happened. Not the most exciting session replay, but you see we got the session replay, we got all the information. Now, Seer was, let's make this a bit smaller, here on the side. And initially Seer said, yeah, what happened? Reference error because stop is undefined. And my initial guess is something. I then asked to explore this more and see why stop is undefined. So Seer went into all this, went into actually a lot of thinking, and eventually came up with a solution. That was pretty cool. Let's add optional chaining to stop calls in Rufus TSX to prevent reference error. I then said, code it up. And it coded this up and allowed me to make a PR in my repository. So you can connect Sentry to your GitHub repository. Let me know, by the way, if you're interested more in like this whole automation of connecting Sentry and GitHub repositories with apps and everything. Happy to dive into that a bit more. And it just made this PR on my page. So this fixes Amazon Clone 3. Issue was that stop function. This is a lot better description of the issue than I usually do in my own apps. Added optional chaining. This fix was generated by Seer, triggered by Simon. You can even continue debugging with Seer here, and you can see in the commits that there was one commit. It made optional chaining here for stop, so making sure that stop is always defined. This, to me, is a perfect use case of using AI in code. Of course, we could have been able to debug this ourselves. It is not about this specific problem, but it is about the way in which AI is integrated here in Sentry, because you use Sentry anyway for monitoring, debugging, crash reporting, all of that. And when you notice something, it's unbelievably easy to just head over to the sidebar and quickly let Seer explore what's going on. And if Seer is able to see that, yeah, something is not right, let me draft a little solution here and make a PR, and you just come back like half an hour, you check out the PR and you're like, yeah, that's a good fix, we're done here. This is like taking away half an hour out of your day that you've spent on fixing some random bugs. And imagine you have like 5, 10, 20 bugs per day that you need to fix. Let just Seer do it for you. This is super, super cool. I really love this new functionality, so check it out. Again, link to Seer docs and also to signing up to Sentry is below this video. Let's now give it a shot in our own app. So if I go here and click try, we should be able to see something if we go into my project. So I want to go to the Amazon video. Where's Amazon video? Amazon. Let's maybe refresh here. Amazon video. And get started with Sentry issues. Yes, thank you. Didn't we just send an issue or something? What did we implement on this page, honestly? We had capture exception, right? We could add a button to our other crash as well. That crashes my React Native application. And this one should pretty soon show up here. We made a clean build. We have Sentry Metro. We have the app.json setting. What could go wrong? We have Amazon Video. Actually, not a lot could go wrong. Normally, it shows up instantly. You know, it's funny. Like, you never want errors, and then you want to see an error, and you don't see it. Here we go. I was actually in the wrong tab. So Amazon Video, error, first error. Here it is with all the debugging information. Again, I could now find the root cause here with Seer. This one would have to be configured. So I would have to configure my repository. Right now, this repository is not connected to Seer. But anyway, we get the full source, the code map, source code map. And also in here, we should have a session replay, which shows that we navigated to that details page and then eventually clicked on a button which triggered that error, including the usual other context information from Sentry. So if you're serious about building an application and if you watch this, you are probably, because if you want any kind of e-commerce application like an Amazon clone or anything with users like that, you want to have this on a rock solid foundation and you want to have Sentry in your application to understand what's going on with your app once you ship that to your users. So do yourself a favor, integrate Sentry in your app early. You can get started completely for free. I think Seer might be, it's still in beta. Let's see, is it still? Nah, Sentry's AI is generally available. So you should be able to integrate this in your repository right now and give it a shot. I love how it works, how it's drafting a PR to fix the code, and I will definitely use this more in the future. So now after integrating Sentry, let's come back and go back into our details page, because right now, besides some crashes and errors, it's quite empty, and we can change this now. All right, let's get into the product details page. So this is in general how that page should look. We just want to display some general information. If you look at the official application, there's just too much on that page. However, there's one cool thing that we definitely want to implement, and that is this little bottom sheet. So down here, you can see there's like by default this sheet that you can pull up. You can swipe this horizontal. So these are like quick action, I don't know how to call them. But what happens when you drag this up is that it actually becomes the default Rufus AI bottom sheet. So you see down here, it's the phrases, and if you pull it up, it becomes something different. And that's what we want to do. We want to achieve that effect in our application. And you're also going to notice that this is actually above the tab bar. So we want to have something in here. The problem is that with Expo Router and form sheets, we're usually pulling something completely above our application. So as you can see in our application, if I click here, this pulls up above the whole tab bar. So that means we need a different way of using a bottom sheet, and we will actually use the good old React Native bottom sheet from Gorham for this. We can directly get started by adding this and then doing a new build of our application, because this requires a new build. So let's go ahead. I will do bun add Gorham bottom sheet at version 5. And once I got this, we can do our Expo run iOS. Do I have to do Prebuild? No, I don't think so. That should work fine. That should also mean that my build should actually be quite fast. For the bottom sheet to work, we just need one little change. So we need to find our main layout file. I don't know where it is. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. We can do it. It doesn't really matter in which place. I would probably just do it after the query client here. So let's go with the gesture handler root view, and that one should be wrapped around our app. And we also want to give it the style flex 1. Now just make sure that you import it from the React Native gesture handler package, and then you shouldn't notice any difference in your app at all. But we can now continue with the ID page. So on that page, we have a couple of things already, but most importantly, we want to query our data. So if we look into our utils file for the API, we should see that there is get article by ID. That's the one we want to use, and of course we're gonna use it again with TanStack Query in combination. So just like before, let's turn this off. And then we're gonna say we get data, and we also get is loading and is error from equals use query from TanStack Query. Just like before, we need two properties here. We need the query key under which the data is cached. So in this case, you will make use of the array logic here. So you can say something like article and then use the ID. So that means you can save the data for multiple elements. Additionally, the query function here should be, am I doing this right? Yes, I think so. Get article by ID from our utils file, and of course we pass in the ID. Is of a type string? Yeah, yeah, the params are always a string, and get article by ID expects a number. I mean, we could say, let's just say make a plus here. Okay, that should work. All right, this gives us the data here. We have another crash here going on. We'll probably keep that one. Let's keep that in there for the moment. We don't need the text. We have the right header height, I guess. But what we probably want to have is the same sort of fallback logic if there is any loading state or error state. So just like before, let's add the activity indicator here or a failure. So if I say something like get article for ID 10, we would probably see that this page isn't working. Maybe fetch isn't returning an error. Let's see. Let's open up the debugging tools quickly and take a look what's going on. So if we go to network and I go back to a page, of course it's not really connected. That's always when you show something, right? How can we refresh that one? Let's do a reload here. Let's see if I go into the PlayStation. Okay, it tries to fetch 10 article. Okay, I get back actually a good error, so I could probably display that. Nonetheless, it's always a good practice to handle the error and loading states of or with TanStack Query. We can also already add a little function here, const, let's call this on add to cart. So that's of course something we will have to implement later, not right now. And now we can focus on the view. So that view is actually, I wouldn't even say it's boring because we just have to like implement some UI. Let's put all of that into a little scroll view here. So let's use a scroll view from React Native, and let's use a content container class name and add some padding bottom 20. Can't hurt. Okay, inside of the scroll view, let's bring up a new view, class name, items, center, and I will give this a slightly different background. So you can always use your own colors with the angle brackets here. And now let's use F7 or something, F7, 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 and some padding 4 in general. I need to be careful with that. Then let's display the actual image here. So the source should be quite easy because we have our element that should be the data. So let's set the URI to data. Oh, I get the code completion. Nice. Image URL. And additionally, let's set the class name here to a width of a specific value. So let's use 220, both for the width and the height. And additionally, I want to make this rounded. So I really hope you get into using NativeWind or Tailwind here, because I honestly really like it. So let's see. I probably don't want to get 10 now. I want to get plus ID. So now it should make a request for the PlayStation, yeah, and there it is. We have a scroll view, we have a nice little background color, that looks good. Okay, after our image, what else do we need? We need some data. Well, I will bring this in slightly now because it's actually quite boring to just type these different things. In my example, I did a bit of mocking as well. So you can just add some like a mock rating, reviews, and brand. This is currently not coming from the backend, but you could easily integrate this into the backend as well. Here we go. Then we have the two labels for the brand and the text. Then we also want to display some reviews. Again, let's do this in a fake way. So let's put a little log in here. This is the title and brand. It's always good on pages like this to just have the different sections with some comments, so you later understand what's going on. This is my ratings and review, just a little view with our mock rating of stars. And then if prime is set, I will also display a little prime label. For the price, no big surprise as well. We can just do it like this. To a fixed value and then display it up here. That should look fine. And my description is once again also just taken from the API and styled a bit to be displayed. Now, we should be able to navigate around and see the different information for different products already. So again, some of the information here is coming from the backend, some isn't. Now it gets interesting because we need a couple of buttons. So let's do a touchable opacity here together. We're gonna give this some class name in a second, and the text here will be view in 3D, because yes, we're gonna do a 3D view very, very soon. This one should take up all the space, but have some horizontal margin. It should be completely rounded and have a border blue 500. So this is rounded full border. Oh, I need to say border and then border blue. Okay, yeah, not too bad. Okay, let's add padding Y of 4 items center and justify center. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Only thing is that my padding Y, now it looks correct. Yep, now it's better. So view in 3D looks now like it should look. Only thing is my text should also be different. So let's add text blue 500 in here as well. I don't know. It's in the app 5 blue like this as well. Don't sue me. And text base. Okay, now here we go. This looks good. We will later wrap this with a link component once we get the page for 3D. So for the moment we can say view in 3D, and this is the button. Now we need additional buttons. I think we can kind of copy this over. We won't really use them yet. We're gonna come later. So we're gonna have something like add to basket here. This one will actually use fixed background color, not the blue one. So instead of this border fun, we're gonna set the background here to a specific value. Okay, yeah, not too bad. We probably need some margin Y as well to have some separation between the elements. And our text should just be dark. So we can say, okay, font bold text best. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Let's copy that over and use this also for buy now. Buy now. And I think for buy now, we can use a slightly different color once again for the background. So that looks a bit different. That one probably doesn't need the separation here. Yep, that looks good, actually. I think we can see everything on the screen. We still have my errors in there. Maybe we're gonna put them into the scroll view as well, so we can keep them. Okay, now everything feels even better. This is the general UI for that page. Nothing too crazy, but I think just like creating that is probably a bit boring. More important is now our bottom sheet. So let's try to bring this in. Again, this should be displayed above the tab bar here, and once we pull it up, we're gonna have some sort of animation going on. But for the moment, let's focus on making the actual bottom sheet in there. So let's add a bottom sheet component here, and we're gonna have to bring that in from the Gorehome bottom sheet package. Let's go up here and let's add the import for the bottom sheet scroll view, and bottom sheet view. Because if we're using the Gorehome bottom sheet, there are different components like a view, a scroll view that you can use in the bottom sheet. So you don't have to use the components from React Native and instead use them directly from the Gorehome bottom sheet, so they're optimized for the usage here. Now let's go down again here, and we probably want to have a reference to our bottom sheet. So let's put this up here. We have our bottom sheet reference, which uses useRef from React. Type here should be bottom sheet, and then we set it to null in the beginning. Good, this is our ref. Additionally, just like with our form sheet, we can have snap points. So points where the bottom sheet kind of snaps like a magnetic. In the documentation, it's always using use memo. I guess in the future we don't have to use use memo here anymore, but for the moment I will just add it. So I will set this to about like 10%, maybe that's correct, then like 25% and maybe 50%. Am I using use memo correctly here? Oh yeah, I need the dependencies array. So empty array here, these are the snap points. We will then later also add the logic to make this animated, but for the moment let's focus on actually bringing up the bottom sheet. So the ref here can be set to the bottom sheet ref, that's already a good starting point. And we want to set the snap points to the just created snap points. Okay. Inside of the bottom sheet, I want to have, let's say, a bottom sheet scroll view. And that bottom sheet scroll view should use the full width, but maybe we can do this in a second. So this is, maybe we're going to say to do here. Let's just do a view, or let's do a text actually. Text and say Rufus text. Okay, this is the place where we have the to do, where we need to display the actual Rufus AI stuff. Before, we're gonna use a bottom sheet scroll view in a different way, and that is down here. So this one will actually be hidden initially. This should have a horizontal scroll, so we can go through our phrases, and it of course should not show this indicator. I don't know, do we ever need that one? It should like be disabled by default, I feel. Okay, oh by the way, you notice this? We got our bottom sheet already. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. I want to give this some styling. Let's give this some styling so it looks better. I will do this with style because I don't know. Ooh, what's that? I don't know why it crashed now. Anyway, we can use box shadow. So we can create our own box shadow simply. Let's use 0, 0, 10 pixels, 0, and then RGBA of just 0, 0, 0, and finally opacity of 0.2. Why is it not up? Let's open this up again. Okay, here we go. This is my box shadow, and I want to add border top left radius. So border top left radius. So we have some rounded borders at the top, and border top right radius as well, set to 20. That should give us a really nice bottom sheet. I just don't see. I can't see the bottom. I don't feel like it's displaying my style correctly. We have the style on the bottom sheet. Why are you not rendering this? Let's see. You don't like my styling? Or did I go wrong with the box shadow? Maybe I did a mistake somewhere. Box shadow looks good to me. Is it because of the content? I don't know. Let's continue. We're gonna figure that out definitely. But I also had some other elements I wanted to add here. So I want to enable pen down to close. That was pretty helpful because then you can like close it down with a pen gesture. I want to disable the animation on mount, but we can do this later. I want to enable dynamic sizing, or I actually want to disable this. This always caused problems with the animation I wanted to do. And I want to set enable content penning gesture false because this also brought some issues with my animation. Okay, we got the snap points. We will also later add some animation here. For the moment, I still wonder why I don't see my border and the drop shadow, because I'm pretty sure I saw this in my examples. But let's continue down here with our bottom sheet scroll view. So we have the horizontal scroll. Of course, we don't want Rufus in here. We want to go through some phrases. I had some additional mock data that I wanted to put up here. So you can find all of this in the repository. These are just some suggested phrases. Of course, they could be dependent on the actual product. That would be more helpful, but this is still a clone, right? So cursor tab, we already did 15 minutes, I guess. Okay, so let's map through all the phrases here. Map, and for every phrase and index, we're gonna do something. We're gonna actually render just a component, so we don't need curly brackets, and we should probably put this into brackets as well. This should be by index, and then we can make all of them touchable opacities. Key should be the index, and then we also need a class name for styling. We're gonna do this in a second. We're gonna set an on press handler. Okay, for the moment we don't have anything, so we can probably keep it like this. And we also need a text element included. Can I just say it like this? Let's do a little on phrase pressed function. Won't hurt. So let's do const on phrase press, and this will get a phrase which is a string. Then we have that function, and everyone will be more happy, especially TypeScript. Okay, here we go. With the current phrase. Okay, oh yeah, this should of course be the phrase, not the iteration again. And then we have the text here. So the text is the current phrase. Then we should also finally see something again on the screen. All right, here we go. We have our horizontal scroller, and we can style this with some colors. So let's say for the text, we can use a class name of text blue 700. Font medium and text SM. Okay, and now we just need to add a bit to the scroll view here. So let's add content container class name. We want to have a gap between the elements, so let's add a gap of 2. And I also want to have some initial padding to the left, so I want to add this one. Good. Now the touchable opacity simply needs some background, so let's add for that one BG blue 100, just a light color. And then we should notice that probably, oh yeah, I misspelled that one. Okay, that looks great. We're gonna have to figure that one out soon. Let's add some padding X of 3, padding Y of 2. Okay, that also separates them. Then we're gonna do rounded full once again. Add some margin bottom, and I want to set this to a specific height. So then we have these nice rounded bubbles. So now if we enter the page, we already got this effect, which is exactly what you see in the Amazon application. You can click the phrases, you can navigate horizontally, and you can also pull this up. So the next step would be to show when this pulls up the Rufus screen in this place. And additionally, I would really like to understand why my box shadow is not presented yet. I honestly don't know. I really don't know, because we have the bottom sheet, we have the snap points, we have pretty much everything in place. Only thing we don't have is, I don't know, I could set the index here, but that shouldn't be the reason, right? Yeah, this is, by the way, the index of the snap point, not anything else. Is there anything in the Gorham bottom sheet documentation about the style usage? Views to be applied, background style, handle indicator style. Could also be an animated style. Very interesting, very interesting. Okay, let's see. So what we want is once again to listen to this event here. That means we need some shared values from Reanimated, because there's not really a good callback from the Gorham bottom sheet, at least yet, or to my understanding, about getting the current position. So let's do this manually. Let's do a new const current position. Not current, but current position, and set this to a shared value. Use shared value, gonna be 0 in the beginning. Additionally, I want to have a shared value for showing Rufus, and that will be a shared value which is, let's set this to true in the beginning. Okay, so you don't have to use numbers, you can also use booleans in there, of course. Now, what we want to do is I want to react to the current position. So if the current position changes to a specific value, I want to set show Rufus to either false or true. Now, because this is a shared value, you can't do this with an use effect, but you can use use animated reaction from React Native Reanimated. So in here, I want to observe the current position, and when this position changes, let's spell this correctly. When this position changes, what happens is that I want to set the show Rufus.value to either true or false depending on the position. So if the position.value is greater than 0 and it is below a certain threshold, so let's just say the threshold here is 650, in that case I would set this to true. Otherwise, I would set it to false, and this is actually a function, so curly brackets. Okay, this is my animated reaction that allows me to use this. Now, we can't just use the shared value directly in our view. What we need to do is we need to create the animated style. So let's call this Rufus style and use animated style. The hook here. And in here, just like we did before, we can return something, and I just want to change the display value. So the display value should be if show Rufus is true. I want to display this using flex, and otherwise I will use none. So that way it should be hidden. Now, I also want to apply this kind of in the opposite way to my phrases way, of course. Phrases styles. And if Rufus value is set, I want to use none and otherwise flex. So now with this in place, I should be able to hide and show this down here. Actually, we don't have the Rufus view yet. Let's just add something in there. Actually, we should be able to add our own Rufus in there. So let's add a view here, which is like a fake header. Probably we should construct this without the logic. So let's comment this one out and let's just focus on this for the moment. We're gonna give this a class name flex row. So we're creating like our own little header component, items center, padding x of 4. I want to have a border at the bottom because this is like a header, and I want to set the border to grade 200 and padding bottom 2. So now in that view, I want to display a little icon. So that's like the close icon, and I want to have a little text. So this will be like Rufus AI. Yeah, rendered more. We need to reload this once. Let's go here. Okay, so this is how the header would look like now. This is actually not a scroll view. This should be a bottom sheet view, I just noticed. Because I don't want to scroll that stuff. Oh no, don't remove the bottom sheet scroll view, please. If I comment this out, it will be removed. I will keep it in there. I don't want to keep it in there. If I remove this, then I will complain about no children, right? Anyway, this should work. Okay, so we got the Rufus AI in here. We got the header. Let's add to the left a little button So touchable opacity, that one should on press pretty much close this bottom sheet. I think we can do this directly in here. So we have the reference, so we can use the bottom sheet reference.current and then call snap to index 0. So that should put it back down. And within the touchable opacity, I will just add an icon, name close, size, I don't know, 24 is sort of like, I don't know even what the default size is of an icon here. And then text gray 500. Let's see. And if I click this, touchable opacity, on press bottom sheet, current snap to index 0. Maybe we should go back once. So if this is pulled up, I can't even click on it right now. Maybe because my bottom sheet scroll view down here is mad at me. That's interesting. Let's see, my bottom sheet view. It looks good to me, but at the same time, it also doesn't look good. Yeah, now it works. So the problem was here. Okay, Rufus AI can be displayed. Good. All right, if the bottom sheet scroll view is there, it should only be displayed one at a time. So we're gonna have to use our styling now. And let's add for the style here, our Rufus styles. And down here, I want to add for style my phrases style. The problem is that these are not animated components yet. And therefore this view should actually either not work or crash. Okay, it's not working just. So what we can do is we can once again create an animated version of these components. So simply go up here and say const animated bottom sheet scroll view equals animated from React Native Reanimated, create animated component with the bottom sheet scroll view. And just like that, we're gonna do it exactly in the same way, but this time for a bottom sheet view. And then we're gonna use bottom sheet view in there. So now we have those two animated components and we can use them instead. And then our reanimated styling should also work. At least I hope it will. So this will be the animated bottom sheet view, and this will be the animated bottom sheet scroll view. All right, a lot. Let's go in there. Let's try again. It comes up like this, and if I pull it up, it's not doing what I want to do. Okay, it's not doing because we're actually not changing the position. So let's set the animated position here of the bottom sheet to the current position. This is how we can, at least I hope so, react to that position change. Let's see again. You see this? I pull it up and it changes to Rufus. I could probably change this from 650 to, let's say, I don't know, 800 or so. Then what maybe, or is that worse? That's actually worth. Then maybe 450. Let's see. Actually, 650 was kind of good. Maybe 550 or something. But it should very soon start to do this. Actually, 600 should be fine, or 650. I should just trust the numbers I used before. Yeah, maybe this is good. So now we're changing it. And you see, the only missing thing is that we don't have the box shadow yet. I'm kind of mad about that we don't have the box shadow because I really would like to see it. And I don't completely understand why we're not seeing it. Oh, that's great. That's great. It just crashed for whatever reason. But anyway, we have our view with the padding. That looks good. We have the general view here. And what we can do now as well is, because we have made Rufus with the Vapi integration as a component, so remember, right here we have it just as a component, we can now include that in our view as well. So let's add just Rufus in here. And once we got this, we should be able to pull this up, and I got my view once again back. This is so cool. I can still use this side scroller, and I can pull it up. but let me try to finally fix the shadow. All right, I noticed that box shadow isn't working. Maybe that's because we disabled the new architecture, so we can now just use it with the classic way of creating shadows with React Native. So you see, our change works fine. And there's one more thing I wanted to do. So when this page enters, I would actually like to bring this in a different way. So what you can say is you can say animate on mount and set this to false. So in this way, it would kind of just like come in, or it won't come in at all. And we can use a little use effect if we wanted to style it our own. So you could now use effect here. Okay, and let's add an empty dependencies array. And in use effect, I will just use a little timeout. So in my timeout, I want to do this after like 1 second or so. And I want to bring in or snap this to our initial index 0. I don't want to overshoot, and I want to rest the displacement threshold. So that's some values I just tried out. And with that, it should normally, yeah, like this, come in. So after entering the page, we now have this little overshooting effect of this view coming in, and we can easily do our scrolling as well. One thing I would really like to do is do this in a more animated way. So changing the display value. I don't know if this would work with a timing. Let's see if this would be possible with a timing. And then do something like this. Let's try. I don't think it will work very well, but let's give it a shot. Okay, so view comes in. Yeah, no, it just destroys everything. Let's not do this. Let's just stick to the default here. So we can close it entirely. We can close it with a button, it shoots in, we can pull it up, and of course I could use the Vapi integration on this page now once again. See the difference? This is the one that can stay up here, and if I click Rufus, it would be displayed above everything. So there's still place for the Gore Home bottom sheet, even if Expo Router has the form sheet component. And once again, I really liked how easy it works with version 5. I think it's a great package. Gore Home deserves a lot of respect for maintaining that package and keeping it up through the years. So check it out, give it a star on GitHub. Gore Home bottom sheet is still great. In the official Amazon application, you can preview some items in 3D. And that is what we want to develop now as well, because it's actually incredibly easy to implement this with React Native. We're gonna use a library called React Native Filament, created by Magello. So you might know the team around Mark Rosavi. React Native Filament is incredible at rendering 3D elements in our app, and it works really, really easy. Actually, I think it even works on the web, because I went to the preview and they have this preview here on the web. So I think by now it might work on the web. There are 2 commands that we should install. So we need to install React Native Filament as well as React Native Worklets Core. Let's do this now in our app. And let's kill the live reload, because we need to restart that anyway. So let's add those 2 to our application. By the way, you might have noticed that before in the response there is actually a GLB file for 2 of our elements. So for the iPhone and the PlayStation, the server, our Node API, returns with a link to a GLB file. A GLB file is sort of a 3D file. I don't take any credits for this. I got this from, I think, right here, from Sketchfab. There was a model of this PlayStation, and this is exactly what we're going to use in our app. So I don't have the copyrights for that. To use Filament, we need to apply 2 changes. We need to dive into our Babel config as well as the Metro config. So in the Babel config, we need to make sure that we have process worklets true included. Let's make sure we put this in the right place. I think it should be right here. Good, that looks good. Additionally, in the Metro config, we should enable loading GLB files. Now, this is actually only required if we're using like a local file, which we probably won't do, although we could do it for testing. But maybe you can add it as well. So you can simply say config.resolver.enable asset extensions dot push, and I want to push the GLB extension. So that would allow us locally to also bundle GLB files with our application. Once we got this, back to Bunix Expo run. This should apply. Yeah, it installs Cocoa Pods, so all the necessary changes should be applied. And we can focus again on our app. Now, when we come to this page, we will come there from our index page, so the details page of a product right here. I want to show this now in a full screen way, so I will add the new page in the modal folder. I will add a folder. I will actually do a group 3D and then have a new id.tsx in there. So your routing should look somewhat like this. On that ID page, we can pretty much get started like we did on our details page, right? Well, let's implement it from the beginning. Here we go. We're gonna push that page and add it to our routing. So I'll just add an Expo router link component around it, and that link will take us to modal/3d/id. That should be fine. Good. Now on that page, I should keep that open. Just like before, I want to get the details because I haven't passed anything else. So we should get my ID using the use local search params. And then I also want to get my query for the data included. Okay, so add all the imports from TanStack Query and get the article by ID from /utils API. That's the place. And probably we also want to add the router. Because I don't want to use the default header, we're going to create sort of our own styling there. So once again, just like before, if we're loading or if there's an error, let's handle that accordingly. And then, oh, the app already comes back up. Let's hope it works. Okay, so we can check, do we render everything? Yeah, now we need a bunch of things from Filament. I'll probably already add them here, but they will be removed anyway once I hit save. So everything starts with a filament scene. Then we have a filament view. You might have the model and you might have a specific camera or lighting. So this is how we create it. But we will also wrap this with gesture detection. So we will be able to, like with our fingers, turn the 3D element around. There was an example somewhere in the documentation. Of course, I can't find it anymore, but I think it was like, was it inside the camera? I think they had some examples somewhere in which you could find them. Docs, guides, asset loading, physics. I think it was like either the transformation or the camera. Yeah, here they had also the camera manipulator where you had the different pen gestures included. That's what we're gonna do as well. So just browse around. There are really cool things in here. I thought there was like a guide here. Maybe it was this one. No, this is about using reanimated physics. Well, let's just do it on our own. Should be fine. So I go here, I click view in 3D, and here we are on that page. Okay, let's see what we got. First of all, we should have the GLB URL from the data, so that should be fine. I want to do this now there was a slightly different way of doing this. So I don't want to export my default page. I will actually have another block here, export default function scene, because that scene will be wrapped with an additional block. So in my scene here, let's stop cursor because you probably don't know what I want anyway. In this one, I will have a view. Let's use class name flex1 so we use up all the space. And then I will start by wrapping everything in a filament scene. In the filament scene, I will then have the actual page, which will render our 3D model. Now in here, I will do the same. I will add the flex1. So by now, this actually shouldn't change anything, honestly. Like going here, view in 3D, nothing has changed so far. I can now also say stack.screen, what is it, options or screen options? No, it's options. header shown false. So I don't want the default header. Let's get rid of that. And I want instead to have my own touchable opacity in here, which calls on press our router.back. So we have like a little custom header own implementation. Just gonna use an Ionicon's name arrow back. It's the usual one. Size again, I don't know if this is the default size. I really wonder. And a color of white. Okay, probably we can't see this. A white arrow on this won't work really well, so let's add a class name to the touchable opacity. Let's make this rounded full and a BG of gray 600. Then we should at least see something on the screen. We probably need some distance from top. So let's add a bunch of styling here to the class. Let's add some padding. Let's add a specific width and height of 12. I don't want to use the safe area at the top and MX6. So at this point, we already see the circle coming up. Okay, I want to center everything correctly. That's already pretty good. I think we can kind of keep it there, right? It should normally work fine for us. Okay, cool. Now let's render our 3D element. First of all, I want to check if the data has a GLB URL so we can safely use it. Otherwise, we are not able to display it, and I just included a handful of those. We will then wrap everything here with the gesture detector. The gesture is missing, so we still need to create that gesture. Let's create this above here. Can we do this? Maybe I will leave it out for the moment. Maybe we can also start without the gesture detection. Let's use a filament view now. And this filament view should also, I'm not sure if I will be able to use class name flex1 in here. We might have to drop into style again. We can use some default light for this scene. We can just include it. And most importantly, we want to add our model. So this is pretty easy because we can set the URI here of that model to our data.glb URL. So we're using that file, and you want to add transform to unit cube. This is what mostly was in every example. And then you can also add a camera here to that scene. Now, in theory, yes, in theory, we see our model. That's good. What was that? I don't know. Some sort of error. Let's try here as well. So we're definitely seeing our model, but right now, I can't do anything with it, and that's quite boring. I mean, it's cool that we're able, with just like super minimal stuff here, to render this, but honestly, I feel like whenever you have some 3D stuff, you really want to have, like gesture detection. And you notice, if I don't have light, it looks like this. It's really horrible. So let's add the default light back again, otherwise, this just shows up as a dark model and won't really work. Good. Now with this in place, we can add our gesture detection. The gesture detection needs a gesture, so let's create this. Additionally, I also want to manipulate the camera. So those are the two things we have to add. Let's add the first one, the camera manipulator. This is also taken straight from, I think, the documentation of this. So if we go to camera, you see that right here you can create this sort of camera manipulator using use camera manipulator. Let's bring this in. I will set this to 00800. I will just leave this as it is. And now I can attach this to the camera that we don't really have yet. So let's add this above the default light. Let's add a camera here. And then we're gonna call the camera manipulator and set it to our camera manipulator. Okay, so where's my preview? For the moment, this won't really change a lot. We still see the same view. What is this? Cannot be shared, trying to decorate to find a worklet. Use local search params. Yeah, use local search params should definitely not be a worklet. I don't know what's going on here. But this is the camera location and how we look at our element. So we can specify that if we want to. Now, in terms of the pen gesture or the general gesture, we need to set this up. So let's do the pen first. Let's first get the view height. So we can do some calculation. We can do this with dimensions, get window. Okay, get window dot height or height. I think it's probably height. I don't know. Then we have the pen gesture. This is now straight taken from the React Native gesture handler package. So you want to create a pen gesture and set this up, and then you can define an onBegin handler. So what should happen when the gesture begins? We have the event, and what we want to do with that event is, oh, that looks horrible. Yeah, that looks better. So onBegin, I want to get the Y level corrected by using the view height minus event.translation Y. That will give us the right corrected value here. Then we can change our camera manipulator. So this is how we look at the element and say grab begin. So it's basically like we're grabbing the view using event.translation X, the corrected Y value, and finally strafe. I want to set this to false here. From the documentation, it says false means rotation instead of translation. Okay, this is my onBegin. I also want to have set this to, let's close this. We can also do onUpdate. So onUpdate, we're going to do pretty much something similar. We're going to get the corrected value and update our camera manipulator. I will then say that we want a maximum of 1 pointers. So when this number is given, a finger is placed on the screen, gesture hasn't yet activated, it will fail to recognize, should be higher or equal to 1. And then we also have onEnd. And onEnd, I want to call the according camera manipulator end. Was it end? No, it was grab end, right? Yeah, grab end. Okay, this is the pen gesture. And we can actually create this pen gesture and attach it to the gesture detection, which we wanted to add around our view. So I can now set the gesture here already. Gesture detection, and then set the gesture to what was it called? I think pen gesture, right? Please give me code completion. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can do anything with that pen gesture. Oh, nice. I can actually already do everything I want. So this is the pen, oops, I don't know what this is. This is the pen handling with React Native gesture handler. We could do this also without Filament, but now we're attaching or combining the pen gesture with the camera manipulator, which basically is how we view this element. The only thing we can't do is I can't zoom into this. So I can only like turn it around, which is, I mean, honestly, it's pretty cool, but it's not everything. And I don't know why this is failing the whole time. I don't know. I will remove ID here. It should be use local search params, use router. I don't know. Everything looks pretty good to me. So I'm not exactly sure what went wrong here. Nonetheless, we have the pen gesture. We can now also add a scale gesture. So the scale gesture should start with a previous scale shared value. So I'm going to use shared value. And you know, like all of this is usually used in combination. Reanimated, gesture handler, these things just work perfectly together. Then we have a little value, let's call this scale multiplier. And we're going to set that one to 100. So then we create our pinch gesture, and we will be later able to combine those two gestures together. So let's set this to gesture.pinch. And then just like before, we can set up some additional stuff. So what do we want to do on begin? On begin, I want to get the scale value here. And with that scale value, I will set my previous scale.value to that new scale value. So that will help us. And once we call on update, we can change, where is it? On update. And in update, we have the same stuff, but we also have the X value here and the Y value. So this is, again, I haven't done the whole code here. I changed a couple of values, but most of this was taken from the Filament documentation. I just can't find the example anymore where I got this from. So thank you, Mark, once again for this great library, as well as the documentation and examples. So now I want to add or reduce this by the previous value. So we have the delta change value. And then I can once again call my camera manipulator dot scroll. And I want to scroll to the X value, the Y value, and finally the minus delta times the multiplier. So that will help us to scale or zoom into our model. And I will then also update my previous scale.value once again to the new scale value that we got in on update. Good. Finally, we can combine those two gestures. This is once again a gesture handler thing. So let's just call gesture.raise. So .raise will help us to combine them, builds a composed gesture consisting of gestures provided as parameters. The first one that becomes active cancels the rest of the gestures. So let's add the pinch first, and then we add the pen second. And now we can use this combined gesture instead of only the pen gesture. So we can just exchange this out. And now we should be able to not only rotate the fun, but we're also able to zoom into the USB ports and check out the model in even bigger size. Nice. If I go back, why is this thing coming up? Honestly, I haven't seen this before during testing, so I'm a bit, I'm not worried, but I wonder what's going on. So let's go into the iPhone view, and as well, I should be able to, yeah, turn it around and zoom into everything here. So I think for a React Native app, this is pretty impressive. This is just, oh, we see at the top, I feel like the top area should look different. Didn't we hide the header? Header shown is set to false. Is this my touchable opacity? Flex 1, we have flex 1. Well, I don't know, it's not the biggest deal right now. But what I wanted to say is that I think it's pretty impressive what you can do with React Native and how easy we were able to do this. Like, this is just a pretty short file, I would say, and we're able to render 3D elements on this page and turn them around with our fingers in every direction. So I don't know what you think about it, and I don't know why I can't go back. Router, we should probably call router back in that case. Maybe that's better. Yeah, it works just as bad as before. I don't know. I feel like somewhere I went wrong and did something that this page doesn't like, or maybe I used an import from a wrong package. Hard to say. I don't think so usually. Very strange indeed. But play around with this, add some more GLB files or 3D files, and with that we have finished both the details page with this cool animated bottom sheet, as well as the 3D representation and interaction with articles. Now it's time to implement another crucial functionality for any kind of shopping and e-commerce application, which is state management, or more precisely managing the cart of a user. We're going to use Zustand, which is probably the most popular state management library out there for React right now, and it's unbelievable easy to use. So simply install it. I can do this with bun install. I also think I don't have to do a new build. We should be fine because this is a JS package. We should be fine just installing this. Now, we need a couple of things. We need to create our Zustand store. Let's just use this in utils. I don't want to do too many folders, so let's call this cart store.ts. Additionally to the card store, what we also want is to persist the card. So when the user opens up the app, I want to have the same data. And you can actually combine Zustand with mmkv. So that is pretty cool. Let's just do this right here. Const, we call this Zustand storage. And this will be a state storage. Would be great to get the import. So that one comes from Zustand middleware. This is now pretty easy. We just have to override the get, set, and remove item functionality. So for get item, I want to return storage. So I can just return from the current storage, get string by the name, and that should be just fine. Additionally, I can close this, name string undefined. Yeah, well, we can also say or null, that should be better. You happy with this now? No, you're not. Oh, let's do this outside. My bad. So we either return that one or we return null here. Then we have set item. And I already noticed that we probably have name string value here. And this one will be, the last one is remove item. It's gonna be name string again. And we're gonna implement that. So removing item, pretty easy. Call storage.delete by its name. And when you want to set an item, we just call storage.set. So just using the underlying mmkv instance. And we will be able to use this now as the middleware for our card store once we've implemented it. Now let's get into implementing that card store. First of all, let's define a little interface for this. So I want to have an interface that looks like this. We should be able to import the article type from our API. And then our state should have the articles, and not just an array of articles, but they should now also include a quantity. So you can have like 5 PlayStation in your card. We of course need add article, reduce article, or remove to entirely remove it. We can also clear the card after like doing the purchase. And then we have 2 numbers for the total and the count. Now let's stop this and write it up ourselves, because this is actually a quite interesting thing. So when we need probably 2 additional things here. So we need an initial state. That one will just be used in the beginning. So in the beginning, we're gonna have, of course, articles, an empty array. We're gonna have a total of 0, and we're gonna have a count of 0. Then we have one helper function, which I will bring in. You can also find this in the GitHub repository. If you haven't checked it out, finally give it a star now. Which we call recalculate. So this is basically will be called when the card is updated. We're gonna get the total and the count by just using the new values, and then we return them. Just a little helper function. Now the setup of our actual state is interesting. So you use it like this. You create your own use card store hook that will be used in our pages later. We then use the create function from Zustand, which is like the most essential piece here. And we're gonna give it the type card state. Then we already make this a function, and we're gonna call persist around this. So if we call persist around the whole state that we have to implement, we need to add, I think, how do we, I want to get the brackets right. So then we have all the calls to update the state, which will be in set here. So set will be like an object of things. And then after set, we have the actual persist options. So the persist options in this case will be, just give it a name. I will call this card. And for the storage, I want to create a JSON storage. And then we can pass in our Zustand storage that we created before. Close it, and close it. And then we are fine. So this is the general overview of our card store. Now let's get into this. So In here, we have the functions that will be able to be called from outside. Again, we're gonna just use this hook. This is an object. So inside, we're gonna start by using the spread operator for our initial state. So these are the values that will be set by default. And then we want to implement the rest of the interface. So adding an article, we get an article and we can do something with that article. We also want to have reduce article. So for reduce article, we also get an article and can do something with it. We're gonna have remove. Let's just copy this. Of course, I'm breaking it. Remove article. That will also get an article. And finally, we have clear card, which is honestly, we can just do clear card right here. This will call our set function. So this updates our state. We just update it with the initial state. Okay, that's everything. Now we just need to implement these three actions in here. And then we got everything that we need. So implementing them is somewhat tricky because we usually always need to check, is there the item already included? Is it not? We need to wrap this in an update. So it looks a bit challenging, but trust me, it's actually not gonna be that hard. So in here, we have our set function again for the state because we want to set the new value for our state. We can now calculate this. Let's first of all have a found variable, and then we can go through all the articles that we have. Let me see where the we're gonna get these from the state, right? State.articles dot why are you red? You shouldn't be red. State.articles. Yeah, because this doesn't make sense. It should look like this. Yeah, okay, now we got it. So you see, under state, you have access to the whole state of our card here. We have the articles. We're gonna map through every item. So for every item, we wanna check if a.id is equal to my new article ID that I wanna add. That means found is true. And I will directly return the new state with all the values of A, so the article, and just setting the quantity to a.quantity, so the quantity that item in the card had before, +1. If that isn't the case, if we don't find it, we'll just return A, so nothing going on here. Now, after this, we have our updated articles, but we still need to create a new articles array, and we're gonna check, have we found the item? So was the item in our articles array before? If that is the case, I can now just return articles because we simply updated the quantity and everything is fine for that entry. Otherwise, I will have to use everything that was previously in my state articles plus the new item. And we can create that new item by using the spread operator on articles. So we get all the properties of the article plus a quantity of 1. Okay, this is the new articles. Additionally, we also need to update our count and total, and this is where we get our recalculate. So we can now simply call the recalculate on the new articles, and we're gonna get the new amount of total price and the number of items in our cart. And we can finally return the new state, which is articles is new articles, and then we have total and count. All right, that's it. That was probably the hardest one, adding an article. Now let's implement the rest. Just like before, in here we're gonna wrap this with set to update our state, so the state of our card. We're gonna simply go through all the articles once again. So let's say const articles equals state.articles dot let's do it in this line, dot map. And for every item, we want to check if a.id is equal to article.id. If that's the case, we're gonna return everything from A and a new quantity. Remember, this time we're reducing the quantity. So we're gonna say A, the previous quantity minus 1, and otherwise we can just return A in here. Looks good to me. Did I forget a bracket? I don't think so. Maybe I should have done one here. Yeah, that's usually better. All right, this is our mapping. And to be sure, I want to add a little filter block. So if any of the articles quantity is 0, I want to filter it out. So a.quantity greater than 0. All the other items will be filtered out. Now with this new articles, we can call our helper function to calculate this. Maybe we're going to call this new articles as well. And then we return our new state. Good. Finally, we have removing an article. That means we want to entirely remove it. We don't just want to change the quantity. We want to remove it entirely. That's actually even easier. So let's say again, new articles equals state.articles, state.articles filter. And we're going to go through them. So for every item, we're going to check if the ID is unequal to the article ID that has been passed to this. Then it's pretty much filtered out, and we can reuse our logic here, calculate the new values, and return this. All right, I think this is our entire state logic for managing the cart. And the usage of this is now actually even easier. So let's go to our ID page. That was the somewhere here. Good. Let's make this a bit smaller so we can see our app on the side as well. I need to open this up again. Why is my app not running? I don't know. Filament destroyed my app. Mark, I'm coming for you. What's going on here? No, it's probably, if my app isn't working, it's always my fault. It can't be Mark's fault. Mark is a genius. So let's go to the PlayStation page. And in here, what we want to do is we want to bring in my add article. So at the top somewhere, let's do it here. Maybe all of that was bottom ref stuff. So let's do it here. Let's get this, and we can just destructure this add article from use cart store. And then we have our add article function included. Now we already think had this function somewhere, like add to cart or so. Yeah, const on add to cart. So on adding to cart, I want to add the article, which is currently just my data here on that page. And honestly, what I would recommend is you also use something like the haptics package. So you can bring in the haptics package from Expo. That should be installed by default in any application. So just import star as haptic and then go back to your function. And you can say something like haptics.impact async and then haptics.impact feedback style, probably light. Okay, this gives this gentle vibration of your phone when you click add to basket or adding the item to your to your cart. Okay, now we just need to attach this to the actual add to basket, and let's find this, should be here. So on press, I'm gonna add to cart. Right now we're not able to actually see this, so we should probably talk about a place where we could render the count of the cart. And usually, as you can see this in the application, in the Amazon application, it's done down here on the cart icon. So let's do this as well. We're going to change this here. We have the logic to render a tab bar icon. We'll just now surround this with a view, class name. Oh, it looks like we haven't even added view from React Native. Class name relative. So we position this in a relative way together. Okay, and then we have the ionicons. That is cool. And then we have another view, which will be absolutely positioned. So let's do minus top -2, so it's a bit higher. We have height 4, width 4, and I also want to move it slightly to the right-hand side. So this view has then simple text element with the count, and that count simply comes from our cart store as well. So that's the cool thing. We can just include this in all the pages, and it just works. So use cart store, and then we bring it in text. Oh, we don't have the text component from React Native yet. Here we go. Okay, so right now it says 0. I also want to style this a bit more. So let's give this a class name, text MD, and font bold. All right, let's see. If I add this to basket, nice. It's showing exactly down there, and I can add items. And as well, if I reload this, the cart should be persisted. Right, it is still 5 because it is stored with mmkv, and then Zustand picks it up again when the app reloads. This was our whole idea. Great, it just works. I love it. With that in place, I think let's head over to our cart page, because we can now implement the cart here. And that's, again, pretty easy. So we get access to all the articles and let's say the total value of the order by, again, destructuring this from use cart store. And then we can render this. We're going to keep the rest of the logic in here. We probably want to, let's probably put a view up here and give this class name flex1 bg wide. Do we need, we might have to talk about the padding top here, just like we did on other pages. How did we solve this in the end for like the index page? We did it with header height. Okay, yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do. Let's use this here as well. So header height, and then we can use const header height. Is it height or height? Or is it, I mean, is it depending on where you're from, Australia or the United States or England? Or let me know in the comments. I think it's actually, it might be header height. I think it's height, not hate. But anyway, let me know. Just random thoughts after like 4 hours of recording. Okay, here's my card. This is positioned correctly. That looks good. We have my show overlay. Now let's do if the articles.length is 0. So if we don't have articles length, I want to render a little fallback. In fact, let's render this when article length is defined, because it is right now defined, and otherwise it's hard to create a view that you can't see. Okay, let's make this one span the whole width. We're gonna use flex row, justify, center, a gap of 10 between the items, and some big padding, additionally padding to the top. Then we're gonna add the view here, so it's closed already, and a big ionicons. So let's use the card outline here with a size of, let's actually use like 64 and a color of, or actually not a color, we're gonna use Tailwind here. So class name text gray 400. Okay, nice. We also want to disable this once again. So this is showing up in theory when the cart is empty. Let's just add another view with 2 text elements below it. Not too interesting, I guess. So let's just do it like this. Text from React Native, and then it says your cart is empty. That would show up if your cart was empty. And we can now change this back, so this is only showing if the cart is really empty. Good. Now, additionally, we can see if we have length, so you can just say articles.length with this double expression. That means it's set and it will be greater than 0, because 0 usually equals to false. And then we can have a flat list in here. Good old flat list friend. Let's set the data of this flat list to my articles. Then we have the key extractor. I mean, it's taking the ID anyway, but I want to make sure that it's converting it correctly. So let's use item.id.toString. Okay, just to be sure. Also closing this so I don't forget about it. We add some container content, container class name. Let's use bg wide and some padding in general. And I want to also have, besides the render item function, a header component, but we can do this in a second. I think this time we're gonna actually use a new component for this, but that component is so boring that I recommend you take it from GitHub, because the cart item, honestly, is just like styling. It's pure styling. Nothing in here is really of interest. So let's bring in the cart item from the repository. This has an interface where we get the article, and then it uses the add, reduce, and remove article from our cart store, and it just renders the image and the item. So with this cart item added, we can use this here to render the cart item, and we just pass the article to this one. This is the item. Okay, with that in place, ta-da, we have a nice logic here. We can even reduce it, add it, and it will usually change also down here the count on our cart. Good, that seems to work quite nice. I like it. I only want to have the header component, which renders the like the whole checkout information. So let's add one more list header component. And this list header component could look like this. So we have a view with class name, BG white, just making sure because it might be above everything else. We want to have a border only at the bottom, and that border should be like gray 200. We're going to add some padding of 4 and a padding top of 12. Why is it not automatically closing my view? Usually it does. So we have this header view. That is where the border is coming from now. In that view, we're going to first of all have a little show of the number. So not too interesting, just like the subtotal in a row and the number to fixed. I think someone pointed this out on X. I had in my examples, like sometimes I had dollars, sometimes I had euros. Yeah, it's not perfectly made in this application. Let's just use it to use dollars now. You probably want to like use variables and define for the user depending on like where the user lives and stuff and the settings. Okay. Additionally, there will be a touchable opacity included here. That should give a class name, use our yellow background, yellow 400, rounded full. So this will be the button that takes us to the checkout. I'm already excited to implement the checkout with you. That's gonna be really challenging. And we also have one even cooler thing after the checkout using Vapi and the workflows. I'm really happy about like getting back into that very soon. So for the moment, let's wrap it up. Text, LG, and a bigger font size, so something like font bold. And then you can say proceed to checkout with about articles.length item, and then you want to, if you're correct, you would say like articles.length. If this is greater than 1, you would say items, and otherwise you wouldn't. Okay, if you're really correct. 2 items, and if I remove this, 1 item. Okay, proceed to checkout. Good. I just think that maybe the padding top here is a bit too much. Yeah, maybe that looks better to me, honestly. You know, at this point, when you have like the different pages and you can navigate around and so many things work, it really feels good. I hope you got to this point, because at this point you can be proud of what you've developed, like all these pages, the headers, the little tiny animations, the AI voice integration, authentication, 3D, bottom sheets. There's really a lot we did already, so give yourself a pat on the shoulder because that was really hard. There's one thing I want to do. I want to have this actually sticky at the top. So let's add some more items to my basket because I like that. And then we're gonna say sticky header indices, and the array should just say that the first item should be sticky to the top. That means that we might have to reload. And then let's go back here. Why are you not sticky? Oh, it is. Here we go. It is sticky. Probably just want a bit more padding. Yeah. Perfect. So you can scroll it, but it will be sticky when the list is longer. Proceed to checkout will always be up there, just like in the official Amazon application. With that in place, let's add our page as preparation for the last checkout. So we're going to add a checkout.tsx here. That's going to be a page once again. And that checkout page should be reached from this point. So let's wrap it with the Expo router link. And we're going to say the link is going to modal/checkout. Always add as child in the link component and then wrap it around the touchable opacity. And with that, we should be able to get to our checkout modal, in which we can now do the Stripe magic of this app. This next part could be an entire YouTube video on its own, and probably I'm gonna do this as well afterwards, because we're now talking about integrating Stripe payments in your React Native Expo application. There is a package, there's also a great video from Beto, and there are a couple of steps. This page looks so easy, like it is really easy, but honestly it's not that. There are a lot of steps, but I will walk you through all of them. So this takes a bit of time. If you're not interested in taking payments like this, you can probably skip to the next one where we talk about the Vapi workflows finally. But for now, we're gonna focus on this. So let's go first of all to our app. This is really the easy part. Now this is my API, this is my app, and integrate the package. We will kill the live reload. So bun expo install the Stripe package. Then we need to add a little block, a little config plugin to our app.json. So let's go into the app.json, and I don't know if we even also need to do something to our env. Probably gonna add something in here, yeah. So in the config plugin, we have a merchant identifier and we have a Boolean for enable Google Pay. We can just set this one to true, but here it expects a value. And getting this merchant identifier is actually not that easy. So we're gonna have to do that now. The process is the following. First of all, you wanna go into your Stripe account. So I'm here now in a sandbox environment in Stripe, and I will actually create a new one because I previously used this sandbox. So let's create a new one. I will call this Amazon Video. I will copy my usual settings here. So let's create, yeah, I will do this like this. It should be fine. Okay, now there are a couple of steps that we have to go through. So Stripe lines them out. We can partly talk about them in general. We need to register for an Apple merchant ID. I will walk you through that. We need to create that certificate. We don't really have to integrate with Xcode, but we need to set this up in our app. And then we finally have to present the payment sheet and submit the payment to Stripe. And this is also done in combination with our API because some stuff is just not safe. You can't have certain keys in your Expo application. This always requires sort of a backend. If we didn't have the Node API, I would use an Expo API function for that. That would be perfect. And I think the video I have in my mind about this will use that way. But for the moment, what we need is this. So we have a new account here, a new sandbox. I will copy my publishable key. That one needs to be in my env definitely. So I will put then expo public Stripe publishable key equals this one. Let me hope I didn't make any typo in there. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Additionally, we want to also bring this into our API here in the Node API. So we already have Stripe publishable key. So this is where we can paste it, and we're going to use the secret key on the server as well. I just noticed the first one is not correct. This is the correct one. Good. So after doing this, you want to restart your environment, and then everyone should be happy again. Yeah, allow this. And my app is running. So what's going on in the app, in the API, we can quickly talk about this. There's one specific route under orders, which uses the Stripe SDK to create this payment sheet. It expects an amount, currency, and email of a customer. It creates the customer if the customer doesn't exist yet. It uses some keys, and it finally creates this payment intent. This is what we need for our application, and we return the payment intent, a key, the customer, and the publishable key here. So we probably wouldn't even need this in the front end, but it's okay like this. So this is the whole logic here in the backend. And this is the reason why we can't do it on our front end, because it requires the secret Stripe key. And you don't want to put this in your app unless you're using an Expo API route, which would pretty much do the similar thing like here in a server-side environment. Okay, with that being said, let's come back to this. We have our keys. Now it's time to get the merchant identifier. So we're gonna have to go to Apple and obtain a new one. I've already opened this up here. So on the Apple page, on the certificates, identifiers, and profiles, you wanna select merchant ID. Then I will call this Amazon Video. And for the identifier, you wanna use something like merchant.com.amazonvideo. Okay, let's continue. We can already take this and put it into my app before I forget about it. So this will be my merchant identifier eventually one day later down the road. I also need to add the publishable key in here. So this one is the one we just added to the env. I think this copy is right. Let's paste it in here. Okay, but now it won't work yet. That's not all. There's still a lot more that we have to go through, because this certificate needs to be now registered. So let's call it register. We have a second one up here. And now we need to connect this with our account. So we need to go to the iOS certificate settings in the Stripe dashboard. Let's find this. This is usually, this is not the one, this is the one I wanted to use. Is this my, yeah, this is the Amazon Video I just created. I found this quite hard not using the link, but let's try it. It's under settings, payments, payment methods, going into your default configuration, selecting Apple Pay, and then configure iOS certificate. Let's see, here we go. No iOS application certificate. So now you want to add a new application which will download a certificate signing request. You will use this to get a secure certificate from Apple that will allow you to use this. Once you've saved the CSV, we'll walk you through the process of exchanging this file. Okay, cool. So go to this page in the Apple Developer Central. I am. Select the merchant ID you would like to use this for. So this is the Amazon Video. I want to, when it prompts you to upload a certificate, use the file we just downloaded. So let me get that file. Okay. Process. Where do we put this? In the Apple Pay processing certificate. Apple Pay processing certificate. So create. Will payments exclusively processed in China? No. Okay, so I can now upload my file here. This should be the signing request 2. Okay, let's continue. And that should give me a new file, my Apple Pay certificate. And this one should be uploaded here again. So put it up here and submit and hope that it works. All right, we have our iOS certificate attached to the Stripe account. It is the merchant.com Amazon Video. That was a good start. I think we're kind of done with Apple at this point. We don't really need to do anything else. We don't have customers or anything yet, but that's fine. So we can probably put this to the side. So we've done this. We don't really need to integrate it with Xcode. The config plugin will take care of this. But what we need to do is we still need to wrap our app with the Stripe provider, like in this example. So let's do this now in the topmost layout file. I'm gonna add my Stripe provider, and then we can heat down to our usual section for providers, which is down here. And let's say after the gesture handler, we're gonna add this. I will disable this because this is going to be annoying. So we can, didn't we have like a copy thing? Yeah, here we go. Let's copy this in and put it around this one. So close here. Now the publishable key should be taken from our process env. That should be quite easy. So let's just call process.env, and I want to copy the value here so I don't make any typo. Expo public, whatever. That should be set, so let's do an exclamation mark. For the merchant identifier, I could just write it in here, or I actually found on the video from Beto a pretty cool script using Expo constants. So we can bring in the constants from Expo. Let's add this, import constants from Expo up here. So just like this. And then it will look up your app JSON. It will find the Stripe React Native config plugin and use the merchant identifier from there. So then you can simply pass this through without having anything hard-coded in there. And I feel like I could probably have done the same for the Stripe publishable key, but I think we might need it in other places as well. So for the moment, let's keep it in there. Okay, to recap, we've created a new sandbox in Stripe. We have a testing publishable key and secret key, which was added to our Node API to the env file down here, because the Node API will actually create our payment intent. In our React Native app, we have wrapped the Stripe provider around our app, as well as set up the config plugin, which uses our merchant identifier and also has access to the publishable key. With all of that in place, we should be able to go back and run our application. This should install some new dependencies, some native SDKs for Stripe. But now we should be able to simply go ahead with our logic for the checkout. So let's close all of this. We don't really need any of that anymore. And we can go to the checkout page. The checkout page should actually be a modal. So let's add it to our layout first. So let's see where we got this. Probably here as another stack.screen. I will just copy an entry. So this one will be for modal / checkout. And for the options, I want to set the title. It's never gonna give me that one. Title. Oh, actually we had the title already. So let's set this to Amazon checkout. In the header left, I want to have a router dismiss with cancel. That actually looks good, but maybe let's make this just text gray. You know, you want to have the cancel just small. People should be happy about making their purchase. They shouldn't get the idea of canceling. If you want to, you can also specify an animation here, by the way, for a full screen modal. So something like slide from bottom is usually the default, I guess, and that's also what we should, or I want to use in this case. Good, that's all for the presentation of the checkout. Now let's talk about the actual checkout. We do have API routes that we can now use. We have an API route to create the order, but I won't do this until we've actually made the payment. So you could also do this by catching the webhook. This is something we will not do. That would be one more additional step. So in Stripe, you can set up a webhook like payment received or payment successful. And with that webhook, we could target our Node API, catch it in the webhook, and then create the order from there. Would be possible, but would be another setup, something I will leave to you because it's actually funny to do and not too hard to do. In our app, we want to call the create payment when we're ready to make the payment. This calls the endpoint we talked about, orders payment sheet. It passes through the amount, the currency, and our email. And that's all we need. By the way, notice that when we create an order, we actually pass a token through, which is used here. This comes back to the Clerk authentication with JWT we implemented in the beginning, and this is important because otherwise creating the order won't work. But nonetheless, let's start with the checkout. In the checkout, we can once again use the store from the previous video. So we get articles, total, and also clear cart once we're done using use cart store. We also want to get the current user because we might need some information like the email. So let's use user from Clerk. And then we also want to use a hook from the Stripe package we just installed. So there's a hook called use Stripe, and from use Stripe we can get init payment sheet as well as present payment sheet. So those are two separate functions that we can call. Additionally, I want to bring in the get token functionality from useAuth from the Clerk package. Oops, useAuth from the Clerk Expo package, because it's actually, yeah, it's fine. Because this will actually give us access to the JWT of the user that we need to pass through the get order functionality. So now it all comes together in this final moments. Let's also do something like checkout loading, set checkout loading, and that's gonna be use state false in the beginning. And finally, we have one more for the router, because we definitely need some sort of navigation once we're done. So use router. Okay, just like before, we need a couple of functions, but maybe we can start with the view, because we should have all the information. Let's put this all in a scroll view. Content, why did you not import that one? Scroll view from React Native, and then content container, class name, flex1, padding 5, and bg white. Okay, in that one, we're gonna check, or let's create our order. I think I had some dummy data here first, like in the Amazon app, there's really a lot going on that page. Let me just start by doing this one. So this is just a generic script. If we go there, we see our page. So this is our checkout experience that works. By placing your order, you agree to blah, blah, blah. Okay, after this view, let's do the touchable opacity to proceed with the checkout. This one has class. How many times did I get the wrong code completion for the class in this video? I don't know. Must be like at least 20 or so. And we could have done like a button component as well that we reuse. Would have made sense, but we haven't, so we don't have to do it now in the end. Maybe you, if you want to put this on your portfolio and improve it, could be an idea to do as well. All right, this is my touchable opacity. The text here should say something like "buy now," and it renders like this. That already looks pretty legit, but maybe this one should have a bit bigger text. So let's make this 2XL, a bold font, and a text gray of 900. The BG yellow stuff is fine. Let's add a function to handle the checkout. So we're gonna call this handle checkout. Probably going to be an async function or so. And then we put it in the on press of our touchable opacity. Good. Finally, I just want to render like the order value. This is quite boring. So this is just a couple of elements here. The order total, we're getting all of this from our card store. So I don't want to make the checkout more complicated than it has to be. Additionally, I probably want to show an activity indicator every now and then. So that one could look like this here. Oops, we need the activity indicator from React Native. So that would just spin absolutely positioned above our page with a background and a higher Z-index index. Nothing too crazy. But what I want is I want to make this later dependent on some stuff. So can we do something like false and this here to hide it? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to replace this, of course. Let me add a to-do. I will forget about it otherwise. Okay, now when we enter this page, or when we start the checkout, when we call handle checkout, we want to first get the token using get token. If we do this, we're safe and we should have the user token. Let's just log this out. That's also interesting to see. So pressing this, there we go. We get the token. This is the JWT that we're gonna pass through to our backend once we create the auth. So if we don't have a token here, that's very bad news. So that shouldn't happen. Let's just display an alert error. Please log in to continue, and then we can just return here because that won't work. Otherwise, we can call a mutation which is just like use query, the way to create a post request or a patch request. So we can create our order mutation to create the order. However, before we do that, we should also do our payment sheet logic. How did I do this actually? I want to also call set checkout loading here. Set checkout loading to true, so it renders the overlay. So we could already put this in checkout loading and this, then it happens. And then we call our first mutation. So the first mutation is, as I said, the order mutation. Let's do something equals use mutation. So again, we're using TanStack Query for this. No problem in doing it. Our mutation function this time is, and this is a bit challenging now to set up correctly, because we have, or we need some variables. And we want to destructure the variables into articles and token. And then the mutation function is create order. Create order from my utils, and I will pass in the articles and the token. Now this might complain because we don't have the right typing here yet. So let's do the correct types now. These would be articles is, okay, we now have to do curly brackets. Articles is of the type, just like before, article and quantity, quantity number. And then we have the, and there should be an array. Okay, and the second one, the token, is just a string. So passing multiple arguments to a mutation function is a bit tricky with TanStack, but nothing too crazy. You just have to do it in one object. That's why it looks a bit strange like this. But now we could just call our order mutation. We should probably give it a name here. So we need to extract like is pending. Let's say this is order pending. We're gonna rename it. And then we have mutate, which is the actual mutation function, but we're gonna rename this to order mutation. And then we can call the order mutation and pass one object to it, which has the articles as well as the token. Okay, perfect. This is it. So this creates the order. When the order is created, so on success, it's something we can use here. On success, we now want to call a second mutation. We actually can also implement something like on error. That's usually helpful during debugging. So let's do a console error with this one, error. And we can also do something like when all of this is finished, we're gonna set with onSettled our state back. So set checkout loading to false. So when everything is done, we're gonna set this back. It's basically like finally block. Now we need a somewhat similar mutation to create our payment intent. Let's put this here. Let's close this so we're not getting messed up. This one will say this is not is order pending, this is payment pending. And this will be the payment mutation. The payment mutation can then be already called in here. Simply like this, you can directly call it. And the payment mutation has the following function. So what we need is to call create payment intent from our API. That one expects an amount, an and an email, actually just two. So the amount is the total from our card, and this one is the user.email addresses at index0.email address, or if that's not existing, an empty string. Okay, this creates a payment intent. And once we get the payment intent, we can actually present the payment sheet. So on success here again, we should be able to use the data. And the data we get here is exactly the return from our payment sheet here. So pretty much those 4 values will be included in that response. We can copy that over just for to clarify this. So these are the 4 things that we will get back here in the data. We could probably also type this out. So that that also means we can just, no, I just don't want to. Let's just keep it there. I just want to continue here. Oh, cursor it came back up. Okay, so I want to destructure this and extract the payment intent. I want to get the ephemeral key as well as the customer. So that's all we need from the data object. With that information, I can call my next function. I will also add an onError block here. So let's say, I probably want to say error creating payment, and then the error. And we could here do error creating order. So just to clarify and notice what errors we get. All right, this is our second mutation that we call. And now we need one more function, which is called const show payment sheet. This is going to be an async function as well. And this one gets the payment intent. So pretty much all these values. It gets the payment intent, it gets the key, it also gets the customer, and then it can do something with that. So up here, we can call it show payment intent with payment intent, ephemeral key, and the customer. So all these values are required once we use the actual Stripe package in our application. All of these will be a string, so we can type this out correctly and make TypeScript happy, and soon we will also be happy. Okay, this is the function. Now the following code is pretty much taken from the documentation to call this Stripe payment sheet. We already got the init payment sheet. Remember, we brought this in from the use Stripe hook up here. So you need to first initialize it. We initialize it with like a display name, the customer ID. This is the one we got here. The ephemeral key, we got this from the backend, and the payment intent, we also got that from the backend. You can then also set some additional information like allows delayed payment methods or default billing details. I don't even have a full name. Give me a first name. I think I've set the first name for my user. Okay. So once we got this, we need to check. If there's an error, we can of course not continue. In that case, we can just log out something like error initializing payment sheet. And if we don't have an error, we can continue. So now we can present it. And again, I want to capture any error that comes back from await present payment sheet. So if you've set it up with init payment sheet, present payment sheet just knows this under the hood. So they're connected and it takes the information to present this little overlay that comes up from the bottom. Again, if we do have an error here, let's see if we do have an error. That is error presenting payment sheet. Should we use a different error? No, I think it should work. But if we don't have an error, that means kinda, let's say console log epic success. So because in that case, we have actually made our payment correctly. And what we want to do is I want to clear my card at that point, and I can show a little alert. So let's do an alert. I want to say success today, and the message is your order is confirmed. Okay. Additionally, maybe let's add a button here. So let's use the buttons array to display one text. Okay. And then the onPress handler for this one should simply be router.dismiss. Okay. In theory, this is the implementation of our payment sheet. Right now, we don't have anything in here yet. So let's check this out. Yeah, let's check this out. Let's do buy now. When we do buy now, we make a post request to our API. We hopefully get back the payment sheet information and stuff. We could also put a log here and there if you wanted to, but no risk, no fun. We're just gonna do it like this. And oh, we have a to-do here. Let's exchange this. So we can now change checkout loading to either is order pending, is payment pending, or checkout loading to display it correctly. And once we get the payment from our first mutation, we're gonna call the payment mutation. The payment mutation will then get this information. It will show the payment sheet and hopefully go through the whole fun. Okay, I one more time crashed the app, but now we're ready for the final test of purchasing. So we have 4 items in our cart, 2 PlayStations, let's say 3 Nike for $1,390. I want to proceed to checkout. I want to buy now. So it brings up the payment sheet for exactly the amount. You can now use a test card number, which is the 42. Just repeat this all the time. Then you want to have something in the future for the verification and just random numbers. You can then hit pay and it is processing. It is green. Your order is confirmed and my cart is empty. And Stripe hopefully shows a new transaction for a value. Okay, yeah, you know, currencies and stuff. This was in, the order was, actually it's correct. It's correct. It's in US dollars. Everything's fine. Touched assignment at galaxies.dev. This is my order. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And it should have created the customer as well right here with this one payment. So, after all, it probably wasn't too hard. It was kind of straightforward from creating the certificate and setting it up in Stripe and then using the use Stripe hook in your React Native app. But I still think it's an incredible thing to see it in action. And there's one more thing I wanted to show you, and that is if you go back to your Drizzle Studio locally, we should be able to refresh this and no. All right, I figured out the problem and you will actually not have the problem because I fixed this in the API. I was using the Clerk middleware for Express incorrectly. I've now also removed the middleware here. We don't need that one. It just worked with the Clerk middleware and the user is then attached to the request auth object. But again, if you've cloned the Node API, I've already fixed this. As a little quick test, we can now proceed to checkout with my PlayStation and my whatever pot here. Do a payment, and then we do 42424242, the usual indie hacker testing number, and pay 590. And then in my Drizzle Studio, I already did one order, and here we go. Here's the second order. It is marked as pending. It is related to the user, and it has the following 2 order items, which are article ID 1 and 4, and articles 1 and 4 should be my PlayStation and the pot. So it's funny how the actual problem was now in my Node API and the authentication and creating the order and not the whole setup with like Stripe and keys and certificates. So you should be able to play around with this, test this, and once you've got all of this in place, let's finish with a big bang and the workflow from Vapi. We've come a very long way together in this application, and at this point we have pretty much finished most of the pages of the app. But we can now finally dive even more into Vapi and build a powerful workflow, which is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in a tool. Because it combines the knowledge of our tool with the voice agent, and it's still, AI is still blowing my mind every time. So you should have some orders in your database, like here we have order 13 and 14, they're both pending. Again, you could catch the Stripe webhook and then update the order status. I will just set this one to like shipped. Okay, let's save this. So we have 2 different order states. What we now want to do is we want to create a multi-prompt workflow. So the UI might change, but it's in general a workflow that we want to create here in Vapi. Again, use the link below this video to create your account. There are already a couple of previews of workflows that you could use. So you see how they look. They usually like, you have the agent asking something and you have different options, what might happen. And in the end, at some point, you would have an end call. Let's call this workflow name, I don't know, support, whatever, and create a blank workflow. This usually starts with a starting node, which is like this one. Hey there, the prompt is you're a helpful assistant. We could also say you're something like you are Alex from Amazon support. You're here to help users with questions about their orders. I also would like to change the first message from hey there to a different one. I want to change this to hey name, so using a variable in here, welcome to Amazon support. If I do it like this, usually we should be able to pass in our name, and we did this before from our use Vapi hook. Remember, somewhere here, we have the variable values that you can put into. So this could be anything. It could already be the order. So if the user is on the order, or if the user is on a specific product page, we could supply that information as a starting point in here to the workflow. Now let's continue this. Let's add a new node, and I want to add a conversation node. So the message here should be something like, how can I help you today? You can also remove this, so simply make this empty, the condition, then it just continues with the next node. So this is the starting node, this is the conversation. We want to probably, as a prompt, figure out why the user called. After that one, we want to catch some conditions. So the user could call for various reasons. So let's add a node, and let's add another conversation. I mean, zoomed in, it's a bit hard to do this for you, but we can do. So if the user said, or let's say user needs help with order. If that is the case, we're going to come to the next conversation. So in this step, I want to say, sure, Simon, I think name. Sure, name, I'm happy to help. And then what we want to do in here is we want to ask the user for the order ID. So I would give the prompt, ask the user for the order ID, so you can check the state in the database. This is my next conversation. I know to continue this, we need to extract now a variable. My head is probably covering this, so let me move this a bit to the side. So down here we have extract variables. This is what we now want to do. So I want to extract a variable, and I want to extract the, let's edit this. This is going to be the order. It's actually, I think, a number, and that is the order ID. Let's hit save. And let's put this back to bigger mode. And then we should see on the node, it actually shows we're trying to extract an order here. Okay, so if we have that order, we want to add now an API request. You could also have a tool call, so you could have a predefined tool, and in that tool you could have an API request, or you could just do it like this. So we want to make an API request. We can just call this also, give it a tool name like get order. Now what you want to do is you want to copy over your public IP from ngrok, which is hopefully still running. And then at the end of that URL, we need to add this, because imagine the AI agent is now making a request to our endpoint, and it's making an endpoint to orders slash, and then the variable order. Okay, so this will be included and hopefully shows up in our request. This should be a GET request. Actually, I designed that endpoint to have no authentication. So in a real scenario, you could have your headers, you could have a long-lived token in there, and this tool would still work. Additionally, we can have a message here. So at the bottom right, it says message. We can say something for request start. Maybe a custom message like, okay, let me check your order in the system. And then it will wait. Do we have another message? Oh, I think this is enough. So we already got a pretty nice workflow. We don't really need if the user said yes in here. Okay, then we have the tool, and after the tool, let's do another conversation. So after the tool, we have another conversation object. And you can, by the way, align this either vertical or horizontal. And a pretty nice feature here. So after the tool, again, we don't need a condition, but the conversation should say something like, okay, I found the details for your order with the number order. What would you like to know about your order? Because at that point, the AI agent has this entire blob from the API. Let's try. If I get my API correct here, I think it is orders/all. So this is basically the object that the AI agent would see. That's actually not a whole lot of information in there, right? But I think because we have supplied the dummy JSON information, we might be able to get that information. Or let's see, I get like order 13. If I go to order 13, yeah, I actually get detailed information about the articles included as well as the state. So this is eventually what the AI agent would see. And that's pretty good. So it has all the information, and then we want to tell the user about the order details and the status of the order that you retrieved from the previous step. We could just say it like that, and then we could finally end this call. So let's say if the user does not need any further help, we can just end the call. And then in the end, we can say, all right, Simon, have a nice day. Okay, so with that in place, we have a pretty powerful workflow. What you can do as well is you can also have a global node. For example, at some point something goes wrong, like here, the user might say the user needs help with something else. Let's say we add another conversation block. This was triggered when user has account security question. So we don't want to handle this with an AI agent. In that case, I want to say something like, ooh, looks like I can't assist with that. Would you like to talk to a real human? And then the prompt would be confirm that the user wants to speak to a human and ask them what they would like to talk about. Now, the cool thing is you can also mark this, and I will once again, probably I should have put my head somewhere else, mark this as a global node. If you enable this as a global node, it changes colors, and you see it's now a global node. So we could now reach this node from pretty much anywhere in the workflow. And that is cool because you can have now like an exit path. If something goes wrong, you can always jump to this one. So the agent says, oh, it looks like I can't assist. Would you like to be forwarded to a real user? And then you could simply add a transfer call block here. And the cool thing is you can now transfer this to a specific phone number. So if you have an actual support number in your company, you can at this point forward that call automatically to that number. It is unbelievable how powerful these workflows can get. I will actually add like an end call here because I don't have anything else to say. And if I do the transfer, it would probably fail because I don't have the number right now. So I will just add it here as well. Okay, this is our workflow right now. We can now copy over the ID of that workflow and replace it in our application. So we had this already in the beginning in the env file for the workflow. Actually, we didn't. So now it's the time to put in the ID here. And you can also now test this up here. But maybe do we want to test it in here? Yeah, let's test it. So I think I said I have an order 13. Okay, let's turn up the volume here and let's make a call. I want to actually hit save. Okay, and then I want to call, my name is, let's call myself Evan today. Okay, let's make the call. Okay, waiting.
Hey Evan, welcome to Amazon support.
So that's the first one, going to the next one, probably.
It looks like there are no conditions that are true right now. How can I assist you with your order today?
Okay, now it's in the next one actually. Yeah, I need help with my order. Can you help me?
Of course, I'd be happy to help with your order. What seems to be the issue?
I don't know if it's already shipped. Can you look this up?
I can't look up specific orders, but you can check the status by logging into your Amazon account and going to your orders. If you need further assistance, let me know.
Okay, it looks like we took the wrong path here in the beginning, so it didn't really understand why we called in. So user needs help with order. Probably I specified this in the incorrect way, We're gonna try this again in our application because I'm pretty sure it actually works. So let's hit save and let's come back to our app. So here we go, we have this one. We will implement this overlay now as well, but for the moment, let's add the workflow to our Rufus one, because then we can quickly test this out. So in Rufus, we can say start call workflow instead now, and that should hopefully start the workflow call. If the intro isn't correct, maybe we should, in the start node, transcriber extract. I mean, we could also do something like this one already, right? Hey name, you could just put it in there, I guess. So if we say, hey, welcome to support, how can I help you today? And then we say, figure out why the user called. Okay, and then we would remove this node and, oh no, I think I can just connect this. Ooh, that's fancy, huh? Okay. Let's say this one is user needs help with an order, and this one is user has account security question. That might actually work a bit better without that additional node. Okay, so now we've set Rufus to start the call with workflow. That should hopefully use my workflow ID. So let's give this another try from our application. It's connecting to support and...
Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you today?
Yeah, sorry, I called the wrong person. Okay, let's cancel this. Probably I've mixed up something here. So let's go into our use Vapi. Here we go. If the type is equal to assistant, we go for assistant. If this one's happening, I want to go for start workflow, and we want to make sure that we've set the Vapi workflow ID correctly. Yeah, we did. Okay, so now we just need to make sure really this is called. I want to open the debugging tools here and see that everything is fine. Maybe do a quick reload. Okay, and let's try again. So in the logs, it should say...
Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon Customer Support. How can I help you?
It's not saying that it's starting the workflow. So are we not like...
I'm here to help with
sorry.
shopping questions.
Sorry. In the Rufus component, let's check. If I click on the icon down here, it's... Why did I have a function if I do like... Simon, you're a genius, really. Okay, that was the problem, of course. So let's do a quick reload and then we should be able to call in. It was, of course, my fault. So now we should be able to, starting the workflow.
Hey, Simon, welcome to Amazon Support. How can I help you today?
I need help with one of my orders.
Sure, Simon. I'm happy to help.
Okay, do you need any information about the order?
Yes, Simon. Could you please provide... Yes, Simon. I'll need your order.
Okay, my order ID is 13.
Okay, let me check your order in our system. Okay, I found the details.
Okay, is the order already shipped or is it like still pending?
Your order for the PlayStation 5 is...
Okay, so let's stop this here. The funny thing is it actually works completely. I think I just had some drops here with my audio, but it entirely works. So the AI agent was able to capture my order ID. So let me check in our system. Then I noticed a GET request for orders 13 on my API. And then the AI agent also already knew that this is for the PlayStation 5. So it already knew the exact items included in that order. It is so crazy what you can do with this workflow. Like, we've only defined this here in this view. just a couple of things, and it's like an entire support workflow that could replace your team. You can just define a couple more things in here, like extracting more data or using more initial data or having more nodes in terms of what could happen. But this is so unbelievable powerful. I think Vapi did really a great job in improving the workflow lately. They changed a couple of things, and now it's sort of really intuitive how you can use this. You could also change once again the global voice here, but I'm fine with Elliot for the moment. And thanks, there was another tool in here. But we're not yet finished. I also wanted to integrate the Vapi overlay because we haven't done that before. Let's do this now, and then we can use Rufus for the workflow, and then we can use the overlay for the AI assistant. Let's do that. So do we have that? That's the Vapi overlay, right? This is our animated view, and we can now get once again all the details from the use Vapi hook. Let's stop this again. So use Vapi from our hooks, and I want to have access to the call status, but also to start call, is speaking, messages, and stop. With that in place, when this comes up, so when this overlay appears, I basically instantly want to start it. So this time I will use effect here, an empty dependencies array, to directly call start call with assistant. Now I don't want to save here because during debugging this could cause some issues, so let's not do this. And we now also want to set that if the call ends, just like before, I would set this from call status to false. So if the call status is finished, I will set my overlay to false, which would automatically close it again. And I can also add something like on end call. So if the user presses a certain button, we can manually call the stop function and then also set show overlay in that case might be redundant because the use effect would be triggered to close that view. Nonetheless, let's see what we can do. In the view, I would like to check the call status first. So if the call status is equal to connecting, so in that case, we want to render a little text like connecting to support. This won't show up initially because initially we are either inactive or the call status is finished. So let's wrap this around it. Okay, or the call status is equal to finished. In that case, I would just say inactive call. Inactive call. So that's what's showing up now, right? Okay, but if we do have an active call, so let me grab this one again. If the call status is active, then we want to render our actual UI. And that actual UI should now once again show our messages. So we can probably take this over from Rufus. We had the messages here. So let's copy that. And maybe this time we're gonna wrap it in a scroll view. I think that actually makes more sense. So let's add a scroll view, class name, flex1, some padding, and then our messages. We just need to get the types imported correctly. And of course, add a view from React Native, then it already looks better. And I probably don't need that view. And yeah, we need to import React as well. So import React from React. And then everyone on that page should be happy. Because the call is inactive, we're not seeing the messages right now. Let's just wrap it up with the additional view. That should be outside of the scroll view. This will be also taking up flex1, so all available space and items center. And this one should show like a microphone, so we can indicate whether someone is speaking or not. So let's use class, that was like the 30th time now, items center, and justify center, as well as a margin bottom of 8. In that view, we can now do something with a class name and some conditional styling. So overall, I want to just display the Ionicons, name Mike, size 48, so really big. And for the color, I don't know, I think I defined some color before that I would like to use. So something like this. Is this showing up? No, it's not, because we have this. If I say inactive here, yeah, then we see the mic. Okay, now we can debug this correctly. So I want to give this a specific class name. So first I want to have this at a specific height and width, or height and width, whatever we want to call it, and make this rounded full. Then we of course also need a background color, but the background color will actually be conditional. So we're going to make this a string literal here. And then we can have an expression in there. So we can now check if the agent is speaking. In that case, I will set the BG to primary. Otherwise, I will set the BG to gray 200. So right now it's not speaking and we haven't aligned our items. So let's do items center and justify center and maybe some shadow MD. Couldn't find it. Yeah. Okay, now it works. Okay, so if it's speaking, it would turn to that color, and we also need our button to end the call. So that should just be an additional touchable opacity outside of that view. I would just do it like this. So give it a red color and it will call on end call when we press it. Where's this displayed right now? So it should probably be one level above here. Text strings, yeah, thanks for that. No video without that. Okay, here we go. We have inactive call and we have this. Now it's time to change this to be only displayed when it is an active call. And at this point, we can also finally integrate our AI agent again. So now if we press it, it would be displayed and would automatically start the call. It's contacting to support immediately.
Hi Simon, this is Neha from Amazon customer support. How can I help you today?
I need a new iPhone. I honestly need one.
You can find the link.
Yeah, okay, now we get some reverb because maybe that was the problem before as well.
I'm here to help with shopping questions in the Amazon app. Let me know.
So with the reverb, we get some issues here, you see, but this one is now absolutely working. It's calling our agent and we see all the text messages being rendered. Now let's try our agent, our workflow one more time. Maybe if I turn down the volume, it works a bit better.
Hey Simon, welcome to Amazon support. How can I help you today?
I need help with my order.
Sure, Simon. I'm happy to help.
Do you need my order ID?
Yes, please.
Okay, my order ID is 14.
Okay, let me check your order in our system. Okay, I found the details for your order 14. What would you like to know about your order?
When will it be delivered? Is it already out?
Your order ID 14 includes the following items. Your order ID 14 includes 2 items. 1, PlayStation 5, description.
Okay, this absolutely works. It gets the whole data. The only problem here is the reverb because it's capturing what the AI agent is saying again with a microphone, but it got access to that one. I can also see it here that the call was made to my orders 14. And so we have now a fully functional AI agent supported application. We have the assistant, which we can reach from every page because we've built this header component. So even if we're on the details page, we could just instantly call in. And with the default variables that we pass to Vapi, it will be quite easy to specify that the user is right now on the PlayStation page. So the voice could ask, like, do you have any questions about the PlayStation? So it could be even more personal if you like to. Additionally, under Rufus, we now have the workflow integrated, which is honestly probably one of my favorite features of Vapi, because in how you can create and combine these things, including the variables that the agent is usually able to capture, it is just impressive how well it works at this early stage. So give it a try, check it out, and now let's wrap it up with building out the last missing page of our application. All right, let's wrap up this clone with the order history. This is the tab that's still empty, and that is the more page in our tab bar routing. To implement this, I would like to bring in one last component, because honestly, again, this is just not worth the time it takes to create this. There's nothing in here to learn. Bring it in from the repository. This is the order list item. This simply renders our item in a list. It displays images, text, and really has no other functionality beyond that. So with that in place, we can finish on the more page, because this one is like a recap of some of the essentials of working with authentication in our API. So if you want to continue this is a good step now to once again check out how it works. If you make any request against the API that needs authentication, you want to get the get token from useauth. This will help you to pass the token to the API, and we can then just set it here locally, token set token, and make this equals use state. This is either a string or null, and it starts with null, not nil. We're not in Swiftland. We can then, what is this, end region? Yeah, that also kind of sounds like Swift. Use effect here, that will be called in the beginning with get token as a dependency in the dependencies array. And once we're ready, we want to call const load token. This is going to be an async function, and then we're gonna do it. Const token equals await get token. So this is the token from Clerk that's used, and we set it to our state here. Also make sure you actually call that. So load token. Good. Once we got this, it becomes a lot easier to use React Query on this page, because for our call we need this. So we can now say const data is loading. So the usual way of using use query, not queries, just one. And this query key will be for orders. Then we have enabled set to false. So that means this query will not be executed initially. Actually, I want to not say this enable to false, but to not token. That means while the token is null, this is not enabled. And only once we've set the token here, this query will be enabled. Now let's also attach the query function. Just like before, this will call get orders from our utils function, and we pass in our local token. And to make sure TypeScript is happy, we otherwise pass in an empty string. Now we can create the view. Is it this one? No, it's actually, I don't think it's that one. I think it's, how do we call this? I don't know. So this view gets class name flex1 and bg wide again. And then in the view, we can start by saying if this is still loading, we display some sort of little view class name flex1, justify center and items center, and this will just render an activity indicator with a large size. Okay, perfect. So now view has no closing element. I don't think so. We have is loading, and we have my view unexpected token. Oh, where did I go wrong today, my friends? Class name? What the? How can you be mad about me? We're closing this, we're closing that. I feel like maybe I'm not closing the view. What is going on with me? I can't even do a conditional rendering anymore. Oh, the view here is not closed. I'm so blind. I'm sorry, my bad. All right, so that shortly renders the activity indicator as you've seen here. And once we got the data, data and we can render our flat list component. This flat list is pretty easy because the data is just the data. And then we have the render item function, which renders our order item that we just added. So we extract the item here, and then what we show is the order list item, where the order, the prop that we have to pass to it, is our item. Additionally, you could also once again define the key extractor if you want to. I don't know if we even have to do it, but let's do it. Item.id.toString. Oh, that was a strange completion of the item. That looked a bit weird to me, but it might still work. Yeah, it still works. Here we go. Let's also add a content container class name. So some styling, content container class name. Padding of 5 makes it have a small inset. And finally, we can also add a list header component as a text from React Native, which just says your orders in bold. And with that, we have also added our little order list. If we now make any new order, so if I order the Nike Air Max, I should be able to add them to basket. Let's get 2 of them. Let's proceed to the checkout. Buy them now. We enter our data here. That's not working. Let's pay the money. It creates the order. It makes the payment in Stripe. My order is confirmed. And going here, oh, it's actually not reloading data. We should reload that data. This is one of these things where I would say, hey, let's do AI. Let's do it. Implement pull to refresh and load the orders again. We haven't done this in the whole build because I know how you usually react to when I do this, and you can't replicate that stuff. But when I got something like this where I know exactly what has, and I could have coded this now myself, but it's actually not too hard. In this case, I usually use AI for like generating the code because normally it's faster. Now it takes a bit of time because we haven't primed it on the database. I haven't done anything to do it, but now you see this logic is probably even faster than what I would have come up with. Let's see. Yeah, so good. Just as a quick reminder that for these boring things where you know like this is a specific task, you also kind of know it, maybe you would have to do some Googling. Just let AI take care of that. So we have on refresh, which is calling refetch from TanStack Query. I think I wasn't even aware that there's a refetch function. And now we just have it. So if it is fetching or not loading, it shows the refresh. Pretty cool implementation. And by the way, we see our order here. And with that, I'm set, but I have to say that we have finished our Amazon clone, and I hope you learned a bunch in it. Alright, that's it for today's clone video. I hope you were able to go through the full process from the beginning to the end, including the API setup, and if you've done so, congratulations. I think you've achieved and hopefully learned a lot. I had a lot of fun creating all of these big and also small features in the application, like the reanimated stuff, the 3D stuff, but also the Stripe checkout, and especially the AI agent integration with the Vapi workflow and assistant. So again, check out the sponsors with the links below this video so you can create your accounts. You can get started completely for free with all 3 of them. Clerk, Sentry, we've used them before and talked about them. Definitely something you want to add to your app. And as well now Vapi, if you're interested in building anything with voice agents in your React Native application. It just works incredible well. You can find all the links to the repositories below this video as well. Make sure you stay subscribed for future videos and check out galaxies.dev if you want more support beyond our free YouTube videos. I will hopefully catch you in the next one, and until then, happy coding, Simon.